Chapter 532. When Xiao Chen heard that there were so many spirit stones, he did not find it strange. There were many spirit veins in the boundless sea. Furthermore, they were of high quality. Aside from the resources at the bottom of the sea, the four great clans controlled the trade between the northern sea and the continent. The wealth they brought was astronomical. There are some rare ores in the rings of these four people. They can be used in the 10,000 magic gathering formation. Adding in the spirit stones from earlier and the points you have already obtained, if you exchange them all, you should barely be able to activate the 10,000 magic gathering formation. Xiao Chen paused for a moment and quickly stopped. He said, "Enter the spirit blood jade first. I will rush back to the divine dragon warship at full speed." Leng Yu felt it was strange. She asked, "Is there a need to rush? Didn't we agree to go a little deeper?" Xiao Chen changed his direction and started to rush back. He said slowly, "I have already decided. My next destination will be the island in the core of the battlefield. It is good to make some preparations." If one were to ask what was the most dangerous place in the deep-sea battlefield, it would naturally be the island in the core. However, the most dangerous place was the safest place. Even if the people of the northern boundless sea's four great clans rushed over and suspected Xiao Chen, they would not expect him to go to the island. Xiao Chen would wait until the commotion died down before going out. By then he would have passed this crisis. A long time after Xiao Chen and Lang Yu left, a hole suddenly appeared in the space where they had been. The evil moon pavilions by Zhan emerged from it. As Bai Zhan stood in the air, he held a crystalline mirror in his hand. The scene shown in the mirror was the scene of Xiao Chen killing the four young masters. This fellow's perception is really strong. If not for this void battle armor, I would have been discovered. Bai Zhan looked away from the mirror and looked in the direction that Xiao Chen had taken. He muttered to himself, "I am not surprised that he managed to kill the four young masters. However, I did not expect him to win so easily. I have to make a quick trip to the northern sea." The scions of the four great clans were all killed. Haha. Even if you advance to martial monarch, you will not have any chance of surviving. Bai Zhan's plan was closely linked. Whether the four young masters succeeded or not, Xiao Chen was already in dire straits. From the moment the green-robed young master agreed to make a move, Bai Zhan had thought of all the possibilities and came up with a countermeasure. On the castle-like divine dragon warship, there was an independent and remote courtyard. Lang Yu crushed a superior-grade spirit stone into powder and carefully drew a complicated formation in the courtyard. Xiao Chen pushed the door open and entered. Then he carefully closed the door. Lang Yu raised her head and asked, "Have you bought everything?" With a thought, Xiao Chen took out a large pile of rare ores from the universe ring. He nodded and said, "I do not have many things. However, I did as you said and bought some substitutes. Take a look and see if they are all right." After Lang Yu spoke, she did not say anything more. She placed the items on the various nodes of the formation. After everything was done, Lang Yu took a breather. Then she said, "After I recover, I can activate the 10,000 magic returning to origin formation and help you condense some magic energy. Then we can conduct the blood sacrifice and completely grasp that scarlet blood frost flame diagram." 3 days ago, when the two of them returned to the divine dragon warship, Xiao Chen had started to purchase all sorts of materials. He had sold off all the four young masters' wealth in a low-key manner. After that, he spent another 2 days and finally settled everything today. After 15 minutes, Lang Yu finished resting. She got Xiao Chen to enter the center of the formation and sit down cross-legged, preparing to activate the 10,000 magic returning to origin formation. The purple mark on Lang Yu's forehead flickered. An ancient and noble aura spread out from her body once again. Lang Yu took a deep breath and flicked her finger, sending out 6 sparks. The sparks landed on the lines made of spirit stone powder. Boom! The entire formation burned, giving off a resplendent and dazzling light. All the ores on the nodes of the formation ignited. Then, they turned into 108 beams of starlight and flew into Xiao Chen's forehead. As the beams of starlight entered Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness, all of Xiao Chen's mental energy surged and burned, turning into a huge clump of golden liquid. Whoosh! 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 Xiao Chen's body also gave off tens of thousands of strands of golden light, turning him into a golden man. Lang Yu quickly formed hand seals with both hands. The 10,000 magic returning to origin formation on the ground spun, and all sorts of lights intertwined. Xiao Chen's figure turned blurry as he stood in the golden liquid in his sea of consciousness. The golden liquid in his sea of consciousness continued to condense. As the golden liquid was continuously compressed, Xiao Chen felt that his mental energy did not weaken. Instead, it grew stronger. After an unknown period of time, the golden light on Xiao Chen's body slowly faded. The light of the formation also slowly weakened. That clump of golden liquid was finally compressed to the size of a strand of hair. Then, it floated out of Xiao Chen's forehead. The hair-sized golden liquid flowed with a dazzling light, illuminating the entire courtyard like it was daytime. Fortunately, this place was very remote. Otherwise, such a mysterious phenomenon would attract countless cultivators to come and take a look. Xiao Chen, do it quickly. This is your magic energy. It can only last for 4 seconds, Lang Yu said quickly. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and said quickly, "Understood." Lang Yu had already told Xiao Chen how to use this strand of magic energy to carry out the blood sacrifice. Using some skill, Xiao Chen cut the tip of his index finger. A drop of blood flew out and merged with that strand of golden magic energy, entangling with it. For seconds passed in merely 2 breaths of time. Xiao Chen did not dare to delay any longer. He took out the scarlet blood frost flame painting from his bosom and waved it, quickly unfurling it. Ding! The instant the painting unfurled, the strand of magic energy infused with Xiao Chen's blood landed on the painting. The 4 seconds were up. Xiao Chen suddenly felt excited. As he looked at the painting floating quietly in the air, it felt like the painting had come to life. This feeling was very miraculous. It was different from the feeling of a secret treasure. A secret treasure only had a mental connection. However, this scarlet blood frost flame painting was a magic treasure. It required a connection between one's mind and blood. This scarlet blood frost flame painting was already a part of his body. Xiao Chen issued a command in his heart, and the unfurled scarlet blood frost flame painting immediately turned into a beam of dim light and entered Xiao Chen's chest, merging with his blood. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and waved his right hand. The painting instantly appeared in his hand. Lang Yu walked over and said, "Xiao Chen, this scarlet blood frost flame painting is now your magic treasure. It is different from a secret treasure. If the magic treasure is destroyed, you will suffer mental damage of varying degrees. You do not have magic energy. Compared to a regular immortal cultivator, you will suffer mental damage several times more." Xiao Chen stood up to indicate that he understood. He had already comprehended that magic energy relied on mental energy. It was similar to how essence was transformed from quintessence to martial monarchs. Thus, if a strand of magic energy was damaged, it would result in mental damage many times over. Due to the rules of this world, Xiao Chen could not transform mental energy into magic energy. However, that did not mean that he would not have a chance in the future. Xiao Chen did not look at the various wonders of the scarlet blood frost flame painting. He put it away and said cautiously, "Let's go. We should head for the core island now." Lang Yu's eyes revealed some shock. She said, "Ever since you killed the 4 young masters, you seem to be in a rush." Xiao Chen revealed a helpless expression. He smiled bitterly and said, "I don't want to. Such a mental state is not suitable for cultivation. However, Bai Zhan is too much of a threat. I originally thought that he would sneak attack me after the 4 young masters made their move. However, he did not. There is definitely something strange going on. Bai Zhan would not place all his hopes on the 4 young masters. He definitely knows what kind of person that green-robed young master is. He is just a peak small perfection half-step martial monarch." Lang Yu was very intelligent. She quickly figured out the crux of the matter. She said, "You are afraid that he will inform the Northern Sea's 4 noble clans. However, he does not have any evidence. The 4 noble clans will not be able to do anything to you." Xiao Chen shook his head slightly and said, "Sometimes, there is no need for evidence to kill someone. All that is needed is suspicion. It is not easy for me to determine what kind of people the 4 noble clans are. So, it is best to be more cautious. Let's go." When Lang Yu heard this, she entered deep thought. She recalled some of her own experiences and immediately felt the same way. In the sky above the eastern boundless sea to the northern boundless sea, Bai Zhan operated the void battle armor with all his might. He entered the void and moved at Mach 15. Without the obstruction of air in the void, a cultivator's speed could be tripled. If they had a secret treasure, their speed could be doubled. The void battle armor was an inferior grade secret treasure. There were only 3 superior grade secret treasures in the entire Evil Moon Pavilion. One of them was in Bai Zhan's hands. This clearly showed Bai Zhan's position in the Evil Moon Pavilion. If this secret treasure was activated at full power, it could only be used once every half a year. However, it could be used continuously for 7 days. The Evil Moon Pavilion's Pavilion Master had given it to Bai Zhan to protect his life. Once he entered the void, unless a sage changed the natural laws, even a peak martial monarch would not be able to do anything to him. I have already flown for 2 days. In another 4 hours, I should be able to reach the headquarters of the Northern Sea Alliance. Bai Zhan calmly calculated the flight time in the void. He smiled and said, Xiao Chen, you forced me to use the void battle armor. Even if you die, you can be proud of yourself. After Xiao Chen left the huge divine dragon warship, he rushed through the night, heading for the most dangerous place in the 3rd grade battlefield, the island core. Along the way, Xiao Chen also explored the various wondrous uses of the Scarlet Blood Flame Frost Diagram. The Scarlet Blood Flame Frost Diagram's predecessor was the Void Projection Diagram. Naturally, its first wondrous use was to capture objects. Xiao Chen could capture any demon he saw into the diagram and trap them. After using it a few times, Xiao Chen discovered that capturing an enemy into the diagram was very taxing on mental energy. Furthermore, there were many limitations. First, he could not capture an enemy beyond 500 meters. Second, he had to be strong. If the enemy he wanted to capture was much stronger than him, it would be very difficult to do so. The second wondrous use of the Scarlet Blood Flame Frost Diagram was, of course, the Scarlet Blood Frost Flame. Xiao Chen could summon out the flame in the diagram to defend against enemies. Chapter 533. Xiao Chen could also use the Scarlet Blood Frost Flame to create blood flame beasts to fight against enemies. However, Xiao Chen's current strength was limited. The blood flame beasts that he could summon were only as strong as martial saints. They could only be used as cannon fodder. Aside from this, what interested Xiao Chen even more was the hand holding the Scarlet Blood Frost Flame. If he guessed correctly, that should be the arm of an Emperor Wu. He didn't know how much of Emperor Wu's strength this arm could bring out. Even if it was only 1/10, it would be enough for Xiao Chen to do whatever he wanted. 1 week later, the most dangerous place in the level 3 battlefield, the outline of the core island appeared in Xiao Chen's vision. The clouds above the island seemed to be dyed with layers of black ink. It was pitch black and thick. There was not a trace of light on the island. It was truly dark. The core island had another name among martial artists, Nirvana Island. According to legend, when the divine phoenix was about to die, it would experience the torment of raging flames and a painful test. Once they passed the test, they would be refined and reborn within the flames. This was the phoenix's nirvana. The cultivators who were about to step onto the core islands were undoubtedly prepared to die. They were prepared to go through layers of trials and tribulations. Once one passed the test, one would similarly be reborn and obtain a sublimation. That was why this island was called Nirvana Island. Nirvana Rebirth. Xiao Chen muttered, there is still half a year left. I have to advance to half-step martial monarch. Holding the lunar shadow saber in his left hand, Xiao Chen walked towards Nirvana Island with a resolute gaze. What Xiao Chen did not know was that there was a heated discussion going on the Divine Dragon warship at this time, and the center of the discussion was him. Inside the hall, a few old men watched a scene projected in the air. The scene showed a white-robed bladesman with a calm expression and scarlet eyes killing the Northern Sea's green-robed young master. After that, he plotted to kill the white-robed young master. Finally, he fought 1 against 2 and killed the yellow-robed young master and blue-robed young master. Just like that, the 4 young masters of the Northern Sea all died at this person's hands. Several elders from the Northern Sea Alliance sat on the chairs and tables in the hall, their faces ashen. Although this wasn't the first time he had seen this scene, he still felt humiliated every time he saw it. The scion of one of the Northern Sea's 4 noble clans actually died at the hands of a great Qin nation bladesman. Furthermore, that bladesman was only 20 years old. The scene stopped at the back of the white-robed bladesman and Lang Yu leaving. Bai Zhan smiled faintly and withdrew the returning light mirror. Elder Feng, do you believe that we have evidence now? An elder of the green-robed young master's clan, Ao Feng, said sinisterly. Feng Buyu frowned slightly. As the person in charge of the level 3 battlefield, he did not have much of an impression of Xiao Chen. After all, there were tens of thousands of martial artists here. It would be difficult for him to remember all of them. Since Feng Buyu did not have any impression of Xiao Chen, there was no need to bother. Just as Feng Buyu was about to speak, the white-haired old man beside him looked at Bai Zhan and said, "Young hero Bai, this is very strange. Since you were behind using the returning light mirror and watched as the 4 young masters were killed, why did you not make a move to save them?" Feng Buyu did not have any impression of Xiao Chen. However, this white-haired old man left a deep impression on him. Back when Xiao Chen was a medial grade martial king, he was able to rank in the top 10 of the point ranking. Thus, this white-haired old man was certain that Xiao Chen was not a simple person. Now that something like this happened, the white-haired old man's first thought was that something was wrong. When the white-haired old man asked this question, the people of the Northern Sea's 4 noble clans all looked at Bai Zhan suspiciously. Bai Zhan did not show any panic on his face. Clearly, he had expected this question. He replied calmly, "At that time I did make a move. Unfortunately, this person's strength was too heaven-defying. In less than 10 moves, he severely injured me. Helpless, I could only rely on the void battle armor to hide in the void. That was how I managed to avoid this calamity." No one could find any fault with his explanation. Even if they could, they would not be able to find any fault with it. Even if they could, the people of the 4 noble clans would not be willing to find out. Now that the noble clan's scion was dead, what they needed to do was find the murderer. Furthermore, they needed to make the murderer die a horrible death to protect the face of the Northern Sea Alliance's 4 noble clans. Actually, the truth was not important. As long as they could resolve this matter perfectly, it would be fine. Between Bai Zhan and Xiao Chen, one was the first disciple of the Evil Moon Pavilion's pavilion master, and the other was a lone ranger without a sect. It was clear who to believe. The white-haired old man withdrew his gaze from Bai Zhan and said indifferently, "It is common for cultivators to kill each other on the battlefield. Our divine dragon palace will not interfere. We cannot set a precedent. Hence, we will not help you use the point medallion to locate this person." Feng Buyu felt somewhat depressed. Why was the white-haired old man so protective of Xiao Chen? However, at this moment, the 2 of them were on the same side, so it was not convenient for him to ask. He could only see the leader of the 4 noble clans, Ao Feng, saying apologetically, "We cannot break the rules. If others know that we are using the point medallion to track them, no one will come to our Eastern Sea to participate in the experiential training. I can represent the Divine Dragon Palace in not interfering with your private actions. The Divine Dragon Palace will remain neutral in this matter." Ao Feng's expression turned hostile. He stood up and snorted coldly, "Remember what you said. Remain neutral. Let's go." After Feng Buyu saw the people of the 4 noble clans leave, he turned to the white-haired old man and said, "You seem to know that Xiao Chen?" The white-haired old man nodded and said, "Back then, that Xiao Chen left a deep impression on me. After that, I looked into his information and discovered that he has the Heavenly Extermination Union backing him. It is best that we do not get involved in this mess." Feng Buyu nodded and said, "The Heavenly Extermination Union is indeed a super sect. Unfortunately, this person caused too much trouble. Otherwise, I would not mind helping him out, giving the Heavenly Extermination Union some face." This time, the 4 noble clans sent out a total of 8 people. All of them were martial monarchs. For 8 martial monarchs to deal with one Xiao Chen, it was easy to imagine how much importance the Northern Sea Alliance placed on Xiao Chen. Outside the hall, Ao Feng frowned and said, "Young Master Bai, do you know where that brat is hiding? We should deal with him quickly so that we can return." Bai Zhan shook his head and said, "I do not know. However, there is no need to rush. His points are frighteningly high. He will definitely come back and use them to exchange for items. You just need to wait for him." When the 8 martial monarchs heard this, they heaved a sigh of relief. Even though they were martial monarchs, it would be very difficult to search for a person in the vast sea. It would take a lot of time and effort. The cultivators who dared to step onto Nirvana Island were mostly great perfection half-step martial monarchs. There were many peak half-step martial monarchs like Sun Guangquan. Xiao Chen's overall combat prowess, including his secret treasures, was equal to a great perfection half-step martial monarch. He was qualified to step onto this Nirvana Island. However, he could not go too deep. When Xiao Chen's feet touched the surface of the sea, he felt his limbs stiffen. The mental energy in his sea of consciousness also felt an even stronger pressure. What strong mental pressure! No wonder Sun Guangquan chose this place to open his sea of consciousness. With such a strong pressure, it would be much easier to open the sea of consciousness here than outside. Xiao Chen moved around a little, allowing his limbs, blood, and body to get used to the environment of Nirvana Island. Nirvana Island was dark. The environment was very complicated. There were bushes, rocks, and everything else was in a mess. There was no pattern to it. There is a peak superior grade fire demon 2,000 meters away. It sensed you and is heading towards you. Lang Yu, who was beside Xiao Chen, could see very far with her purple eyes in the dark night. In this place, mental energy was suppressed. Lang Yu's eyes were more useful than Xiao Chen's spiritual sense. Xiao Chen stopped moving, and his blood surged. He said with some anticipation, "A peak superior grade fire demon. Let's see what kind of opponent I will face in my first battle on Nirvana Island." After a few breaths, Xiao Chen also saw that peak superior grade fire demon. The flame on its head looked sinister in the darkness, like a ghost fire. Xiao Chen grasped his saber hilt with his right hand. His fighting spirit soared, and his essence surged. His clothes fluttered even though there was no wind. A surging energy surged around him, and his aura rose continuously. A peak superior grade fire demon was as strong as a great perfection half-step martial monarch. The only thing it lacked was that it could not learn all sorts of martial techniques and cultivation techniques like humans. As low-grade demons, they could only rely on their innate techniques to fight. This gave Xiao Chen the opportunity to kill it. Boom! 3 huge fireballs flew in 3 arcs in the dark night, heading for Xiao Chen. That peak superior grade fire demon had taken the initiative to attack. The speed of the fireball was extremely fast. It reached 3.5 times the speed of sound. Xiao Chen bent his body slightly and rushed forward with wide strides. Bang! The fireballs on the left and right clashed, shattering the afterimage that Xiao Chen left behind. A deep pit 10 meters wide instantly appeared in the ground. Tap! Xiao Chen drew the lunar shadow saber and moved like scarlet lightning in the dark night. He brought out the state of massacre at full power and split the fireball above him in half. Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations. Xiao Chen shouted, and his figure wavered. He split into 9, hiding the killing intent in the air and turning into 9 cool breezes that blew away. When the cool breeze blew, the air, which had been frozen by the state of massacre, immediately flowed happily. The peak fire demon squinted. It knew the might of this move. The ground under Xiao Chen's feet exploded. As the shockwave surged, it instantly tossed the peak fire demon into the air. The instant the fire demon soared into the air, Xiao Chen's 9 figures merged back under his feet. The killing intent that filled the air, which had disappeared for a moment, suddenly burst out and crushed the countless rocks that the shockwave kicked up into powder. This saber strike had missed. What an intelligent fire demon! Unexpectedly, it knew how to use such a method to suddenly raise its speed. After Xiao Chen's attack missed, he quickly took advantage of the situation and chased after the fire demon in the air. The best way to deal with a fire demon was naturally to get close and kill it with one saber strike. Of course, that was assuming one could reach the fire demon alive. Bang! 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 The fire demon in the air continuously grew taller. It moved its hands skillfully, sending huge fireballs at Xiao Chen like a machine gun. The interval between each fireball was no more than 2 seconds. When seen from a distance, the fireballs looked like a fire snake biting Xiao Chen. Chapter 534. The solid crystalline saber light flickered continuously as Xiao Chen chopped the fireballs flying at him in half. Then, he calmly calculated the distance between him and the fire demon. Another 100 meters. 90 meters. 80 meters. I'm there. Blue dragon tail whip. Hoochie! Suddenly, Xiao Chen's body moved in an arc, like the tail of a huge dragon. A strong wind blew as Xiao Chen arrived beside the fire demon in front. The peak fire demon's face was filled with astonishment. Its expression changed drastically. Clearly, it had not expected Xiao Chen to have such a strange movement technique. Kasie! The saber light flashed. Before the peak fire demon's horrified eyes, Xiao Chen chopped it in half at the waist. After extracting the demon core from the fire demon's chest, Xiao Chen slowly landed on the ground. Then, he closed his eyes and started to digest the killing intent that this fire demon gave him. After a while, Xianxia opened his eyes again. His gaze was clear, and the killing intent had completely vanished. The killing intent of a peak blood demon is indeed strong. This kind of test will allow me to perfectly grasp the state of massacre. Nirvana Island. I will definitely rise from the ashes on this Nirvana Island. In the following days, Lang Yu acted as Xianxia's eyes, helping him detect the demons in advance and determine their strength before deciding whether to kill them or not. Xianxia knew his own limits. He did not venture deeper into the island, only killing some peak demons in the periphery. Time slowly went by. On this island, where there was no day or night, Xianxia cultivated, killing, and killing. Every day, he repeated the monotonous and dull life. Just like that, 5 months passed in a flash. During this time, the blood moon appeared 3 times. All the high-ranked demons on Nirvana Island went berserk. In the core of the island, the elite disciples of the Divine Dragon Palace and peak half-step martial monarchs from all over fought a bitter battle with the demons. Compared to the battle on the outpost islets, the battle on the outpost islets paled in comparison. For the first time, Xianxia clearly understood that this was the core of the entire battlefield. At this time, the demons would gather at the core area to attack the Divine Dragon Palace's camp. This gave Xianxia an opportunity to sneak over without being discovered by a large number of demons. Hence, every time the blood moon rose into the sky, Xianxia would watch the battles of these peak half-step martial monarchs. From there, he would learn all sorts of martial techniques and benefit greatly. What made Xianxia even happier was that he saw Sun Guangquan among the group of peak half-step martial monarchs. This senior's cultivation was much more refined than before. He was one step closer to becoming a martial monarch. On this day, Xianxia lured over 5 top-tier fire demons in one go. He only used 10 moves to end the lives of these fire demons at the same time. A large number of red glowing spheres surged towards Xianxia's forehead. The pleasure of killing filled his whole body, but Xianxia's heart was calm, and there was no sign of him sinking into desire. Now, Xianxia could see things very clearly. His grasp of killing had become more skillful. He knew how to guide the desire to kill in his heart. Xianxia skillfully extracted the demon cores from the demons. Then he asked calmly, "Ling Yu, how long have we been on the island?" 5 months and 16 days. "Why?" Xianxia muttered. "Let's go. It's time to go back." Xianxia's cultivation path had its ups and downs. After fighting for close to half a year, he had already reached the limits of his body. He was still young and did not need to risk his life like those peak martial monarchs in the core area of the island. This was because they did not have much lifespan left. Perhaps this was their last chance to advance to martial monarch. They had to risk their lives. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. They could not afford to waste their time here. That would be a great regret. When Xianxia walked out of the island and stepped onto the Scarlet Sea, he suddenly felt his entire body relax. His entire body felt very comfortable. After thinking for a while, Xianxia understood the reason behind this. After being under the mental pressure of the island for a long time, the mental pressure had decreased significantly. It would be strange if he did not feel relaxed. The originally dark Scarlet Sea now looked very bright in Xianxia's eyes. It looked like my eyes had benefited from being in the dark for a long time. When Xianxia looked down, he saw that Xianxia's reflection in the Scarlet Sea looked much older. After half a year of killing and experiential training, all the tenderness on his face was gone. When Xianxia looked at himself in the water, his heart skipped a beat. He had not looked at himself seriously for a long time. When he looked at himself seriously, he suddenly discovered that he had grown so much. Xianxia muttered softly, "It's been 4 years. I did not expect 4 years to pass in the blink of an eye." Xianxia had already been in this world for 4 years. 4 years ago, he did not know if he would have imagined that he would have such accomplishments today. "What do you mean by 4 years?" Lang Yu, who was at the side, asked, finding it strange. Xianxia did not answer Lang Yu's question. He raised his head and looked ahead. His gaze seemed to be able to see far into the distance. He said, "Someone is coming." Lang Yu raised her head and looked. Indeed, there was a small team of 9 people riding valiant royal blood horses at the limits of her vision. Clearly, their destination was the Nirvana Island behind Xianxia. The auras of these 9 people were very strong. They were all small perfection half-step martial monarchs. The person leading them was a peak small perfection half-step martial monarch. This person wore azure robes and had a handsome and elegant appearance. His gaze was as sharp as a sword. He looked very similar to the green-robed young master. "The two of you stop right there," the leader suddenly shouted as he passed by the two. That person's tone was very tyrannical. Xiao Chen frowned slightly, feeling displeased. Royal blood horses could travel on water and were very fast. They were very expensive and could only be found in the boundless sea. Furthermore, there was no market for them. They were very difficult to buy. These 9 people each had a horse. Their origins were definitely not simple. Xiao Chen thought for a while before turning around and asking, "What's the matter?" The cultivator in azure smiled faintly and looked at Lang Yu, who was beside Xiao Chen. He said, "Get your woman to remove her veil for me to take a look." Xiao Chen frowned and did not say anything. He only placed his right hand on the hilt of his saber. "Brat, don't be so untactful. Do you know what kind of person my young master is?" "Haha. My young master just wants to take a look. It's not like you will die. If my young master takes a liking to you, you will be able to make a meteoric rise," the middle-aged cultivators behind the cultivator in azure said. When Lang Yu saw that Xiao Chen could not sense it, she nodded slightly. She understood what Xiao Chen meant. The purple mark on Lang Yu's forehead flickered with light. Her eyes released strands of pink light. The 9 people riding on the royal blood horses immediately felt dazzled. Their blood started to boil as they entered a hallucination. Kasie! The lunar shadow saber was drawn at lightning speed. Then, Xiao Chen's figure wavered and turned into 9 afterimages. He executed Qing Yun Peak's secret technique, the clear wind chop, hiding a boundless killing intent in the gentle breeze. The cultivator in azure clothes reacted the fastest. He only used half a second to wake up from the hallucination. He slapped the back of his horse, and its speed increased explosively. In an instant, he flew more than 500 meters. However, a clone still managed to leave a bloody wound on his chest. Electricity flickered in the wound, and saber intent surged. The saber chi surged wildly in his chest, causing the cultivator in azure clothes immense pain. The other 8 people were only startled awake after Lang Yu's charm technique for a second. Just as they were about to make a move, they discovered a cool breeze blowing on them. Suddenly, a saber light appeared, and a surging killing intent burst forth. That killing intent was boundless, like a surging flood or a surging sea. The few of them had never felt such a vast killing intent before. In that instant, their bodies seemed to lose the ability to move. Before he could pull out the weapon in his hand, a stream of blood spurted out from his neck, and his head flew into the air. 1 second was sufficient for Xiao Chen to do many things. When the cultivator in azure clothes in the air felt Xiao Chen's surging killing intent and horrifying strength, he felt incredibly shocked. All the more, he did not expect Xiao Chen to be so decisive, killing him without saying a word. "You are ruthless. If you have the guts, don't return to the divine dragon warship. I will make it so that you will never be able to leave the boundless sea." Bang! The 9 figures merged back into one. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and watched the cultivator in azure clothes disappear into the distance. He did not give chase. "Should we give chase?" Lang Yu asked. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "There is no need. He is just a profligate son of a rich family. There is no need to bother with him." After cultivating on Nirvana Island for the first half of the year, Xiao Chen's cultivation had already risen to peak superior grade martial king. He only needed 6 more spirit gathering pearls to break through to half-step martial monarch. Xiao Chen had already opened his sea of consciousness long ago. Once he became a half-step martial monarch, he would not need to fear anyone under martial monarch. Xiao Chen did not fear such a greedy profligate son of a rich family. He could use miraculous medicinal pills and natural treasures to raise his cultivation. However, without tempering, what was the use of that? The 2 of them mounted a royal blood horse each and galloped forward. The royal blood horse was not as fast as a cultivator. However, it had great stamina. Without resting, it could travel day and night. It was very suitable for traveling long distances. The 2 traveled day and night. After 4 days, the 3 outpost islets appeared before their eyes. This place was already at the edge of the battlefield. There were many cultivators coming and going. Xiao Chen and Lang Yu, who rode on the royal blood horse, stood out from the many cultivators walking on the surface of the sea. They attracted many gazes. This was especially so for Lang Yu. Although she wore a fur coat and a veil, her exquisite figure, her exposed eyes, and her naturally bewitching aura made it clear that she was a beauty with one look. The veil added a sense of mystery to Lang Yu's aura. Everyone wanted to know what she looked like when she removed the veil. Xiao. Suddenly, 4 figures flew out from the outpost islets. These 4 people wore robes of 4 colors: green, yellow, white, and blue. They were the same as the Northern Sea's 4 young masters. They were all peak small perfection half-step martial monarchs. The 4 landed on the water and blocked Xiao Chen's path. The cultivator in green that Xiao Chen met a few days ago smiled coldly and said, "I said it before. If you dare to return to the divine dragon warship, I will make it so that you will never be able to leave the boundless sea." Fourth brother, this is the person you were talking about. He is not even a half-step martial monarch, yet he managed to injure you to such an extent, the cultivator in white on the left said. The cultivator in green said angrily, "I was careless. I already said I was careless." The girl beside him is very strange. Don't look at her eyes. Chapter 535. Seeing the 4 people blocking Xiao Chen and Lang Yu's path, the cultivators passing by all gathered over curiously. Someone offended those 4 fellows again. They are probably in trouble again. Half a year ago, the Northern Sea's 4 young masters mysteriously disappeared. These 4 people call themselves the new Northern Sea's 4 young masters. In the past few battles of the Blood Moon, their performances were very eye-catching. Now, they are even more famous than the previous 4 young masters. Shenyuan Zhantian taught the 4 of them a lesson previously, but they did not change. They are still very arrogant. Some time ago, they even snatched a month's worth of our team's harvest. What can we do? They are the direct descendants of the Northern Sea's 4 noble clans. The previous 4 young masters are probably dead. In the future, these 4 people will be the ones in charge of the Northern Sea. As the group discussed, Xiao Chen gained a better understanding of the situation in the past half a year. It looked like no one knew that he was the one who killed the Northern Sea's 4 young masters. Or perhaps the Northern Sea's 4 noble clans did not publicize this matter. Regardless of which it was more beneficial to Xiao Chen. The cultivator in green did not let Xiao Chen off. He said, "Brat, if you are smart, you will immediately send the woman beside you over. Give me 1 million medial-grade spirit stones, and I will let you go." Naturally, Xiao Chen would not agree to such conditions. The warhorse galloped, kicking up splashes on the Scarlet Sea. Then, Xiao Chen charged over. Opposing blood sword. Breaking blade saber. Wind dragon burst. Iron fire fist. The 4 people smiled coldly and soared into the air. 4 different states spread out in the air. Their auras merged as they executed their killing moves, preparing to work together to severely injure Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with these 4 people. He drew his lunar shadow saber and executed his strongest move while on horseback. Wuxia moves heaven. Under the guidance of Xiao Chen's saber intent, scarlet electric lights flickered continuously in the pitch-black demonic clouds in the sky, quickly gathering together. A kilometer in the sky, the thunderclouds formed a scarlet Wuxia tree. The tree grew rapidly, wildly absorbing the lightning-attributed spiritual energy in the surroundings. Soon, leaves flourished, and a row of divine trees covered the sky. The divine Wuxia tree grew several hundred meters tall. Clang 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 clang. When the divine Wuxia tree completely formed, everyone present felt like the entire sky was shaking. The laws of heaven and earth seemed to have undergone some sort of change. The 4 of them suddenly discovered that no matter how they moved, they could not move at all. For a moment, they were panicking to the extreme. What's going on? What kind of martial skill is this? The scarlet divine Wuxia tree descended from the sky and instantly shattered the killing moves that the 4 just executed. All sorts of lights and essence flew everywhere. This move was unavoidable. Back when Xiao Chen was only a superior-grade martial king, he used this move to defeat Xie Ziwen, a peak superior-grade martial king. Now, his cultivation and slaughter intent had more than doubled, and his strength had increased greatly. Even an inferior-grade martial monarch would not dare to clash head-on. These 4 relied on medicinal pills to raise their cultivation. How could they block it? Bang! In an instant, the scarlet divine Wuxia tree crushed the four's essence barrier. They all vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the scarlet sea, unable to get up again. After defeating the four in one move, Xiao Chen ignored them. He sheathed his saber and rode the royal blood horse to the divine dragon warship on the surging scarlet sea. Damn! Who is this person? Why have I never seen him before? He defeated the Northern Sea's four young masters in one move. He is already on par with Shenyuan Zhantian. Indeed, I have never heard of this person in the top 10 of the point ranking. This fellow did not even say a word, but he gave off a very tyrannical feeling. He is even more tyrannical than Shenyuan Zhantian. When the people at the side saw Xiao Chen leave, their shock was indescribable. It was hard to imagine that there was a youth on the same level as Shenyuan Zhantian in the deep-sea battlefield. On the divine dragon warship, Xiao Chen brought Lang Yu to the exchange room. He had been stuck at peak superior grade Marshal King for a long time already, and urgently needed spirit gathering pearls to break through. The moment Xiao Chen entered the hall, he immediately felt a few sneaky gazes directed at him. After a few glances, Xiao Chen ignored them. The point ranking was still very crowded. Xiao Chen casually glanced at the rankings. Shenyuan Zhantian was still in first place. Bai Zhan had been pushed to fourth place. The second and third places were occupied by the leaders of the Western Sea's 7 knights and the Southern Sea's 4 heroes. As for Xiao Chen's own ranking, he did not even see the 50th place. So, he could not be bothered to look at it. The strength of the demons on Nirvana Island could not be compared to the demons outside. Thus, it was understandable that Xiao Chen's points rose slower. However, the benefits he gained were much greater. Without a doubt, the experience he gained from sparring with the strong was incomparable to that of the weak. Wait for me here. I'm going to the exchange room, Xiao Chen instructed Lang Yu, who was beside him. After queuing for 15 minutes, Xiao Chen entered the exchange room for the second time. When the white-haired old man saw Xiao Chen enter, his calm expression immediately changed. Shock appeared in his eyes. However, he quickly recovered his calm. Xiao Chen took out his jade pendant and went straight to the point. 8,000 points. Help me exchange for 6 spirit gathering pearls. As for the remaining 2,000, help me exchange them for superior grade spirit stones. The white-haired old man received the jade pendant and looked at it. There were indeed 8,000 points. Then, he handed out the jade pendant and smiled. Little friend, you might be disappointed. The spirit gathering pearls have already been exchanged. Xiao Chen frowned and asked, "Why?" The white-haired old man explained, "The Divine Dragon Palace only has one martial sage. How could they have so much time to refine spirit gathering pearls? They can only refine 100 a year." That was indeed the case. Refining spirit gathering pearls would exhaust a martial sage's life cultivation. There would definitely be a limit to how many spirit gathering pearls he could refine. Xiao Chen could not help but feel disappointed. Without spirit gathering pearls, he might need another half a year to break through his bottleneck. If he was unlucky, it might take even longer. However, I can help you exchange for 6. Use your 8,000 points. The white-haired old man changed the topic and took out 6 inferior-grade spirit gathering pearls. Xiao Chen was not in a rush to receive the white-haired old man's spirit gathering pearls. He muttered to himself for a while before asking, "Senior, why are you helping me?" The white-haired old man handed the spirit gathering pearls over and smiled. "Haha! Are you afraid that I will harm you? You are someone who even dared to kill the Northern Sea's 4 young masters. Do you not even have this bit of courage?" Xiao Chen smiled faintly. His expression did not change. However, he tightened his grip on his saber. He said, "Senior, don't speak nonsense. The 4 young masters are powerful people. How can I afford to offend them? You are not going to admit it? The Evil Moon Pavilions by Zhan already used the returning light mirror to record the scene of you killing the 4 young masters. Currently, the hall is filled with the Northern Sea Alliance's spies. The news of your appearance has probably already been sent to the North Sea by the 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman. In an hour, the North Sea Alliance's elders will be sent over by the ancient teleportation formation. If I were you, I would definitely take my things and leave immediately." The white-haired old man laughed softly as he spoke unhurriedly. Xiao Chen's face sank. He carefully put away the spirit gathering pearls and quickly stood up. He said, Many thanks for Senior's reminder. I will repay this kindness in the future. Bai Zhan indeed had a backup plan. Unexpectedly, his plan was very detailed. Back then, regardless of whether the Northern Sea's 4 young masters succeeded or not, they still forced me to a dead end. However, 1 hour is sufficient for me to leave for a long time. After leaving the exchange room, Xiao Chen looked around. When he found Lang Yu, he quickly walked over and said, "Come with me. Let's leave this place quickly." When Lang Yu saw Xiao Chen's hostile expression, she knew that something had happened. She quickly followed behind Xiao Chen. Immediately, Xiao Chen moved quickly in the large hall, pushing aside all the cultivators in his way. He did not stop at all. This infuriated the people around him, causing them to curse at him. However, Xiao Chen just ignored them. However, after walking for less than 5 minutes, someone appeared in front of Xiao Chen. This was the person that he did not want to see the most. "Bai Zhan," Xiao Chen said sullenly as he revealed a murderous intent in his eyes. Within the crowd, Bai Zhan stood upright with his hands behind his back. He smiled faintly and said, "White-robed bladesman, why are you in such a rush? Where are you going? You have not been back for half a year already. Are you not going to rest?" Xiao Chen did not hide the murderous intent in his eyes. He said sullenly, "Move aside." Bai Zhan raised his eyelids slightly and remained silent. He did not move at all, showing no intention of moving aside. "Xiao!" Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and his figure flashed. A strong wind blew as he prepared to move past Bai Zhan. In another hour, the elders of the Northern Sea's 4 noble clans would arrive. Xiao Chen did not want to waste time with Bai Zhan. If there were any grudges, they could settle them later. Bai Zhan moved his feet slightly and blocked Xiao Chen. He said indifferently, "If you want to leave, ask me first." Xiao Chen moved back and soared into the air. Bai Zhan pushed off the ground and blocked Xiao Chen again. This repeated 4 or 5 times. Even when Xiao Chen used his clones, Bai Zhan managed to block Xiao Chen at the last moment. After Bai Zhan blocked Xiao Chen's way again, the rage on Xiao Chen's face vanished. He moved back slightly and gently landed on the ground. He said calmly, "This is the last time. Are you leaving or not?" Bai Zhan shook his head and said, "Are you threatening me? I don't think you have the qualifications to say that." The two of them looked at each other and their auras rose continuously. Suddenly, a cool breeze blew on the calm ground. The surrounding people all felt that something was wrong. They quickly moved to the side, leaving an empty space for the two of them. Bai Zhan was very famous. He was the only peak genius of the great Jin nation to come here. After half a year, almost everyone knew about him. They all felt that his strength was unfathomable and that he was a true genius cultivator. As for Xiao Chen, he had disappeared for half a year. Very few people remembered him. Who is this person? He just defeated the new Northern Sea's 4 young masters at the outpost islets. Why is he fighting with Bai Zhan now? Bai Zhan is not someone that the Northern Sea's 4 young masters can compare to. He has been ranked in the top 5 for a long time. His strength is not just for show. There might be a good show to watch. This person does indeed have the strength to challenge Bai Zhan. The surrounding people discussed the situation, waiting to watch a good show. Xiao Chen placed his right hand on his saber hilt. A murderous intent spread out in his eyes. His eyes turned scarlet as he stared at Bai Zhan, waiting for a lightning-quick strike. Hua! Just at this moment, faint golden lines suddenly appeared in the great hall where the exchange room was located. The lines quickly connected together, forming a complicated formation. Strands of spiritual energy flowed out continuously from it. Chapter 536. An ancient teleportation formation. One teleportation costs 100,000 superior-grade spirit stones. What is going on? Someone exclaimed when he recognized the formation. Bai Zhan's expression relaxed. He looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was already a dead man with only 1 hour left to live. There is no time. I cannot wait any longer. Dong, dong, dong. Xiao Chen bowed slightly and placed his right hand on his saber hilt. Suddenly, he started running. A strong wind blew as he ran. Bai Zhan's gaze turned cold. He said in a frosty voice, "How reckless. You actually dare to make a move against me. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped significantly. Bai Zhan stretched out his hand from behind him and a huge ice palm suddenly appeared. It pressed down on Xiao Chen. Break! There was a flash of purple light as Xiao Chen drew his saber. A surging killing intent surged out like a flood. The huge ice palm was chopped in half just like that. It shattered into countless ice shards and fell to the ground. When Bai Zhan saw Xiao Chen break out of the ice, he was astonished. Shock appeared in Bai Zhan's eyes. Half a year ago, Xiao Chen had to use his trump card to break this move. Now, he dealt with it with one saber strike. Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations. Only seeing the cool breeze and not the saber. Xiao Chen's figure wavered and split into 9. 9 cool breezes appeared, and the killing intent that filled the air suddenly vanished. As the cool breeze blew, it drifted towards Bai Zhan. The torrential killing intent suddenly vanished. The frozen air also relaxed. The surrounding people were all astonished. What a fellow! His control over his killing intent has reached a level where he can control it freely. I can control it freely as well. However, my killing intent is not on the same level as his. This fellow is quite strong. Bai Zhan was slightly astonished as well. It was hard to imagine that in less than half a year, Xiao Chen had grown to such a level. However, I have not been standing still for the past half a year. Bai Zhan did not lose much confidence in himself. He still believed that he would have the last laugh. Furthermore, he only needed to last for 1 hour. At that time, the 8 martial monarchs would be enough to kill Xiao Chen in an instant. 1,000 flaming palm. Bai Zhan shouted angrily as he moved his hands, which were behind his back. The surrounding cold air suddenly surged intensely, becoming incomparably hot. The transition between the concepts of ice and fire was as pure as fire and as smooth as flowing water. There were no obstructions at all. Countless flaming palms descended from the sky. The flaming palms were so real that the lines on the palms could be seen clearly. Each thread was extremely lifelike. Bang, bang, bang. The palm landed on the ground, creating a deep crater. The special deck of the divine dragon warship could not withstand the power of the flaming palm. The ground beneath everyone's feet began to shake violently, causing them to lose their footing. Xiao Chen's 9 figures moved like the wind, moving between the flaming palms. Not a single one of them touched him as he rushed towards Bai Zhan. Just as the 9 figures approached, they merged together. An overwhelming killing intent that had been silent for a long time surged out. A saber light flashed as Xiao Chen hacked down. Morning Ice Soul Palm. Bai Zhan shouted and the flaming palms in the air gathered towards Bai Zhan's hand like raindrops. They formed a bone-chilling palm imprint. Fire and ice instantly switched. Bang! The saber light struck the palm imprint and a surging shockwave immediately burst out. The surging essence on the saber exploded out. Bai Zhan's complexion paled as he was knocked back 100 meters by this saber strike. He had a surprised expression on his face. He had actually lost in a contest of essence. Pa! Pa! Bai Zhan sent out 2 palm strikes in the air. However, he did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. A cold wind howled with 1 palm strike and a surging heat wave with the other. Xiao Chen was immediately sandwiched between the 2 extremes of ice and fire. He felt very uncomfortable and his movements slowed down. Bai Zhan's combat experience was very rich. The 4 young masters could not compare to him. When he saw Xiao Chen reveal an opening, he immediately took advantage of it. His figure flashed and he sent a palm strike at Xiao Chen's body from the side. This palm strike contained the energy of ice. It was bone-chilling, invading Xiao Chen's meridians and blood. Boom! Bai Zhan laughed maniacally and swung his left hand. However, his left hand contained a boundless energy of fire. Close combat had rendered Xiao Chen's saber useless. Bai Zhan was prepared to take down Xiao Chen in one spurt of energy and trample on him. This was a good plan. However, Bai Zhan did not know that Xiao Chen's close combat techniques were no weaker than his saber techniques. Berserk Dragon Fist. A resonant dragon roar resounded and an azure dragon head appeared on Xiao Chen's left hand. Then, he sent out a dragon fist. When the fist and palm collided, sparks flew everywhere. Xiao Chen's horrifying strength exploded out. Bai Zhan felt his arm go numb, and he lost all feeling. This punch knocked him back 10 meters in midair. However, Xiao Chen did not move back at all. He gently swung his lunar shadow saber and drew a scarlet arc. Electricity flickered on the arc as it blocked Bai Zhan, who was charging forward again. The two of them exchanged blows in midair. Horrifying energy fluctuations spread out in all directions, startling the surrounding cultivators. Bai Zhan's combat techniques were very good. When he realized that his essence was not as strong as Xiao Chen's, he immediately changed his strategy. Using the two extremes of ice and fire, he clashed with Xiao Chen. For a short period of time, he was not at a disadvantage. The two of them executed their killing moves in midair. All sorts of martial techniques appeared, giving off resplendent lights. They were evenly matched in midair. It was extremely intense. However, as time passed, Bai Zhan slowly fell into a disadvantage. Xiao Chen's state of massacre was simply too strong. The killing intent seeped into Bai Zhan's bones, slowly affecting his performance. At first, it did not affect him much. However, as time passed, his mental state started fluctuating. When Bai Zhan attacked, he could not control himself and revealed an opening. Xiao Chen caught hold of it and a horrifying saber wound appeared on his body. At some point in time, Shenyuan Zhantian, who was riding on his royal dragon horse, appeared in the crowd. He watched the two fighting in midair with interest. The Southern Sea's 4 heroes and the Western Sea's 7 knights were also attracted by this exciting battle. They all stopped to watch, occasionally commenting on it. Bai Zhan took some time to glance at the transportation formation in the air. He saw that 8 figures had already appeared in 8 different locations on the transportation formation. When the 8 figures solidified, the people on the other side would be completely transported over. I can't wait any longer. If I drag this out, I will lose for sure. Bai Zhan executed a big move and forced back Xiao Chen. Then, he quickly pulled himself out and soared into the air. He looked at Xiao Chen and said sternly, "Do you dare to decide victory or defeat in one move?" Xiao Chen brandished the saber in his hand and pointed it at Bai Zhan. He said softly, "That is exactly what I was thinking." Bai Zhan shouted ferociously, and the spiritual energy of ice and fire gathered and merged. Ice and fire were two extremely conflicting attributes. Under Bai Zhan's control, they actually merged and formed a huge whirlpool in front of him. It looked very strange. The whirlpool contained both the berserk of raging flames and the cold of ice. When the two attributes merged, they formed a new energy. Countless ice shards and sparks instantly spewed out of the whirlpool. The energy of the ice shards and sparks was startling. When the ice shards struck the surrounding people, severe wounds immediately appeared on their faces. They felt incomparably painful, like they had been cut by a knife. This startled the others. They quickly brought out their protective essence. When the sparks and ice shards struck the protective essence, they immediately gave off bang, bang sounds. Ice and fire oppose each other. This is the law of nature. How could they merge? This is too inconceivable. How did this move work? I can't figure it out at all. Shenyuan Zhantian's expression changed slightly as well. After a while he muttered, "So that's how it is. It is not a true merger. Instead, it forms a delicate balance. Once the balance is broken, it will erupt with horrifying energy, dealing a fatal blow to the opponent." The leader of the Southern Sea's 4 heroes continued, "Ice and fire cannot coexist. Forcefully merging them will only result in great destruction. Before he makes his move, he suppresses this destructive force, allowing his opponent to bear the brunt of it." What a brilliant idea! The Evil Moon Pavilions by Zhan truly lives up to his reputation. He truly lives up to his reputation as a peak genius of the great Jin nation, the leader of the Western Sea's 7 Knights side. His tone was filled with admiration. When the experts present saw Bai Zhan's move, they all nodded in agreement. They all retreated a few hundred meters. Even Shenyuan Zhantian was no exception. This was because they could already imagine how destructive this move would be. If they were struck by the aftershocks, they would not feel good. Die! Raging ice flame wave. Bai Zhan pushed his hands forward ferociously. The whirlpool of ice and fire in front of him immediately turned into a spiraling 2-colored light. It spun continuously as it flew at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Originally, he was prepared to use Wuxia move's Heaven to deal with his opponent. However, when he saw Bai Zhan's raging ice flame wave, he immediately knew that Wuxia move's Heaven would not be able to withstand this destructive force. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen had an idea. He muttered to himself, "I'll use that move. I'll use the power of heaven and earth to deal with the destructive force of your raging ice flame." Xiao Chen circulated the four-season saber technique in his meridians. A cold wind blew in the surroundings. Amid the cold wind, the crowd seemed to see snowflakes drifting down. Ice sealed the surrounding for thousands of kilometers. It was a boundless cold. All the creatures in the world entered hibernation. "This is strange. Why do I feel like it's late winter?" the crowd exclaimed in astonishment. Amid the cold wind and falling snowflakes, Xiao Chen's saber suddenly moved. A clap of thunder resounded. The thunder contained a desolate killing intent. When the thunder roared, all the cold wind and snowflakes instantly disappeared. Instead, a spring breeze caressed their faces, and all living things came back to life. They all woke up from their hibernation state and began to chirp. This move was the first move of the four-season saber technique, the spring saber. Xiao Chen took the meaning of spring thunder. It carried a killing qi, commanding all the beasts in the world to cry out in unison. A surging energy burst forth from the saber along with the roar of thunder. This was the power of heaven and earth. After winter came spring. The cycle of the world was unstoppable. A boundless energy spread out from the saber. This was the pure power of heaven and earth. The cycle of the four seasons, the end of winter and the arrival of spring. Xiao Chen used the spring thunder as a guide to infuse this cycle into his saber technique. A surging energy surged out. Chapter 537. The shock wave formed by the fusion of ice and raging flames could no longer maintain its balance. It exploded like a berserk dragon or a wild horse that had broken free of its reins. A strong wind blew and countless chaotic energy flows appeared in space. Several of the cultivators did not retreat too far and were struck by the chaotic energy flows. They immediately vomited a large mouthful of blood, their complexions turning extremely pale. The power of the fusion of ice and fire is truly startling. The others quickly retreated another 100 meters, feeling even more astonished in their hearts. However, just as the shockwave was about to reach Xiao Chen, it was broken by the power of the world on Xiao Chen's saber. Xiao! A sharp saber light turned into a spring breeze, splitting the cold shockwave in half. As the spring breeze blew, all sorts of birds and beasts cried out. Everything came to life. The power of the world turned all the chaotic energy flows into nothingness. That ferocious shockwave was slowly dispelled by this saber strike. What saber technique is this? I can actually feel the power of the world. Unexpectedly, the shock wave of ice and raging flames was completely dissipated. It did not have any effect at all. When everyone saw such a strange scene, they were shocked. Shenyuan Zhantian, the Southern Sea's four heroes, and the others all frowned. They did not understand what was happening. The spring breeze formed by the saber light did not lose its momentum. Before Bai Zhan's horrified gaze, it arrived before him and struck his chest. The energy contained in the wind immediately surged out. Bai Zhan did his best to block, but he felt like he was facing the world. That energy was astonishingly strong. Puxia! After a while, Bai Zhan's defense broke. He vomited a large mouthful of blood and flew into the air. Then, he landed heavily on the ground. Bang! 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 Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and stood upright. He felt somewhat dizzy. After checking himself, he discovered that he had exhausted a significant amount of essence and mental energy. Unexpectedly, this move exhausted a large amount of mental energy and essence. Drawing the power of the world into saber technique was indeed not that easy. Xiao Chen shifted his gaze to the ancient transportation formation and ignored Bai Zhan. The elders of the Northern Sea's four noble clans were his true threat. As for Bai Zhan, he could no longer stop Xiao Chen. The bitter cultivation on Nirvana Island for half a year was no joke. Xiao Chen soared up and pointed his saber at the ancient transportation formation. He needed to destroy the transportation formation. Otherwise, if 8 martial monarchs attacked together, he would not have any chance of surviving. You want to destroy the transportation formation? Dream on. Bai Zhan, who was lying on the ground, was in a sorry state. He no longer had his earlier calmness. He roared ferociously and charged at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen frowned slightly, feeling extremely furious in his heart. You, Bai Zhan, have tried to kill me time and time again, using all sorts of schemes to force me to stay on Nirvana Island for half a year. He had schemed to make Xiao Chen offend the Northern Sea's 4 great clans, forcing him to end the experiential training early. Now, he had come to obstruct him again and again. Did he really think that Xiao Chen had killed someone? Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and sheathed the lunar shadow saber. Then, he turned around and burned his vital qi as he punched. Bang! A dragon fist descended from the burning azure clouds in the sky. It was like a meteor crashing down. It instantly struck Bai Zhan's head and smashed him to the ground. Xiao Chen's hands did not stop moving. He turned his fist into a claw and opened the dragon fist. A blue dragon hidden in the clouds gave off a resonant dragon roar. The dragon claw descended from the sky and pressed down on Bai Zhan, who had just stood up. Cracks spread out on the ground, and Bai Zhan fell with a bang. Hu Qi! Xiao Chen's figure flashed and he quickly arrived before the hole. He stretched out his hand and pulled Bai Zhan up. Bai Zhan's entire body was in pain. When he saw Xiao Chen pull him up, he sent out an ice palm. Xiao Chen kicked and the force in his leg exploded forth. He shattered the huge ice palm with a bang. Bai Zhan was knocked back again. Who asked you to play tricks? Today I will beat you up. I don't care if you are the last disciple of the Evil Moon Pavilion. Since you want to kill me, I will repay you tenfold. Bang! 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 Xiao Chen's figure flashed as he activated the blood flame shoes. His speed was very fast as he punched and kicked Bai Zhan. Bai Zhan did his best to block, but it was to no avail. Bai Zhan was severely injured by Xiao Chen's spring thunder chop. Then, he suffered from the burning the heavens. How could he block Xiao Chen's attacks? Xiao Chen beat him up in the air until he did not even look human. Blood spurted out of his mouth. Void battle armor. At the critical moment, Bai Zhan had no choice but to take out his trump card. A light flickered on his body, and a crack appeared in the space behind him. He quickly hid in it and fled in a sorry state. Ha ha ha! Xiao Chen, so what if you fight to your heart's content? The transportation formation will be ready soon. The 8 martial monarchs of the 4 noble clans will come out together. You are destined to die. When I completely merge the ice and the raging flame and ascend to the position of Evil Moon Pavilion's Pavilion Master, I will kill my way to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Your friends and family will suffer a fate worse than death because of you. I want you to die in peace. The crack in space slowly closed, and Bai Zhan's roars came from within. Xiao Chen remained expressionless. He waved his right hand, and when the crack closed completely, the thunder fire sword in his palm shot out. A miserable cry came from the crack. Chi! Chi! The thunder fire sword circled around in the air and shrank back to the size of a palm. Then, it landed in Xiao Chen's hand. Drops of blood slowly dripped from the blade. You were stabbed in the chest. I hope you are still alive. Xiao Chen returned the thunderfire sword to his palm. Then, he flew to the top of the ancient transportation formation with a grave expression. The lines on the formation gave off a resplendent light. At this moment, the 8 figures looked very solid. They would soon break out of the formation. Could this transportation formation be used to deal with him? What exactly did this person do? Unexpectedly, he provoked the Northern Sea's 4 noble clans into activating the ancient transportation formation to deal with him. First, he killed the Northern Sea's new 4 young masters with 1 saber strike. Then, he defeated the Evil Moon Pavilion's Bai Zhan. It is such a pity for such a genius to fall. Why is he not running quickly? What is he doing there? Does he think he can break the transportation formation? With the 8 martial monarchs working together, there would be no surprises. Even someone as strong as Shenyuan Zhantian would not survive. When the people below saw the resplendent transportation formation, they all felt it was a pity. The transportation formation required 100,000 superior-grade spirit stones to activate. Once it was activated, even a martial monarch would find it hard to break. Xiao Chen's gaze turned grave as he continuously scanned the formation with his spiritual sense, searching for the flaws of the formation. The Compendium of Cultivation had a lot of knowledge and introduction regarding formations. Xiao Chen was more familiar with formations than anyone else. If it was a complete formation, he would not be able to break it with his strength. However, if it was not a complete formation, it would be hard to say. I found it. It is indeed as I expected. How can an ancient formation be so easy to fix? Xiao Chen muttered as he focused his gaze on a certain node in the formation. A painting flew out of Xiao Chen's body. He held it in his right hand and unfurled it with his left. The lotus-shaped scarlet blood frost flame floated out of the palm in the painting. Under the control of Xiao Chen's spiritual sense, it quickly descended towards that incomplete node. When everyone saw the scarlet blood frost flame descend, their eyes were filled with bewilderment. What is this? Qi! When the scarlet blood frost flame landed on that node, the scarlet flame immediately burned intensely. The extremely complicated and resplendent formation started to tremble. The entire space started to shake, and suddenly, the world started to spin. The huge divine dragon worship started to shake as well, and everyone started to panic for no apparent reason. Kasie! The weakest node finally broke under the burning of the scarlet blood frost flame. Like dominoes, cracks began to appear on the formation. Kacha! An ancient transportation formation, something that seemed to be a mythical transportation formation, actually shattered right before everyone's eyes. The 8 corporeal human figures also gradually became illusory and ethereal. They flickered incessantly and finally disappeared one by one. Xiao Chen finally heaved a sigh of relief. He said softly, "It's over." Boom! Just as Xiao Chen was about to withdraw the scarlet blood frost flame, the final figure in the formation flickered wildly. Before the formation completely vanished, it turned into a real figure. A martial monarch green-robed old man had teleported over at the last moment. "Ignorant child, you killed the 4 inheritors of my Northern Sea Clan's clan head. Do you really think you can deceive everyone?" Bang! The green-robed old man punched. A fist made of quintessence smashed the scarlet blood frost flame into lotus petals with a pa sound and sent it back into the painting. The green-robed old man's figure flashed. He was so fast that no one could catch him with their eyes. In an instant, he arrived before Xiao Chen. Then, he sent a sharp kick at Xiao Chen's head. When the green-robed old man kicked, the surrounding wind howled. The air around his feet spiraled, forming an intense storm. The aura of this kick was startling, shocking everyone. Bang! Just as Xiao Chen's hand touched the handle of the lunar shadow saber, the kick landed on his chest. He crashed into the ground like a cannonball. Xiao Chen vomited a large mouthful of blood. The quintessence in his feet surged wildly into his body. The quintessence that surged out from the crystal chi whirlpool immediately vanished without a trace. It could not resist at all. The quintessence swept through Xiao Chen's meridians and rushed into his chest. His internal organs immediately turned into a mess. Xiao Chen felt something sweet in his throat as he vomited another mouthful of blood. Quintessence was quintessence. No matter how pure and vast Xiao Chen's essence was, he could not resist it. The difference between the two was like the difference between wood and steel. No matter how hard wood was, how could it compare to steel? After struggling for a while, Xiao Chen quickly stood up. He pushed off the ground and activated the secret technique of the blood flame shoes. His speed instantly broke through Mach 4. He grabbed Lang Yu and rushed forward. When Lang Yu saw the pale Xiao Chen, she said worriedly, "Are you all right? I have a way to deal with him." "Don't say anything." There was not much fluctuation in Xiao Chen's tone. However, there was an irrefutable meaning in his words. Chapter 538. The green-robed old man in the air revealed shock in his eyes. He had used 50% of his strength in this kick. Even a peak half-step martial monarch would be severely injured by this kick. However, Xiao Chen still had the strength to stand up. Not only that, but he was even able to run so fast. What a strong physical body! The green-robed old man laughed maniacally. However, no matter how strong your physical body is, you are just a martial king. Dang! The green-robed old man's figure flashed. It was like he teleported and arrived before Xiao Chen. Then, he stored up some energy and gathered his quintessence at his feet. The surrounding air turned into a whirlwind that moved quickly under his feet. At this moment, even the wind was sucked in by the green-robed old man. It was like this was an order that no one dared to disobey. Xiao Chen seemed to have eyes behind him. He did not even bother to look. Instead, he turned around and kicked. Since Xiao Chen was not as fast as the green-robed old man, he could only predict his movements. Bang! Bang! Xiao Chen's kick landed on the green-robed old man's foot. He vomited another mouthful of blood and flew back again. He spun in the air and dissipated the force of the kick. Then, he continued flying forward. The first time, you did not even see my footsteps. This time, You managed to predict my movements and even borrowed my force to flee further. The green-robed old man's face sank. His figure flickered, leaving behind afterimages in the air as he quickly gave chase. Xiao Chen, who was in the air, turned his head to take a look. A fierce purple flame burned in his right eye. With a thought, an overwhelming purple flame shot out from his right eye. The green-robed old man was flying too fast. He was hit in an instant. His clothes and hair were immediately set on fire. Pooh! A strong quintessence burst out of the old man's body. The purple flame burned for a breath of time before it was completely extinguished. The old man's clothes were burned to tatters. His hair gave off strands of black smoke. He looked very miserable. The green-robed old man was not injured. However, he was extremely angry. A bona fide martial monarch was reduced to such a state by a junior. Damn it! I will definitely kill you today. Intense sonic booms resounded in the air. The green-robed old man pushed his movement technique to its limits. In a few breaths, he arrived before Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He raised his hand and shot out the thunderfire sword in his palm. Then, without even looking, he turned around and ran. The purple flames on the thunderflame sword burned slowly. After Lang Yu refined the thunderflame sword, its speed and might increased by more than 4 times. The explosive force within 100 meters could reach Mach 5 or more. The sword did not miss its target. The azure-robed old man had just arrived in front of Xiao Chen when the thunderfire sword arrived before him, startling him. Chi! The sword blade didn't give him any time to react before it shot towards him. At this moment, it was obviously too late for him to use the Zhan Yuan shield again. At this critical moment, the old man could only tilt his head to the side. The thunderfire sword, which was as fast as a meteor, brushed past his cheek. The sharp chi on the sword's edge left a shallow wound on the left side of his face. With this delay, Xiao Chen managed to escape again. Furthermore, Xiao Chen left a wound on his face. After being continuously played by a junior, the old man was so angry that smoke came out of his head. His entire body trembled as he said in a trembling voice, "Damn it! Damn it!" Bang! Bang! He stomped heavily on the ground twice, causing the entire ground to tremble. The surrounding people were shaken to the point where they swayed left and right. This showed how much force was contained in that stomp. "I don't believe I can't catch you." The green-robed old man shouted angrily and chased in a straight line. Some of the buildings in front of him were directly smashed into pieces. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense locked firmly on the azure-clad old man. Even without looking behind him, he could sense the other party's every move. Xiao Chen gently floated down and put Lang Yu down. Then, he turned around and faced the old man. He opened the 24 acupoints on his arms and the 2 blue dragon tattoos moved quickly. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. When the green-robed old man saw Xiao Chen stop, looking like he wanted to block him, he smiled in disdain. He opened his right palm and condensed quintessence. His palm immediately lit up with a resplendent light. It was incomparably dazzling. Roar! Roar! 2 resonant dragon roars resounded. The blue dragon tattoos on Xiao Chen's arms came to life. They left his arms and turned into 2 realistic dragon chi. They roared ferociously and charged forward, baring their fangs and claws. The dragon roars resounded and dragon might spread out. The blue dragon seemed real as it glared angrily at the green-robed old man. Unexpectedly, a trace of fear flashed in his heart. Bang! Bang! The 2 dragons intersected and crashed into the green-robed old man's palm. A surging energy burst out and formed a circular azure shockwave that spread out rapidly. Several cultivators were caught off guard and were sent flying by the shockwave. Damn it! How can he be so strong? The green-robed old man was astonished. He unconsciously retreated several steps. By the time the shockwave dissipated, Xiao Chen had fled far away with Lang Yu. This white-robed bladesman is very powerful. He managed to dodge several times. His opponent is a martial monarch. If I were facing a martial monarch, I would have to admit defeat before the fight even started. How could I still have such fighting spirit? Martial monarchs have already refined their essence into quintessence. They are on a completely different level from us. It is surprising that this white-robed bladesman could last for so long. He might have really managed to escape. When the surrounding cultivators saw Xiao Chen force back the green-robed martial monarch again, they discussed in astonishment. When the green-robed old man heard these words, it was like a slap to his face. His face, which had been charred by the purple thunder true fire, could not help but tremble. The green-robed old man narrowed his eyes and watched Xiao Chen flee quickly. He was thoroughly enraged. His clothes fluttered continuously as a strong wind blew behind him. The aura of a martial monarch soared wildly. "Come back." The green-robed old man opened his right hand and a strong whirlwind appeared in his palm, heading for Xiao Chen. This time, the green-robed old man did not hold back at all. The quintessence in his body surged as he brought out his full strength. The whirlwind quickly caught up to Xiao Chen. An irresistible suction pulled Xiao Chen back step by step. 500 meters, 400 meters, 200 meters, 50 meters. Xiao Chen did his best to resist. However, his body still moved back uncontrollably. This was the result of the huge difference in strength. No matter what technique he used, he could not dodge it. Enough! Shenyuan Zhantian, who had been watching from the side for a long time, could no longer stand it. He spat out 2 words and rode on the mixed-blood royal dragon horse. He held the heavenly halberd in his hand and charged over. The purple cloak on Shenyuan Zhantian's back fluttered continuously. An azure flood dragon spiraled around the heavenly halberd, carrying a boundless aura. 1 man, 1 horse, and 1 halberd, the Eastern Sea's little dragon king, Shenyuan Zhantian, made his move. The green-robed old man's face sank. He did not dare to be careless against this halberd. The whirlwind in his palm stopped and he sent a palm strike to meet Shenyuan Zhantian's halberd. Bang! When the green-robed old man's palm strike landed on the halberd, the spiraling flood dragon immediately shattered into tiny purple flood dragon chi. A surging quintessence spread out from the halberd. The royal dragon horse neighed and raised its front hooves. It looked like it would fall at any moment. Shenyuan Zhantian pressed down hard and the royal dragon horse's hooves fell back to the ground. In the end, it managed to withstand the peak strike of a martial monarch. The green-robed old man looked at Shenyuan Zhantian and shouted angrily, "Shenyuan Zhantian, what are you trying to do?" "What am I trying to do?" Shenyuan Zhantian, who was on the horse, snorted coldly. His complexion appeared somewhat pale. Clearly, the palm strike from the old man was not easy to deal with. "I just can't stand you bullying the weak. You are already so old, yet you keep making a move against a junior. The funniest thing is that you have never succeeded. I feel embarrassed for you." The old man's complexion turned ashen. He looked at Shenyuan Zhantian with a hostile gaze. He said coldly, "Didn't the Divine Dragon Palace's people instruct you? This brat killed the scions of our Northern Sea's 4 noble clans. The Northern Sea Alliance will not let him go." Shenyuan Zhantian mocked. "To think you are not embarrassed to say that. 1 person killed the scions of the 4 noble clans. That means he is just trash. What qualifications does such trash have to lead the Northern Sea Alliance? So what if he is killed?" "You!" The green-robed old man pointed at Shenyuan Zhantian. He was so angry that he could not speak. "I will not waste my breath with you. I only have 1 question. Are you using your status as the Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master to stop me?" Shenyuan Zhantian brandished his heavenly war halberd and smiled. "Why the need to use the Divine Dragon Palace to suppress me? I am me. I just can't stand you bullying the weak. If you want to make a move, just come and try." Haha. I have long heard that the Eastern Sea's little dragon king is arrogant and ignorant. Today, I finally get to experience it for myself. I will show you the difference between a martial monarch and a martial king. The green-robed old man was so angry that he laughed. He stood upright with his hands behind his back, and a murderous intent slowly brewed in his eyes. Dong, dong, dong. 7 young cultivators wearing silver battle armor walked out of the crowd. They were the Western Sea's 7 knights. The leader looked at the green-robed old man and smiled coldly. "How awe-inspiring! You are only an inferior-grade martial monarch at the age of 60 or 70. Yet you dare to put on airs? We, the Western Sea's 7 knights, want to see what kind of martial monarch you are. When the younger generation fights, life and death are always up to fate. The older generation is not allowed to interfere. We, the Southern Sea's 4 heroes, want to see how capable you are." Another 4 handsome young men and women walked out of the crowd and looked at the green-robed old man with a fiery gaze. Xiao Chen's expression was somewhat flabbergasted. Shenyuan Zhantian, the Southern Sea's 4 heroes, and the Western Sea's 7 knights were actually helping him at such a crucial moment. The sudden reversal of the situation also surprised the other cultivators. However, after thinking about it, they understood. The times had changed. The geniuses of the younger generation all had their own common ground. In this era, if the older generation did not abide by the rules, they would make a move. This made Xiao Chen understand what era he was in. The strength that Xiao Chen displayed proved that he was a genius cultivator as well. If Xiao Chen fell like that, the other genius cultivators would feel it was a pity. The green-robed old man looked at the group of people. Then, his aura exploded out, forcing everyone to take a step back. He said coldly, "Is there any use in numbers?" There was an insurmountable gap between martial monarchs and martial kings. Even with so many half-step martial monarchs working together, they might not be a match for the old man. Chapter 539. When Xiao Chen was a superior-grade martial saint, he could kill an inferior-grade martial king. He could also easily escape from a medial-grade martial king. However, when one reached martial monarch, it was very different. The difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Even an inferior-grade martial monarch could sweep through any genius cultivator without any pressure. The changes brought about by refining essence into quintessence were not something a martial king could comprehend. What if I am included? Just as everyone felt a huge pressure, an indifferent shout came from the air. The voice was not loud, but it was as sharp as a saber or sword. A sharp saber intent accompanied this voice as it came from the sky. It immediately pushed back the green-robed old man's aura mercilessly. Wang! 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 The two auras clashed in the air, and the sound of battle rang out. It was like thousands of soldiers and horses clashing against each other. The sounds of battle rang out endlessly. The green-robed old man's aura was pushed back. Finally, it was pushed back into his body. The surrounding youths of the Boundless Sea immediately felt the pressure on them vanish. They felt much more relaxed. When they looked up, they saw a figure holding a saber in the air. He drew a long scarlet line behind him, drifting up and down with the wind. That person raised his head slightly, and the scarlet line behind him quickly returned to his body and infused into the saber. Then he hacked at the green-robed old man. Chi! Chi! A scarlet saber light came from the saber and turned into a strand of saber chi. Everywhere the saber chi passed, space split in half, leaving behind a pitch-black crack. Saber intent! This is a martial monarch bladesman. The green-robed old man's expression changed greatly. Panic appeared in his eyes. He sent out 2 surging storms and quickly fled, moving as fast as lightning. You think you can run? That bladesman smiled faintly and casually tore space with his saber. The 2 storms were like a painting being torn into pieces. A scarlet light flickered. The bladesman was even faster than the green-robed old man, so he quickly caught up. The green-robed old man turned around helplessly. The 2 of them quickly fought each other in the air. They were so fast that the onlookers could only see 2 blurry afterimages. Cracks spread out in the sky. The entire void was torn apart by the battle between the 2 of them. Pitch-black spatial cracks could be seen everywhere. Occasionally, there were unlucky cultivators who were swept by the cracks. Without the slightest chance to react, they were torn into 2 halves by the cracks. Everyone paled in fright and quickly moved away. Bang! A green figure spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky. His entire body was covered in horrifying saber wounds. Blood flowed incessantly from the wounds and dyed his green robe crimson. The bladesman stood proudly in the air. His saber hummed as he looked coldly at the azure-clad old man on the ground. Damn it! The green-robed old man cursed and looked at Xiao Chen with resentment. He got up and fled in a sorry state. The bladesman in the air glanced at the fleeing azure-robed old man and did not give chase. His saber flashed, and a scarlet beam shot out. The green-robed old man, who was still running, suddenly fell down. There was a bloody hole between his eyebrows, and fresh blood gushed out. The bladesman's figure flashed and landed by Xiao Chen's side. Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Many thanks, Big Brother Sunday. This person was the bloody bladesman, Sun Guangquan. After cultivating for so long on Nirvana Island, he finally broke through his bottleneck and advanced to martial monarch. From now on, he no longer held the title of the strongest half-step martial emperor. The bloody bladesman, Sun Guangquan, had risen from the ashes. He would once again shake the ancient desolate land as a martial monarch. Sun Guangquan sheathed his saber and smiled faintly. We are all brothers. You are too polite. I'll bring you away. As Sun Guangquan spoke, he exuded a sharp light, inspiring boundless confidence. If he said he could bring you away, then he could bring you away. No one could stop him. Xiao Chen turned his head and glanced at Xianxia, who was on a horse. Then he exchanged a glance with him. Then, he swept his gaze over the outstanding talents of the boundless sea. Without saying anything, Xiao Chen brought Lang Yu and left with Sun Guangquan. The leader of the Western Sea's 7 knights, Wuxia, watched as Xiao Chen and the others left. He smiled gently and said, Xianxia, do you regret it? The people you let go might stop you in your tracks in the next 5-nation youth competition. Xianxia rode on the royal dragon horse and changed directions. He said indifferently, Ha ha. If you really think that, then I can only say that you are too boring to be my opponent when I unify the boundless sea in the future. The lips of the leader of the Southern Sea's 4 heroes curled up. As he watched Xianxia ride into the distance, he smiled and said, Wuxia, this fellow is as arrogant as ever. He does not care about us at all. Wuxia shrugged his shoulders disapprovingly. He said, He has the capital to be arrogant. If he can defeat the Black Dragon Group, it would not be a big deal for the Western Sea's 7 great sects to submit to him. 3 days later on a small island, this place had already escaped the control of the Black Dragon Group and the Divine Dragon Palace. Sun Guangquan said to Xiao Chen, I'll send you off here. I have to go first. I have something to do in the ancient desolate land. Xiao Chen nodded to indicate his understanding. He had to return to the Great Qi Nation, and Sun Guangquan had to return to the Great Chu Nation. The two of them were heading in different directions, so they could not travel together. After Sun Guangquan left, Xiao Chen took out the spirit blood jade on his chest and tossed it to Lang Yu. He said, According to our agreement, you can go now. When Lang Yu heard this, she felt it was strange. She was not in a rush to catch the spirit blood jade. She said, If you really let me go, then don't you want to know my true identity? Xiao Chen exerted some force and forced the spirit blood jade floating in the air into Lang Yu's hand. He smiled and said, What does that have to do with me? All I need to know is that you are Lang Yu. I'm leaving. If fate wills it, we will meet again in the future. Xiao Chen waved his hand and left without looking back. After a long time, he disappeared from Lang Yu's sight. The waves churned in the vast boundless sea. Xiao Chen flew in the direction of the Great Qi Nation for 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, he found a suitable island to stop at. This was a desolate island. Aside from some rocky mountains and all sorts of trees, there were no living creatures. There were no spirit beasts, demonic beasts, or cultivators. The entire island was silent. The island was not large. Without moving, Xiao Chen's spiritual sense could clearly detect every blade of grass, every tree, every mountain, and every river on the island. Very good. There is indeed no danger. I will advance here. Xiao Chen withdrew his spiritual sense and muttered to himself. Advancing was an extremely dangerous matter for cultivators, demonic beasts, or spirit beasts. Putting aside the difficulty of advancing, the external conditions required absolute silence and no one to disturb them. After Xiao Chen parted with Lang Yu, he found several islands along the way. However, he gave up on all of them. There were either demonic beasts or spirit beasts on those islands. There were also some lone cultivators out on experiential training. During the process of advancing, Xiao Chen had to be extremely focused. If he was disturbed at a crucial moment, the consequences would be dire. Failing to advance was a small matter. The most dangerous was a regression in cultivation or an injury to one's meridians. This would affect a cultivator for life. After finding a tall and sharp rock, Xiao Chen used his palm as a saber and flattened it. Then he sat cross-legged on it. Xiao Chen took out 6 inferior-grade spirit gathering pearls from a universe ring and placed them on the Tianmen acupoint on his head. Having experienced using the spirit gathering pearls before, Xiao Chen did not feel nervous this time. He circulated his essence and made the 6 spirit gathering pearls float above his head. Then, Xiao Chen closed his eyes and used the purple thunder true fire to burn them. Under the heat of the purple thunder true fire, the 6 spirit gathering pearls melted into a spiritual liquid. Strands of spiritual energy leaked out uncontrollably. A white fog quickly spread out. After a while, the entire desolate island was covered in this spiritual fog. Above the sea it looked hazy. It was hard to tell whether it was real or fake. Xiao Chen took a deep breath, and the semi-solid crystal chi whirlpool spun continuously. Then, a ball of spiritual liquid fell down. The instant the liquid from the spirit-gathering pearls touched Xiao Chen's head, it immediately flowed down from his Tianmen acupoint. It flowed along the meridians in his body like a surging river, carrying a boundless force as it flowed down. Bang! When the spiritual liquid landed on the chi whirlpool, it immediately produced an intense explosion. Xiao Chen's face turned slightly red as he endured the surging essence in his body. Under the impact of the spiritual liquid, the bottleneck had already loosened. However, it was still far from enough. Bang! 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 Xiao Chen released 3 balls of spiritual liquid in one breath. The essence in his body surged endlessly, and blood leaked out of the corner of his lips. His internal organs had suffered some damage. I moved. Just a little more. Just a little more and I will be able to advance to half-step martial monarch. Xiao Chen's mind was firm. He was not frightened by his injured internal organs. He merged the last 2 balls of spiritual liquid together. A drop of spiritual liquid was like a waterfall. A ball of spiritual liquid was like a large river. When 2 balls of spiritual liquid were combined, it was like the vast sea. After the spiritual liquid merged, it fell very quickly. Before Xiao Chen could react, the crystalline purple chi whirlpool exploded. Xiao Chen's dantian turned blurry. Boundless essence surged through his body like 10,000 horses galloping. Xiao Chen quickly opened the 24 acupoints on his arms. Boom! Dragon roars resounded without end. 24 strands of dragon chi burst out of Xiao Chen's body and smashed the surrounding mountains into dust. Xiao Chen's dantian was chaotic with clouds lingering around it. He felt somewhat nervous. He did not know if he had succeeded or not. When the clouds scattered and the sun came out, Xiao Chen's consciousness immediately sank down impatiently. He looked above his dantian and saw that Xiao Chen's true essence had already appeared. He saw a crystalline whirlpool above his dantian, giving off a resplendent light. It had completely transformed from a vaporized state into a solid crystal. That whirlpool was made of crystal. Boom! With a thought, the crystal whirlpool spun wildly. Instantly, a surging energy spread throughout Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and leaped into the air. His body hovered in midair and he drew the lunar shadow saber at lightning speed. A crystalline saber chi flickering with electric light spewed out from the saber. The saber chi struck a mountain in front. The peak of the mountain immediately shattered and turned into dust. Amidst the boundless dust, purple electricity crackled and flickered. Half-step martial monarch. I succeeded. When Xiao Chen saw the might of his casual saber strike, he was extremely excited. The smile on his face did not fade for even a moment. Xiao Chen chased relentlessly, putting in a lot of effort. He endured the loneliness that ordinary people found unbearable, giving up on worldly glory, splendor, and wealth. Chapter 540. After working hard for 4 years, Xiao Chen's cultivation had finally caught up to those peak geniuses who had surpassed him by many years. In the Jianghu continent, from the 4 great empires to the ancient desolate land, then the great Jin nation, then the boundless sea. From today onwards, Xiao Chen's cultivation had finally caught up to those people. Xiao Chen had already opened his sea of consciousness long ago. Now that he was a half-step martial monarch, he no longer had to fear any genius cultivators under martial monarch. However, this is just the beginning. Whoever becomes a martial monarch first will be able to seize the initiative and become the main character of this era. Xiao Chen slowly landed on the ground and quickly calmed down. He muttered to himself, there are still 9 more months to the 5-nation youth competition. I still have to go to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and Moh City to settle some things. I might as well take this opportunity to comprehend the 4-season saber technique here. Even if my cultivation is strong, I will need a martial technique that matches it. The spiritual fog covering the island slowly scattered. Xiao Chen was stunned. At some point in time, 10 odd adamantine crocodiles had crawled out of the water on the shore of the desolate island. The adamantine crocodiles were rank 8 spirit beasts. They were 2 meters tall and more than 100 meters long. They had strong limbs and could walk on land for a short period of time. They must have been attracted by the spiritual fog that spread out earlier. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, good timing. I just advanced to half-step martial monarch. A rank 8 spirit beast is qualified for me to test my saber. Spring Thunder Chop. Xiao Chen circulated his energy for the four-season saber technique. Soon, pure white snow appeared in the sky, materializing the state of late winter. As spring thunder roared, a boundless power of the world surged out from the saber. Winter passed and spring came. The cycle of the world was unstoppable. The spring wind turned into saber chi and swept across. A gentle sound rang out, and 10-odd adamantine crocodiles were instantly chopped in half. Xiao Chen sheathed the saber in satisfaction. He said softly, "The spring thunder is just a guide. The true killing intent is hidden in the warm spring wind. This move is sufficient to be my trump card. When the spring wind blows, it hides a hidden killing intent. When summer is hot, I will use fire as a guide. When the sun is high in the sky, it will burn everything." Inspiration flashed in Xiao Chen's mind. He immediately thought of the state of summer, the second move of the four-season saber technique. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was right. So, he quickly tested it out. The spring wind dispersed, and the scorching sun hung high above their heads. The pitch-black lunar shadow saber suddenly released a resplendent light. It was like a raging inferno burning continuously. It was as dazzling as a miniature sun. Burning to desolation. Xiao Chen shouted angrily. The dazzling saber radiance directly chopped down on a small mountain. The raging flames on the saber transformed into a ball of fire. Like a meteor falling to the moon, it crashed down with a loud bang. Bang, bang, bang. When the fireball landed on the mountainside, the mountain peak immediately split open. The raging flames spread out, and the remaining half of the mountainside was like a tree, burning non-stop. Good, good, good. This move will be called burning to desolation. Hee. As expected, inspiration is needed. Once inspiration arrives, this move will succeed in just one try. Xiao Chen said excitedly as he looked at the blazing flames that covered the entire mountain range. In that case, what should I use for autumn? Bai Shuehe used the wind of autumn. Rustling autumn wind, sweeping away all the fallen leaves. Using the momentum of the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, I will use it to destroy the enemy. However, I already used the wind in spring. I cannot repeat it. What should I use for autumn? Aside from the wind, what else can bring out the feeling of autumn the best? Inspiration was something that was too fleeting. At this moment, Xiao Chen did not have any inspiration. He could only bury his head in thought. The sun rose and set, the clouds gathered and scattered, the tides rose and fell. The days on the desolate island passed one by one. Soon, 1 month passed. During these days, Xiao Chen immersed himself in comprehending the four-season saber technique. After practicing the spring thunder chop and burning to desolation for thousands of times, Xiao Chen was already very familiar with them. With just a thought, he could execute them immediately. However, Xiao Chen's comprehension of the third move, autumn, was still a mess. He had no clue where to start. Bai Shuehe's rustling autumn wind left a deep impression on Xiao Chen. It had already formed an imprint in his mind, making it hard for him to extricate himself. Aside from wind, it was hard for him to think of anything else that could represent autumn. Rustling autumn wind. Rustling autumn wind. But why is the autumn wind rustling? Xiao Chen casually swung his saber and circulated the four-season saber technique. The saber hummed, and an autumn wind blew. Wherever the autumn wind passed, the huge boulders would shatter inch by inch and turn into dust as the wind blew. The boulders would disappear. This won't do. If I do not comprehend it on my own, no matter how strong it is, it will be hard to improve it. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and frowned heavily as he shook his head. Placing his saber by his side, Xiao Chen lay on the ground and looked at the clouds in the sky. Then he entered deep thought again. Rustling autumn wind. Why does the autumn wind have to be rustling? Rumble. At some point in time, the white clouds in the sky slowly scattered. Churning dark clouds covered the sky, and thunder roared. Dida! Dida! A drop of rain landed on the tip of Xiao Chen's nose. Immediately, a chill seeped into his nose, startling him. Suddenly, Xiao Chen felt excited. Why does the autumn wind have to be rustling? It just varies from person to person. When the trees withered and the autumn wind blew, it swept away all the fallen leaves. It was cold and tyrannical, without a trace of emotion. This was by Shueihe's comprehension. However, autumn was also cool and refreshing. The scorching summer was unbearable. When autumn arrived, how could one not be filled with anticipation? How could one feel rustling? Rumble. Rumble. Dark clouds covered the sky, and a drizzle which had been brewing for a long time fell from the sky. Soon, Xiao Chen's clothes were soaked. However, he did not feel cold at all. He only felt refreshed. Autumn rain, autumn rain. This is my Tao, my saber. By Shueihe, you are the esteemed Emperor Wu, the sage of the saber. Since you comprehended the rustling autumn wind and swept away all the fallen leaves. In that case, I, Xiao Chen, will use the autumn rain as a guide to compete with you. Amid the heavy rain, Xiao Chen was completely drenched. However, he had a carefree expression on his face. He laughed loudly because he had finally thought it through. The essence in Xiao Chen's body circulated according to the four-season saber technique circulation method. The saber moved with his heart, slowly dancing in the rain. As the saber moved, the surrounding rain was drawn over, forming a thin curtain of water behind the saber. When Xiao Chen felt the energy of the rain on the saber, he rejoiced. The aura that he had gathered in his body gathered on the saber and burst out. A saber intent shot out from the tip of the saber. Thousands of raindrops filled the sky behind the saber intent. They quickly gathered together. Unexpectedly, all the rain in the sky was drawn over by this saber. Finally, it formed a rippling saber chi with a chilling intent. The saber chi flew quickly, skimming over the surface of the sea. The vast sea immediately split in half just like that. The saber intent was gentle and tranquil, making one feel very comfortable. It was like seeing a refined fairy. All the heat in one's heart would vanish. However, the might of the saber could even split the sea water. It was no weaker than by Shueihe's rustling autumn wind. It's done. This gentle saber move shall be called Fated Person in Autumn Waters, then. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and sheathed his saber. The rain, which had already stopped falling, started pouring down again. Time passed by slowly. 1 month passed peacefully once again. Xiao Chen continuously familiarized himself with the 3 moves that he had already comprehended. Spring Thunder Chop, Burning to Desolation, and Fated Person in Autumn Waters. The state of each move was completely different. They were unique. They were all Xiao Chen's own comprehensions and experiences. The four-season saber technique originated from the four-season saber technique but was stronger than anyone else's. The four-season saber technique still had 2 moves left. They were the winter saber technique and the cycle of 4 seasons. Xiao Chen also needed to comprehend them on his own. If he followed by Shueihe's path, Xiao Chen could immediately perfect the four-season saber technique. However, that would be meaningless. He would just be ordinary. Never mind, I'll stop thinking about it for now. It is already not easy for me to comprehend 3 moves. This four-season saber technique is too much of a test of luck and comprehension. For the past 30 days, Xiao Chen had been thinking about the last 2 moves. However, he had not made any progress. He had already wasted 2 months. He did not have much time left. The matters of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and the Shao clan in Mo City would take up a lot of time. There was only half a year left until the 5-nation youth competition. He could not keep thinking about it. On this particular day, the sky cleared up, and the sun shone down. On the desolate island, Xiao Chen practiced the first 3 moves of the four-season saber technique. Then, he sheathed his saber and started his journey. Xiao Chen flew quickly through the clouds. The wind whistled past his ears, and his long hair and clothes fluttered continuously. Now that Xiao Chen was a half-step martial monarch, he could travel continuously in the air. At 4 times the speed of sound, his speed was incomparably fast. White clouds were constantly left behind by him. 7 days later, the pass to the Jianghu continent, Thunder King Valley, appeared in Xiao Chen's vision. Xiao Chen stopped and entered deep thought. Originally, Xiao Chen had intended to fly over. However, when he saw the inextinguishable immortal will of thunder in the air, he changed his mind. With the help of the Scarlet Throne, Xiao Chen had already cultivated the state of massacre to its limits. Now, he could no longer improve it by killing people. He needed to comprehend it himself. However, Xiao Chen's state of thunder was still at great perfection. It was still far from the limits. The inextinguishable will of thunder in Thunder King Valley might be a fortuitous encounter for him. After making up his mind, Xiao Chen descended from the clouds and headed for the two sides of Thunder King Valley. There were many people comprehending the state of thunder in Thunder King Valley. Furthermore, they were all half-step martial monarchs. When they saw Xiao Chen appear, they all frowned. Every time that inextinguishable immortal will of thunder appeared, it would follow a predetermined path, moving slowly through the air. All the good spots along this route had already been occupied by others. Furthermore, comprehending a state required a quiet environment. Furthermore, the fewer people there were, the more effective it would be. If there were too many people, it would affect one's comprehension. Hence, it was not easy to remain in Thunder King Valley. The people who had already gone up did not welcome newcomers. They could even be described as hateful. Xiao Chen stood at the edge of the valley and observed carefully. He discovered the direction in which the immortal will of thunder in the churning dark clouds was moving. Chapter 541. Xiao Chen looked at the corresponding spots on the path and discovered that there were no good spots. However, he could make do with it. After thinking for a while, he walked over. Where did this junior come from? Don't you know the rules? Do you think that place is something you can do? A black-clothed old man angrily rebuked. Another old man continued the conversation and said in an indifferent tone, "Just stand there. Only when one of us succeeds in comprehending it can you take over that person's position. This is the rule of the Thunder Emperor Valley." Xiao Chen's body trembled slightly. He said indifferently, "Does it mean that no one has comprehended it? Do I have to keep standing there?" The black-clad old man who spoke first closed his eyes and did not look at Xiao Chen. He said, "That's right. You just have to wait for a year or so." Wait for a year or so? What kind of joke is this? How could Xiao Chen have that much time? Xiao Chen continued walking forward without stopping. The black-clad old man suddenly opened his eyes, and a bright light burst out from them. He said in a cold voice, "Take another step and you will never be able to leave." Spring thunder chop. Suddenly, countless snowflakes drifted down, and thunder roared. Xiao Chen drew his lunar shadow saber at lightning speed. The power of the world spread out from the saber's edge, turning into a spring breeze drifting towards the black-clad old man. "You overestimate yourself." The black-clad old man smiled coldly at first, not caring. However, when the spring breeze arrived, the power of the cycle of seasons arrived, and a huge pressure pressed down. The black-clad old man was horrified to discover that he could not stand up under this soft spring breeze. Bang! When the spring breeze struck the black-clad old man, the power of the world exploded out. The old man vomited a mouthful of blood and got knocked down. When he landed in the valley, he kicked up a few splashes. Shill! At the peak of the mountain, all the old men who were in deep thought opened their eyes. They looked at the expressionless white-robed bladesman holding the saber in shock. Ignoring the shock in these people's eyes, Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and headed for the black-clad old man's position. "Young man, don't be too arrogant. Being so ruthless at such a young age. Is this how you treat your seniors?" A gray-robed, short-haired old man with wrinkles all over his face said in a deep voice. "You have no sense of propriety. We waited for several months and only sat down when there was an empty seat. Youngsters these days don't follow the rules at all. You can't take this seat. Rules are rules." "That's right. If you sit down, does that mean that any Tom, Dick, or Harry can sit down in the future? Where would we put our faces?" The 10-odd half-step martial monarch old men in Thunder King Valley started berating him. The old men here were all famous overlords of their own regions, and they were revered wherever they went. They had never seen such a young man who did not put them in his eyes. Naturally, they did not like Xiao Chen. Simply put, these old men were taking advantage of their seniority. They believed that a junior like Xiao Chen was not qualified to sit with them. Xiao Chen looked coldly at this group of old men. He found it funny. Did they really think that Thunder King Valley belonged to them? The moment they opened their mouths, they wanted Xiao Chen to wait for a year and a half. Where did their arrogance come from? If a martial monarch expert were here, it would have been fine. However, this was a group of people who could not even break through to half-step martial monarch. What qualifications did they have to say such things to him? There was a principle of first come, first served. However, Xiao Chen was not going to take advantage of them and comprehend his own. Secondly, He was not going to snatch their place. Why was there a need to be so forceful? Xiao Chen was pressed for time. He could only remain here for half a month at most. There was no need to waste time with these people. When people respect you, I will return it tenfold. However, you are taking advantage of your seniority, twisting words and forcing logic. There is no need for me to give you face. Who cares if you are a senior or an expert? If you are not strong enough, don't brag. When the three old men saw that Xiao Chen did not stop and continued walking forward, anger appeared on their faces. They immediately stood up. They locked their auras on Xiao Chen, revealing a sharp light in their eyes. The essence in their bodies surged, and their clothes and hair fluttered continuously. You really do not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. I will show you how to respect your seniors. Xiao, xiao, xiao. The three old men leaped up and with a flip of their hands, a sword appeared in each of their hands. A cold light flickered on their weapons and electricity leaped around them. Clearly, they were experts who comprehended the state of thunder. A surging essence spread out from their swords. Wind and thunder roared, and lightning flickered in the sky. When the three old men knew that Xiao Chen had defeated the black-clad old man with one saber strike, they did not dare to be careless. They used their full power in this move, wanting to severely injure Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen drew the pitch-black lunar shadow saber and brought out the great perfection state of thunder. He laughed loudly and said, "If you want to make a move, then make a move. There is no need to find such a dignified reason. I, Xiao Chen, will receive it." Boom, boom, boom. As Xiao Chen's state of thunder spread out, the immortal will of thunder that had disappeared for a long time in the sky unexpectedly reappeared. Thunder roared continuously. This endless will of thunder seemed to be drawn over by Xiao Chen's saber technique. 10,000 horses galloped, the wind and clouds moved. This saber strike roared like thunder. Xiao Chen shouted and did not dodge. He used the inextinguishable saber intent to display its sharpness, executing the final move of the rushing thunder saber technique. A huge whirlpool appeared in the churning thunderclouds in the sky. A cultivator riding a golden lightning warhorse and holding a golden lightning spear galloped out of the whirlpool. The warhorse galloped in the air, and thunder roared continuously. The vast state of thunder immediately suppressed the states of the three old men. What's going on? Why is this fellow's state of thunder even stronger than ours? He actually comprehended saber intent, the three old men exclaimed in horror. Bang! Carrying a boundless power of lightning, the lightning knight swept his spear horizontally, shattering the joint attack of the three of them. The sharpness of the lightning knight did not diminish. Instead, it contained a saber intent. The three old men had not even comprehended sword intent. Their state of thunder was not comparable to Xiao Chen's, and their essence was not as vast and pure as Xiao Chen's. The lightning knight gently knocked the three old men into the gorge and into the water. There were merchant ships passing by the gorge all year round. Earlier, when a black-robed old man fell into the water, it did not attract much attention. Now, another three old men fell into the gorge. Finally, there was a commotion. The cultivators of the 10-odd merchant ships all gathered on the deck. They looked up, wanting to know what was going on. How bold! Do they really think that we do not exist? Unexpectedly, they still dare to make a move. Xiao Chen attacked mercilessly again, knocking down 3 half-step martial monarchs. This infuriated the crowd, and another 5 old men leaped out. They soared into the air and glared angrily at Xiao Chen. Their auras soared as quickly as they prepared their strongest killing moves. Xiao Chen said calmly, "You are old and disrespectful. You are not strong enough, yet you dare to take advantage of your seniority. All of you, get down." Flowing fire of the 7th month, summer in the sky. Blazing fire burns to desolation. A fiery light leaped on the pitch-black lunar shadow saber. Suddenly, it released a dazzling light, illuminating the dark clouds that covered Thunder King Valley. That flame was like a miniature sun. Xiao Chen held the lunar shadow saber and charged at the 5 old men without any fear. When he swung his saber, a light burst out, and a boundless flame surged out. The 5 of them were still in the midst of preparing their killing moves, but just as they made their moves, they were completely incinerated by the oncoming flames, and the flames exploded. The huge impact knocked the 5 out of the gorge. The merchant ship below immediately saw 5 human-shaped fireballs fall from the summit. All sorts of miserable cries came from the fireballs, inspiring fear in the hearts of the cultivators on the deck. Another 5 people fell. Among them, there seems to be an elder of the Great Chu Nation's Flowing Fire Manor, and the Great Tang Nation's 100 Flower Manor's Vice Manor Lord. What in the world is happening up there? Who is so powerful, consecutively defeating the famous old men of the various nations? This group of people has occupied Thunder King Valley for a long time. I have never heard of such a thing happening before. The cultivators on the deck were bewildered as they discussed the situation. However, they knew their limits and their own strength. No one dared to fly up to see what was happening. They could only make wild guesses. Attack together. This junior is too arrogant. Let's not talk about justice with him. The remaining 7 people could no longer sit still. Originally, they thought that Xiao Chen was just an ordinary genius cultivator. They had not expected that Xiao Chen at such a young age would soon become an unrivaled half-step martial monarch. How laughable. Just a bunch of stubborn old men bullying the juniors, using numbers to fight. How dare they talk about justice? Xiao Chen, who was in the air, laughed coldly. When he saw the 7 people flying over, he brandished the saber in his hand, and a fine drizzle immediately fell. The wind rustled, and the rain fell. A cool breeze blew, and the autumn waters swayed. A beautiful woman smiled faintly. I will give you a gentle saber strike. Do you dare to receive it? The rain that filled the sky formed a line. This saber strike was extremely gentle. Before the 7 people flying over could sense the danger, the strong force contained in the saber wind caused them to fly around chaotically. Their clothes tore apart as they did their best to stabilize their bodies, trying to block this saber intent. However, it was to no avail. The saber intent that could even split the sea had already rushed over. How could a group of half-step martial monarchs resist it? The gentle saber intent entered their bodies, and the 7 vomited a mouthful of blood. When the saber intent scattered, not a single piece of clothing remained on them. They fell into the gorge, naked, and fell into the water, not daring to float up again. The eyes of the cultivators on the deck widened. It was like they had seen a ghost. Unexpectedly, 7 half-step martial monarchs were in such a sorry state. They could not even keep their clothes. Furthermore, they were all so old. Where were they supposed to hide their faces? Could it be that a martial monarch expert is here? That's impossible. It is impossible for a martial monarch to be in Thunder King Gorge. That will of thunder would not allow a martial monarch to appear. The people below guessed that a martial monarch was here. However, they were immediately refuted. When all the merchant ships left Thunder King Gorge, they discovered that there was only a young figure standing at the summit. This youth wore white robes and had a saber hanging at his waist. His clothes and hair fluttered in the wind as he looked calmly at the thunderclouds above. It's finally quiet. Aside from Xiao Chen, there was no one else on the empty summit of Thunder King Gorge. Chapter 542. Thunder King Valley was not private territory. No one had the right to stop others from comprehending it and monopolize it for themselves. In the continent, martial monarchs were the peak combat prowess. No matter where they went, they would be respected by tens of thousands of people. However, there were too few martial monarchs. The Great Qin nation had a population of more than 100 million. Even if all the martial monarchs were added together, there would not be more than 50. Some powers wanted to find guest elders but could not find martial monarchs. They could only settle for the next best thing, finding half-step martial monarchs. Before the Age of Geniuses, half-step martial monarchs were the peak combat prowess of a nation when martial monarchs did not appear. Half-step martial monarchs enjoyed an extremely noble and glorious status. They would be treated with respect wherever they went. This was how the old men in Thunder King Valley lived. Hence, when they saw Xiao Chen, they immediately put on the airs of a senior and told him to wait for half a year. They did not know that the times had changed. In this age of geniuses, half-step martial monarchs were nothing. The strongest half-step martial monarch, the bloody bladesman's son Guangquan, could see very clearly. He knew that this was an age of geniuses. Only by continuously strengthening oneself could one not be eliminated by the times. Living in the glory of the past would only make one a stepping stone for geniuses. The boundless will of thunder in the sky had not appeared yet. Xiao Chen found a place and sat down cross-legged. Then, he closed his eyes and started comprehending. The lightning-attributed spiritual energy here was very active. Occasionally, one could see electricity leaping about in the air. It was hard to imagine that a bolt of thunder from thousands of years ago could remain here until now, its sharpness not diminishing. The Thunder King was the strongest Emperor Wu of the previous age. As for how strong he was, the current Xiao Chen did not dare to guess. The higher one's cultivation realm, the greater the reverence in one's heart. In the past, Xiao Chen did not understand. He thought that the Thunder King's strength was at most capable of splitting mountains and overturning rivers and seas. However, now that he could split mountains and overturn rivers and seas, Xiao Chen could barely do that. How could the Thunder King be so strong? Only by reaching that realm would one be able to feel the scenery above the peak. In this Thunder King Valley, Xiao Chen's martial arts heart had unknowingly become firmer. Up, up with dreams in his heart, he kept going up. One day, the world would give birth to a Thunder King Valley for him, Xiao Chen. His brilliance and his will would be the same as the Thunder King's. Even if 10,000 years passed, it would not be worn down by time, and its sharpness would never be extinguished. 4 hours later, thunder roared. Xiao Chen, who had his eyes closed, opened them and muttered, "It's coming!" Amidst the rolling dark clouds in the sky, a golden bolt of lightning was hidden within, floating around continuously. The entire peak was dyed with a solemn atmosphere, causing people to not even dare to breathe loudly. The pressure in their hearts suddenly shook, as if there was a mountain pressing down on their chests. Occasionally, a golden light would pierce through the dark clouds. Suddenly, a malevolent golden bolt of lightning was formed between the heavens and the earth, splitting the void in half. Wang! Wang! The lunar shadow saber by Xiao Chen's hand trembled continuously, as if it would be drawn at any moment. It was clearly very excited. The vast golden will of thunder in the dark clouds stopped above Xiao Chen's head, circling around continuously. When Xiao Chen felt the energy in the lightning, he thought to himself, "What a strong will of thunder!" There is only a difference of one word between a state and a will, but the aura they bring is completely different. It looks like this will of thunder knows who I am and is trying to help me. If others wanted to comprehend it, they would only have a chance to do so in the instant the lightning flashed. However, it stopped above my head, allowing me to feel its might at all times. Xiao Chen closed his eyes again. This time, he did not have any other thoughts. He sank his consciousness into it and slowly unleashed the state of thunder. Time passed slowly. Under the guidance of the will of thunder, Xiao Chen's understanding of thunder deepened. At some point in time, Xiao Chen's body gave off beams of purple light. These purple lights were all flickering electricity. Xiao Chen entered an extremely wondrous state. His entire consciousness seemed to be in a world of lightning. Some strange and wondrous thoughts flowed out like a river. This allowed Xiao Chen's understanding of thunder to reach an unprecedented height. The purple lightning drifting around him crackled continuously. 3 days later, Xiao Chen opened his eyes again. Electricity flickered in the depths of his eyes, making them look very spirited. When Xiao Chen looked up, he saw that the will of thunder in the sky had already hidden away, returning to an unknown place. Xiao Chen stood up. With a thought, he casually waved his hand, and a malevolent bolt of lightning flew out from his palm, illuminating the sky with resplendent light. Just as the electric light was about to disappear, Xiao Chen waved his right hand, and that bolt of lightning strangely returned to Xiao Chen's palm. "I can withdraw and withdraw it as I please. I have already comprehended the state of thunder to its limits. I am just one step shy of becoming the will of thunder. However, that is something for me to consider after I advance to martial monarch. There is no need to think about it for now." Xiao Chen sighed softly. "In such a short period of time, I have already gained so much. No wonder even a martial sage had designs on this will of thunder. Not to mention how useful it is to me, just by placing it in the sect, it would be able to create several experts with the state of thunder. Since this matter is over, it is time to return to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. With my current strength, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion should not stop me from entering." During the battle at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Xiao Chen had killed the Biyun Peak's peak master, Song Quebec. According to the sect rules, no matter the reason, if a disciple killed a peak master, he had to die. The first elder, Jianghu, spared Xiao Chen's life. However, he made Xiao Chen swear never to step into the Heavenly Saber Pavilion again. Xiao Chen was very grateful to this first elder. Back at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, If he had not suppressed those noble clan elders, he would have died long ago. Although the first elder chased Xiao Chen out of the heavenly saber pavilion, in reality, he was still helping Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen leaped into the air and landed on the Black Dragon River in the middle of the gorge. If he followed the Black Dragon River and leaped over the fork to the ancient desolate land, he would enter the territory of the great Qin nation. Hey! Just as Xiao Chen landed on the river, he heard a soft exclamation. When he turned his head to take a look, his lips could not help but curl up into a smile. Shi Feng, wearing black leather armor and a mask that covered half her face, actually appeared in the gorge. Shi Feng raised her eyebrows slightly and smiled. Brother with a bad sense of direction, are you not afraid of falling to your death after jumping from such a high place? Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, Sorry to disappoint you. Even if I were twice as high, I would not die. Have you not taken off your mask yet? It looks like you did not succeed in your experiential training this time. Shi Feng said unhappily, It is none of your business. Xiao Chen thought for a while and took out a wooden box from the universe ring. Then he tossed it to Shi Feng and said, Bring this item to your adoptive father. Tell him it is a gift from an old friend. What is this? Xiao Chen said calmly, To you and me, it is just a pile of scrap metal. Shi Feng caught the wooden shavings in her hand and looked suspiciously at Xiao Chen. She said, Why do I have to help you bring it over? Kassier. Right after Shi Feng spoke, Xiao Chen drew his lunar shadow saber at lightning speed. A sharp saber light flashed. The mask on her face was split in half. With a clang sound, it landed on the surface of the river, revealing a beautiful face. Xiao Chen smiled gently and said, There is no need to thank me. Just take it as a thank you gift for helping me deliver this. By the way, you are very beautiful. There is really no need to wear a mask all day. Fighting and killing is a matter for boys. Don't listen to your bastard adoptive father's words about controlling one's expression when fighting. As Shi Feng watched Xiao Chen leave, she stood on the water in a daze. She did not recover her wits for a long time. The mask that had followed her for more than 10 years was actually taken off by someone just like that. The expression in Shi Feng's eyes slowly calmed down from the initial rage. She lowered her head and looked at her face in the water. Then she said softly, You egomaniac. What do you mean by fighting is a matter for boys in the end? Sooner or later, I will defeat you. In the Shihe province of the Great Qin nation, at the foot of the Lianyun mountain range, the famous saber city was bustling with people as usual. The cultivators that passed by either carried large sabers on their backs or had sabers hanging from their waists. All of them had solemn expressions as they arrived at this holy land for bladesmen. In front of the city gate, a white-clothed youth with a slender saber at his waist stood straight at the foot of the city gate. His handsome and delicate face revealed a somewhat melancholic expression. 2 years. I, Xiao Chen, have returned to this place. Originally, it would take 2 months to travel from Thunder King Valley to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. However, with Xiao Chen rushing non-stop, he managed to shorten the time by more than half. He arrived in half a month. As he rushed, the closer he got, the more nervous Xiao Chen felt. For the past 2 years, he had buried his feelings for his lover in his heart. He did not think about it or ask about it. However, because he was not strong enough, he could not return to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. If he kept thinking about it, he would only feel bitterness and nothing else. If he wanted to meet her quickly, he would not think about anything else. He could only bury his feelings in his heart and not tell anyone. He would taste the bitterness and loneliness. When he reached the peak in the future, he would fulfill his promise. However, now that he was nearing Saber City, the feelings that he suppressed in his heart could not help but leak out. Is she doing well? How is she now? How are her injuries? Will she blame me for not even writing a letter to her? Did she still remember that once upon a time, there was a young and inexperienced youth who shouted those rather funny words from the top of the mountain? Will she still remember the promise that white-robed youth made? Xiao Chen smiled in disappointment and frustration. He shook his head slightly and collected his thoughts. After he paid the entrance tax, he slowly walked into the city. The white-robed bladesman's influence is really great. Unexpectedly, there are still people imitating his attire. That's normal. Think about what he did in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He defeated the experts of the Holy Lands alone. Then, he defeated the geniuses of the noble clans of the Great Qin nation. Our heavenly saber pavilion has not had such a genius in the past few thousand years. Unfortunately, that bastard Song Ke is too wicked. He caused our heavenly saber pavilion to lose such a genius for nothing. Yeah, that bastard deserved to be killed. He deserved to be punched in the head. It's not an injustice at all. The cultivators guarding the city whispered behind him. Xiao Chen's six senses were very sharp. He could hear everything clearly. He could not help but reveal a faint smile. Chapter 543. Xiao Chen casually glanced around the city. There were many white-robed cultivators with slender sabers hanging at their waists. Saber City was only the outer sect of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. It was very difficult to enter the inner sect. Without a medallion, with Xiao Chen's current strength, he would not be able to force his way in. However, Xiao Chen had his own methods. He did not go to the inner sect directly. He had come to Saber City for this plan. His plan was simple. He would just steal an inner disciple's token. Even though it was shameful, he could only apologize to the junior brother and junior sister whose identity was stolen. Xiao Chen stayed in the city for half a day and quickly locked onto his target. It was a lone female disciple. He was only in his 20s, and his appearance was delicate and pretty. His hair was tied into a ponytail, and he looked very lively. He held a small saber in his left hand and a bronze token hung from his waist. After following her to a deserted street, Xiao Chen walked up to her and said with a smile, "Hello, junior sister." The ponytailed girl looked at the white-robed handsome Xiao Chen and was slightly stunned. Sensing his unfathomable strength, she quickly bowed and greeted, "Greetings, senior brother." He was secretly shocked. Which peak senior brother was this? He was so strong. He was so young, but he was much stronger than master. The rules of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion were very strict. When junior brothers and junior sisters saw their senior brothers, they had to treat them respectfully. Xiao Chen found it funny. It seemed that this little girl really thought of him as her senior brother. Taking advantage of the moment when the other party lowered her head, he moved his hand slightly and hooked the other party's token over. "Senior brother, why are you looking for me?" the ponytail girl asked nervously. Xiao Chen put the token into his sleeve and said with a smile, "It's nothing. Senior brother mistook me for someone else. I'll take my leave first." Watching Xiao Chen leave, the ponytailed girl was puzzled, not knowing what had happened. Out of habit, he touched his waist and was shocked to find that the token was gone. "Don't leave!" The ponytailed girl unsheathed the small saber in her hand at lightning speed. She shouted angrily and swung the saber as if it was her hand. As it spun rapidly, the blade seemed to cut the air in half, bringing with it a whistling sound of air currents. "Mysterious wind cut?" Xiao Chen turned around and smiled. "But you're still lacking. Little junior sister, you have to work harder." Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and touched the saber's edge with his fingertip. Surging essence burst forth from his fingertip. Bang! Under Xiao Chen's command, the spinning saber turned back at an even faster speed. Before the ponytailed girl could react, the blade was inserted back into the scabbard in her left hand. How could this be? The girl's delicate face was filled with astonishment. One of the 9 secrets of Qingyun, the profound wind chop, was actually broken just like that. After a while, he remembered that he had lost his token. With a sullen face he said, "This senior brother is such a bully. He lost his token and stole mine. What should I do? What should I do?" To be able to recognize the mysterious wind chop at a glance, and break it easily without injuring her. In the girl's opinion, the other party must be one of the genius disciples of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Due to his carelessness, he lost his token and could not enter the mountain. Hence, he snatched her token. Xiao Chen, who was far away, flipped the token over and took a look. It was as he expected. The words, Qing Yun, were written on the top and Leng Qianxian were written on the front. The words were written in a leisurely manner. Damn, I have embarrassed myself this time. It really is a junior sister's token. Don't blame your senior brother. Qianxian, right? I will return it to you later. After hanging the token at his waist, Xiao Chen arrived at the foot of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Then, he followed the crowd and entered. The disciple guarding the entrance only took a quick glance and did not look closely. There were so many people passing by every day. It was impossible for him to check every single one of them carefully. He could only rely on his experience. When he saw something wrong with their expressions, he would call them down and check them carefully. Xiao Chen had been a Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciple for a long time. How could he reveal any flaws? On the familiar road, there were green mountains, pavilions, small paths, and cultivators practicing the saber. There were no major changes to the past. Before Xiao Chen entered the city, he was feeling impatient. However, when he stepped onto the land of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he calmed down. Xiao Chen took a step into the air and looked at the towering Qingyun Peak in the sky. He took a deep breath and slowly walked over. Qingyun Peak, I, Xiao Chen, have returned. Elder Sister Rue, Suifeng, Xiaoyang, Xiaomeng, are you all doing well? The Qingyun Peak disciples passed by Xiao Chen one by one. Several of the older generation disciples felt that Xiao Chen looked familiar and stopped to take a closer look. They had some guesses in their hearts. However, in the past 2 years, although Xiao Chen's appearance did not change much, his aura had undergone an earth-shattering change. The youthful and immature look on his face was gone. His face now had an air of vicissitudes and maturity. It was very different from before. The most important thing was that in the past, Xiao Chen had disguised himself as Yi Chen when he came to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He only revealed himself in the final battle. Although these people had their guesses, they felt that it could not be Xiao Chen. Furthermore, that person swore that he would never step into the Heavenly Saber Pavilion again. After taking a few glances, they withdrew their gazes and smiled self-mockingly. I am too suspicious. There are so many bladesmen wearing white robes. Could they all be Xiao Chen? Being careful and hiding would only make others more suspicious. Xiao Chen had a calm expression as he confidently walked forward. Xiao Chen walked forward calmly. Just as he was about 7 minutes away from Qingyun Peak, a group of people wearing the uniform of Biyun Peak disciples suddenly appeared. Xiao Chen glanced at the appearance of the leader of the group and quickly lowered his head, preparing to keep a low profile. The leader of the group was Song Kei's son, Song Qianhe. He was the current peak master of Biyun Peak. At this moment, he was leading the Biyun Peak disciples, chatting and laughing as they prepared to leave the mountain. When Song Kei passed by Xiao Chen, he did not pay much attention to him. However, when his gaze landed on Xiao Chen's face, his expression could not help but change greatly. He had a grudge against Xiao Chen for killing his father. For the past few years, that face would appear in his mind every day and night. Now that he saw Xiao Chen in person, he was shocked. Stop right there. Which peak's disciple are you from? State your name, Song Qianhe shouted at Xiao Chen in an intense tone. Was I discovered? Xiao Chen revealed a bitter smile and turned around helplessly. He was not afraid of this person. However, he had just arrived at Qingyun Peak and did not want to cause any trouble. Song Qianhe, it's been a long time, Xiao Chen said calmly with an indifferent gaze. It's really him. Song Qianhe's expression turned sullen. He clenched his teeth and said, Xiao Chen, you actually dared to appear. Back then, you swore that you would not take half a step into the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Now that you have broken your oath, let's see how you are going to answer to the Elders' Assembly. The 10-odd Biyun Peak disciples behind Song Qianhe looked at Xiao Chen. They were all astonished. Is this the person in front of us, the white-robed bladesman that caused such a commotion? Xiao Chen chuckled and said, Sorry, you saw wrong. I did not break my oath. I did not step into the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Song Qianhe looked carefully and saw that Xiao Chen's feet were hovering half an inch above the ground. With his long robes covering him, it looked like he was really stepping on the ground. However, in the end, he did not step on the ground. You! Song Qianhe pointed angrily at Xiao Chen. He was so angry that his face turned red. Song Qianhe drew his weapon with his right hand and said sternly, I don't care if you broke your oath or not. Since you came to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion today, you can forget about leaving. Xiao Chen's expression sank. He placed his right hand on the saber hilt and emitted a cold killing chi. He said in a frosty voice, Try taking another step forward. The killing chi seemed solid. It was bone-chilling. Song Qianhe could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. He stopped moving. He could not explain the reason why. The scene of Xiao Chen shattering his father's head with one punch in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion replayed in Song Qianhe's dreams. There was not a moment when he did not want to kill Xiao Chen. For the sake of revenge, Song Qianhe disregarded everything and frantically cultivated for the past 2 years. He became the second cultivator in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to become a martial king before the age of 20, after Lu Ruyue. Song Qianhe naturally became the peak master of Biyun Peak, leading the disciples of the peak. He was very spirited. Originally, Song Qianhe thought that after he broke through to peak inferior grade martial king, he would be able to easily defeat Xiao Chen. However, when Song Qianhe saw Xiao Chen again today, he did not expect that one look from Xiao Chen would cause him to freeze in place. Song Qianhe carefully sent out his aura. He was not confident in himself, so he wanted to check out Xiao Chen's cultivation. In the end, when he checked, he discovered that he could not see through Xiao Chen's cultivation. It was unfathomable. He is not a medial grade martial king. He is stronger than a regular superior grade martial king. Could this fellow be a peak superior grade martial king? Song Qianhe was somewhat frightened by his own thoughts. A peak superior grade martial king in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was comparable to several of the Elders' Assembly's elders. However, a peak superior grade martial king was fine. Song Qianhe could delay him for now. When the elders of Biyun Peak arrived, they could deal with him. Biyun Peak disciples, listen up. This person is a traitor of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Kill him for me. After this matter is over, everyone will be rewarded with 5,000 inferior grade spirit stones. After Song Qianhe made up his mind, he casually sent out a jade green signal. Then, he used his status as the peak master to give out orders. Huang Dang! Huang Dang! Song Qianhe gave out orders. The disciples behind him were all Biyun Peak's people. They were under his command. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had indeed done some rebellious things. Furthermore, there was a large reward of spirit stones. These disciples immediately drew their weapons and pointed them at Xiao Chen. Kill! Song Qianhe shouted and took the lead to charge. He was not stupid. He did not let hatred get to his head. He knew that he was not strong enough, so he did not try to be brave. He could only use these people to delay Xiao Chen first before looking for an opportunity. After all, it would be very difficult to get rid of a peak superior grade martial king. Unfortunately, there were some things and some people that, no matter how much one calculated, one did not have absolute strength. The so-called wisdom and schemes were just a joke. Song Qianhe was very unfortunate. At this moment, he had encountered this matter, and he had encountered this person. Ignorant! Xiao Chen, who was as straight as a pine tree, snorted coldly. His right hand, which was on the saber hilt, gently moved forward and drew his saber by 1 centimeter. A boundless purple light came from the saber. Contained within the light was Xiao Chen's inextinguishable sharp saber intent. Wang! 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 A sharp saber intent spread out. The weapons in the hands of the many Biyun Peak disciples trembled continuously. Even Song Qianhe was no exception. Chapter 544. The originally ferocious group of people all stopped. They had astonished expressions on their faces as they desperately held on to the weapons in their hands. Half a move. Xiao Chen only used half a move. This group of Biyun Peak disciples, who were originally very confident and were thinking of a great reward, were forced into a corner. They could only resist the saber intent in a sorry state. Xiao Chen was a bona fide half-step martial monarch, someone close to being unrivaled. Honestly speaking, he was already thinking highly of them by using half a move against this group of people, the strongest of which was an inferior grade martial king. It was only because they were all from the same sect and cultivators who used the saber that Xiao Chen respected them. Otherwise, he would not even need to draw his saber. Xiao! Xiao Chen moved his hand forward again and drew the long, black, and sleek lunar shadow saber. It gave off a dazzling purple light and a boundless saber intent spread out wantonly. So. The entire group of people could no longer hold on to their weapons. Their long sabers soared into the sky and started to spin around non-stop. Saber intent! This is saber intent! The Biyun Peak disciples were all horrified. Their voices trembled as they retreated with all their might. Xiao Chen had a calm expression as he pointed his saber at Song Qianhe, who was trying to flee. An overwhelming killing intent surged out from his eyes, and the air immediately froze. The killing intent chilled Song Qianhe's heart to the bone. Xiao Chen's peak state of massacre locked onto him. He felt like his legs were filled with lead. They weighed 500 kilograms. He found it hard to move. Bang! That killing intent poured into his heart and spread throughout his entire body. Song Qianhe felt an incredible pain in his chest. His legs trembled, and his eyes filled with horror. Song Qianhe could no longer hold on and knelt on the ground. Song Qianhe did his best to resist the pressure in his mind. He used one hand to support himself, doing his best not to fall to the ground. As he looked at Xiao Chen, his eyes filled with hatred. He clenched his teeth and said, "Xiao Chen, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are a peak superior grade martial king. After you enter the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, you will die for sure." Superior grade martial king? I haven't been one for a long time. Xiao Chen said calmly. A surging crystalline saber chi shot out of his saber. Song Qianhe, who was kneeling on the ground, immediately had a horrifying wound cut open on his chest by the saber chi. The wound was 3 inches deep and blood gushed out like a fountain. His internal organs were clearly visible. Song Qianhe was sent flying. His expression was one of extreme pain. This was one of the main roads of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. If the disciples of the various peaks wanted to leave the mountain, they had to pass through this road. There would be a lot of people passing through it day and night. The fight between Xiao Chen and Song Qianhe had long since attracted the attention of many passing disciples. Several of them were suspicious of Xiao Chen's identity. When they heard Song Qianhe's words, they finally confirmed Xiao Chen's identity. Numerous astonished gazes shot toward Xiao Chen, their hearts trembling. F***CK. It's really him. I haven't seen him for 2 years, and he's several times stronger than before. I suspected it was him long ago. The white-robed bladesman Xiao Chen killed a peak master of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Unexpectedly, he still dares to walk in so casually. He actually comprehended saber intent. In our Heavenly Saber Pavilion, no one has comprehended saber intent in the past 1,000 years. Without saber intent, one is an incomplete bladesman. I wonder if this Song Qianhe is lucky or unlucky. The moment Xiao Chen arrived, he ran into him. The surrounding cultivators discussed. The legendary battle between the white-robed bladesman on the Heaven Ascending platform 2 years ago was still fresh in their minds. At that time, there might have been people who doubted Xiao Chen's strength in the future. However, after seeing Xiao Chen's current performance, no one would deny it. That was the beginning of a legend, the epic legend of the white-robed bladesman. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and ignored the severely injured Song Qianhe behind him. He faced the astonished gasps of the crowd calmly, neither arrogant nor impatient. "Xiao Chen, you killed my father and humiliated me time and time again. Sooner or later, I, Song Qianhe, will make you suffer a fate worse than death." When Song Qianhe, who was on the ground, saw that Xiao Chen did not care about him at all, treating him like an ant, he felt humiliated in his heart. Rage. Xiao Chen's calm expression sank completely. Who was it that sought trouble with him time and time again, trying to kill him? Who was it that coveted Qingyun Peak's businesses in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? Who was it that, as a martial king, bullied him, an insignificant martial grand master? Who was it that, while he was far away, hired assassins to deal with him? Who was it that, when he was in danger, hit him when he was down? Who was it that, in front of everyone, did not care about propriety and honor, sneak attacking him, nearly causing Ru Yue to die? It was Song Ke, Song Qianhe's father. That kind of scum, even if he died 1,000 times, it would not be enough. However, when the words reached Song Qianhe's mouth, they turned into Xiao Chen being unreasonable. Xiao Chen was bullying him, twisting words and forcing logic, extremely shameless. How could there be such logic in the world? How could he distort the truth and speak nonsense? Bang! Xiao Chen's figure flashed and he kicked Song Qianhe's chest, sending him flying into the air. After that, he landed heavily on the ground. Don't mention that trashy father of yours in front of me. Don't think that I do not dare to kill you. Back then, I dared to kill your father in front of everyone. Today, I dare to kill you as well. Xiao Chen stomped on Song Qianhe's body expressionlessly. His voice was bone-chilling. The severely injured Song Qianhe trembled in fear, not daring to say another word. Xiao! 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 Just at this moment, 5 Biyun Peak seniors saw Song Qianhe's signal and flew over from afar. Hope immediately lit up in the despairing Song Qianhe's eyes. The people he was waiting for had finally arrived. Oh no, the 5 elders of Biyun Peak are here. These 5 people were superior grade martial kings many years ago. This is bad for Xiao Chen. This Song Qianhe father and son are really sinful. They forced away our heavenly saber pavilion's genius. Now they are here to kill him. Indeed, if he can represent the heavenly saber pavilion in the 5-nation youth competition and obtain a good ranking, we will be able to bask in his glory. With Xiao Chen's current strength, entering the top 50 will not be a problem. At that time, the heavenly saber pavilion will obtain luck. Our luck will increase as well. Unfortunately, that bastard Song Ke sent our genius to his grave. What a bastard. This father and son are both not good people. The young cultivators present all felt that it was a pity. It had to be known that the heavenly saber pavilion had not produced a genius like Xiao Chen for a long time already. Back then, Murong Chong was very powerful. However, his reputation was far from comparable to Xiao Chen's. Back then, during the battle at the Heaven Ascending platform, Xiao Chen had become famous. He had soared to the sky in one go. Even the young disciples of the heavenly saber pavilion had basked in Xiao Chen's glory. When they went out for experiential training, people would often ask about it. Regardless of whether they were from the same sect as Xiao Chen, when they received an affirmative answer, they would receive envious gazes. The heavenly saber pavilion had been weak for many years. It had always been suppressed by the Misty Sword sect and the Night Spirit Palace. As a disciple of the heavenly saber pavilion, they had never received such treatment before. Among the younger generation of disciples, they all worshipped and respected Xiao Chen. They did not have any good impressions of the Song Qianhe father and son. Who did not dream of being a hero when they were young? Who did not want to become a legend, to be respected by thousands? However, reality was too cruel. As they grew older, they would dismiss such dreams with a smile. However, one day, they suddenly discovered such a heroic deed, such a legend, was right beside them. How could their blood not boil? When they saw that Xiao Chen was in trouble, all of them became anxious. In contrast to them, Song Qianhe, who was under Xiao Chen's feet, had an extremely happy smile on his face. His smile was incomparably carefree. It was a smile that was as carefree as it could be. A smile that was as carefree as it could be. This was because Song Qianhe knew that he would soon trample on this white-robed bladesman, who had stepped on his chest. Then, he would be able to take revenge for the humiliation and grudge he suffered in the past. 5 old men wearing Biyun Peak's uniform stood in the air. When they saw Biyun Peak's unique peak master asking for help, they rushed over immediately. Unexpectedly, he was still a step too late. When he saw the situation, he immediately understood what was going on. Uncles. He is Xiao Chen. He is the one who killed my father. He is only a peak superior grade martial king. You have to take revenge for me. Song Qianhe shouted, ignoring the fact that Xiao Chen was stepping on him. The 5 old men were already over 80 years old. They had a lot of life experience. They took a quick glance at Xiao Chen and started cursing in their hearts. Song Qianhe did not know what cultivation realm Xiao Chen was in. However, they knew with one glance. How was this a peak superior grade martial king? He was clearly a half-step martial monarch. Furthermore, his aura was strong and drawn out. He was not a half-step martial monarch that cultivated a trash cultivation technique. Song Qianhe, this little bastard, wanting them to go was simply sending them to their deaths. Although the difference between a peak superior grade martial king and a half-step martial monarch was not as great as between a martial king and a martial monarch, it was still a huge difference. The 5 old men were very old. After living for so long, they were all very astute. They knew that the 5 of them working together would not be able to hold back Xiao Chen. Furthermore, they would offend a genius cultivator with a bright future. They did not say anything. They exchanged glances and flew away, returning to where they came from. Why did the 5 martial kings leave just like that? How strange. Could they have been scared off? The many disciples who were worried for Xiao Chen all felt suspicious. Song Qianhe's mouth was wide open. His mouth was so wide that he could easily fit an egg in it. The carefree smile on his face did not even have time to fade. Why did they leave without saying anything? These uncles are the ones who dote on me the most. How could it be like this? How could it be like this? The difference was too great. Song Qianhe felt dizzy. It was like his brain had short-circuited in that instant. Falling from the peak to the bottom of the valley was not the most miserable feeling. The most miserable feeling was when one fell to the bottom and thought that one had a chance to turn things around. Who knew one would fall back down? At this moment, Song Qianhe finally experienced this feeling. Furthermore, he was severely injured. His final hope was shattered. He could not catch his breath and fainted. Xiao Chen was not surprised at the actions of the 5 Biyun Peak old men. They clearly knew that they could not defeat him, yet they still insisted on fighting. There would not be such stupid people in this world. If the 5 old men were half-step martial monarchs, with the resources of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and their experience, they might have a 50% chance of defeating him. Unfortunately, they were not. They were only superior-grade martial kings. In that case, they would not stand a chance at all. Chapter 545. Casually kicking Song Qianhe aside, Xiao Chen raised his head and looked at the clouds above. There were a few strong gazes staring at him from within the clouds. However, they did not have any malicious intent. They also did not intend to stop Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen felt excited. He knew who was in the clouds. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion was not a place where a half-step martial monarch like him could do as he pleased. Not to mention the few core elders of the Elders Institute, they were all half-step martial monarchs. Any one of those supreme elders with startling cultivations could easily kill him. The fact that those strong existences did not make a move against him was a clear indication of their attitude. This attitude made Xiao Chen feel more at ease. Xiao Chen hovered about 1 centimeter off the ground and continued walking towards Qingyun Peak. The surrounding disciples all made way for him, their gazes fixed on Xiao Chen's back. At this moment, on Qingyun Peak, the ponytailed girl whose identity medallion Xiao Chen had stolen was looking at Qingyun Peak's manager, Lu Suifeng, with misty eyes. There was a group of female disciples beside Lu Suifeng, talking about what happened. Her identity medallion had been stolen by Xiao Chen, and she was very anxious. Fortunately, she met a group of fellow disciples who were going to enter the mountain. When that group of sisters found out about what happened to her, they immediately rode on a flying beast and flew to Qingyun Peak. They wanted Lu Suifeng to seek justice for them. After Lu Suifeng heard this, he muttered, "You are saying that a fellow disciple wearing white clothes recognized Qingyun Peak's secret technique with one glance and casually broke it? Furthermore, he snatched your identity medallion?" Lang Qianxian nodded gently and said in a wronged manner, "That senior brother was a bully. Not only did he snatch my identity medallion, he even said that I had not practiced well enough and that I needed to continue working hard." Lu Suifeng said angrily, "How preposterous! Since when can others speak ill of the people of my Qingyun Peak? Stop crying and follow me down the mountain. Let's find that fellow and see elder brother Suifeng help you vent your anger." The group of female disciples followed Lu Suifeng and quickly headed down the mountain. Xiao Chen climbed all the way from the foot of Qingyun Peak. He felt very rueful. Back then, there were very few people on Qingyun Peak. It was hard to see anyone on the huge peak. But now, with just a few steps, he could see some disciples either practicing or chatting. There were even disciples guarding the key passages, so Xiao Chen had no choice but to use some techniques to avoid them. What surprised him the most was that these disciples were all young women with voluptuous figures. He didn't see a single male disciple. Lang Qianxian, who had followed Lu Suifeng down, had just reached the middle of the mountain when she saw Xiao Chen, who had a relaxed expression as he looked around. He quickly pointed at Xiao Chen and said to Lu Suifeng, "Elder brother Suifeng, he is the one who snatched my medallion. Now, he is here at our Qingyun Peak." Lu Suifeng was greatly startled as he said, "This brat is too arrogant. After snatching your medallion, he still dares to come to our Qingyun Peak. Come, follow me. Watch me teach this brat a lesson." Under Lu Suifeng's lead, the group of female disciples rushed down aggressively. Soon, they arrived before Xiao Chen. When they got close, Lu Suifeng saw Xiao Chen's face. His eyes were filled with astonishment. His rushing footsteps immediately stopped. Later, a few of the girls could not react in time. A few of them knocked into his back. "Elder brother Suifeng, why aren't you moving? Go and teach him a lesson. He personally scolded me for not practicing the profound wind chop well. You were the one who taught me all my martial techniques." Lu Suifeng's earlier anger vanished. He smiled somewhat embarrassedly. "I can't teach this fellow a lesson." "Brother Suifeng, it's been a long time." Lu Suifeng stepped forward and patted Xiao Chen's shoulder. He smiled and said, "You are finally willing to come back. Return the medallion to the young lady." Lu Suifeng took the medallion from Xiao Chen's hand and handed it to Lang Qianqian. He said, "I can't teach this fellow a lesson. However, someone else can. Hehe. You all can leave first." Lang Qianqian received the medallion. She had a confused expression. It was not just her. The group of female disciples behind her were all confused as well. Didn't Lu Suifeng say that he would help Lang Qianqian get revenge? Why was he suddenly chatting and laughing with this person? Elder brother Suifeng, who is this person? One of the girls asked, feeling confused. Lu Suifeng smiled and said, "This is the white-robed bladesman that you all keep talking about. Xiao Chen, you can all leave now." When the group of girls heard Lu Suifeng's words, the way they looked at Xiao Chen immediately changed. It was like they could see stars twinkling in their eyes. Xiao Chen could not stand this gaze. He quickly pulled Lu Suifeng to a rather desolate cliff on Qingyun Peak and asked what was going on. Lu Suifeng giggled and said, "These girls are all your admirers. It is all thanks to you that they are able to do so. Thanks to you, the battle at the Heaven Ascending platform 2 years ago spread the name of our Qingyun Peak. In the second year, several outer disciples came to Qingyun Peak. Now, Qingyun Peak is no longer the weakest of the 7 main peaks of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Although its accumulations are not as deep as Tianyue Peak, it is full of youthful energy. Every year, there will be a large number of new disciples. There will be an endless stream of new blood. Sooner or later, it will become the top peak of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion." Xiao Chen was mildly surprised. He had not expected his battle that day to bring about such a huge change to Qingyun Peak. However, this was a good thing. There was no need to fear more. Only when Qingyun Peak truly developed would Lu Ruyue be able to put down the burden in her heart and be with him. Suddenly, Xiao Chen thought of something. He asked, "Why do the disciples in this mountain look like young girls? There is not a single man to be seen." Lu Suifeng said righteously, "You really have to thank me for this. I only take in female disciples for your sake. As your brother-in-law, I have the responsibility to guard this place for you. I cannot let other men get close to my sister." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "I see those girls calling you elder brother Suifeng. Do you sound like you enjoy it? Are you really doing this for my sake?" Lu Suifeng coughed twice and said, "Let's not talk about this. I'll bring you to meet my sister. She should be at the dueling grounds now." "Greetings, instructor." "Greetings, instructor Suifeng." As the two of them walked, the female disciples they met would respectfully greet Lu Suifeng as instructor. As Lu Suifeng walked, he explained, "Don't look at me like that. Actually, Elder Sis is the one teaching most of the martial techniques. I am just assisting her." Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "With your strength, it should not be a problem for you to teach these 14 or 15-year-old girls." In these 2 years, Lu Suifeng's strength had undergone a metamorphosis. He had advanced from inferior-grade martial saint to peak superior-grade martial saint. He was only a step away from breaking through the barrier to martial king. Such strength would be considered at the peak among the younger generation of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Even in the entire Great Qin nation, it would be considered top-notch. However, when compared to the entire continent, especially during the budding age of geniuses, it would not be considered top-notch. However, no matter what, with Lu Suifeng's current strength as a peak martial saint, it was more than enough to teach these martial grandmaster female disciples. Lu Suifeng said seriously, "It is all thanks to that flowing light marigold leaf of yours. The further you go, the more you will understand the importance of comprehension." As they spoke, the dueling grounds soon appeared before the two of them. This dueling grounds was not unfamiliar to Xiao Chen. Back when he was at Qingyun Peak, he would spend most of his time there. "Go in by yourself. I will not stay to accompany you." After sending Xiao Chen off, Lu Suifeng performed a cupped fist salute and took his leave. When Xiao Chen pushed open the doors of the dueling grounds, he saw that the previously empty dueling grounds was now filled with people. There were 200 to 300 Qingyun Peak female disciples lined up neatly. They were like white poplar trees standing in the middle of the grounds. In front of them, Lu Ruyue was explaining some of the unique martial techniques of Qingyun Peak. Occasionally, she would answer the questions of the disciples. She wore tight-fitting blue cultivator robes, revealing her exquisite and graceful figure. 2 years had not left any mark on her face. She was the same as before. Every movement she made was graceful and flawless. Xiao Chen stopped walking and revealed a faint smile. He leaned against the door and watched with interest. Seeing Lu Ruyue's expression, Xiao Chen felt a faint satisfaction in his heart. For a moment, he did not have any other thoughts in his mind. Lu Ruyue, who was completely focused, did not sense Xiao Chen's arrival. She continued to explain the unique points of Qingyun Peak's martial techniques. When Lu Ruyue got excited, she would draw the small saber at her waist and demonstrate it personally. She wanted these young girls to understand the profound things in simple terms. This month's 3 days of lessons will end here. When you go back, remember to work harder. If there is anything you do not understand, remember to communicate with your fellow disciples. 2 hours later, Lu Ruyue waved her hand and dismissed the 200-odd female disciples. After the crowd dispersed, Lu Ruyue's spirited face finally revealed some fatigue. Just as she was about to leave, Lu Ruyue's spirited face revealed a trace of fatigue. Just as she was about to leave, her gaze suddenly landed on Xiao Chen, who was standing at the door. Her body paused, thinking that she had seen wrong. After looking carefully, she was certain that the bladesman wearing white clear-wined robes with a meteor-shaped lunar shadow saber at his waist was Xiao Chen. Lu Ruyue put down what she was doing and walked over quickly. Tears gathered in her eyes. She still could not believe that the person in front of her was Xiao Chen. Lu Ruyue slowly raised her fair and slender right hand and moved it towards Xiao Chen's face. She really wanted to know if what she saw was an illusion or not. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed Lu Ruyue's wrist. Then, he naturally pulled her into his embrace. There were many things he wanted to say in his heart. However, when the words reached his mouth, he did not know what to say. He could only mutter, "I'm back." A familiar person, a familiar smell, a familiar voice. Lu Ruyue finally believed that the person she was thinking of was indeed in front of her. "How have you been these 2 years?" Lu Ruyue asked softly as she let go of Xiao Chen's embrace and blushed slightly. "Let's go out first. There are too many people here." Holding Lu Ruyue's hand, Xiao Chen led her out of the door. Lu Suifeng, who was eavesdropping with a group of female disciples, was the first to bear the brunt of the door slamming into his face. Chapter 546. "Damn, there is no need to be so ruthless," Lu Suifeng said depressedly as he rubbed his face. "Instructor Suifeng, was that person earlier really the white-robed bladesman? I heard that back then, he was not as strong as you, right? How strong is he now? I heard someone say that he scared away 5 Biyun Peak elders by himself. That Biyun Peak's peak master, Song Qianhe, did not even have the ability to stand before him." The girls fired questions at Lu Suifeng. If it were anyone else, they would not have been able to endure it. However, Lu Suifeng chuckled and surrounded the girls. He said calmly, "Don't be in such a rush. Ask them one by one. Let me tell you everything from the beginning." At the same time, the news of Xiao Chen's return to Qingyun Peak spread like wildfire throughout the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Furthermore, the story of Xiao Chen's encounter with Biyun Peak's Song Qianhe was recounted vividly. In the end, he even scared away 5 superior-grade martial kings. When they thought of the legendary battle from 2 years ago and saw the strength that Xiao Chen displayed today, several cultivators of the same generation as Xiao Chen sighed. At the edge of a small cliff on Qingyun Peak, Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyue leaned against a rock. There was a waterfall in front of the cliff. The sound of water splashing could be heard continuously. The wind blew past the two of them as Xiao Chen spoke softly about his encounters in the past 2 years. He told Lu Ruyue everything he had experienced since he left the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. From the first time Lu Ruyue saw Xiao Chen, she had already guessed that Xiao Chen's future accomplishments would not stop at the great Qi nation. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion could not hold him back. However, she had not expected that the stage that Xiao Chen wanted would be so big. Xiao Chen was not very eloquent. What should have been a very exciting experience sounded very ordinary when he spoke about it. This was similar to his low-profile character. Lu Ruyue squinted her eyes slightly. However, she was very engrossed in listening, carefully savoring every word. She was the only one who could understand the thrill and danger that Xiao Chen was facing from Xiao Chen's calm tone. Time passed by unknowingly. The sound of the wind and the sound of water lingered in their ears. Xiao Chen shrugged slightly and smiled. "Tell me about yourself. How have you been doing these past 2 years?" What Lu Ruyue said was exactly the same as what Lu Suifeng said. After he left, Qingyun Peak developed very quickly in the second year. In the past 2 years, she had to guide Lu Suifeng to teach the new disciples during the day and cultivate by herself at night. Every day could be said to be extremely busy. Even so, Lu Ruyue managed to become a peak superior grade martial king. This showed how strong her talent was. If not for Xiao Chen being over 24 years old, he would not have any problems passing the preliminaries of this 5-nation youth competition. Lu Ruyue asked with some anticipation, "How long do you intend to stay here this time?" Xiao Chen thought for a while before replying, "About 2 months. There is still half a year before the 5-nation youth competition begins. I still have to do some things for the Xiao clan." When the sky turned completely dark, Xiao Chen reluctantly said goodbye to Lu Ruyue and returned to his courtyard. The stars were resplendent in the night sky. Xiao Chen practiced the 4-season saber technique in the courtyard. At the same time, he comprehended the state of the 4th and final move. Spring uses thunder, summer uses fire, autumn uses rain. However, he could not think of what to use in winter as a catalyst. If he followed by Shueihe's style, winter would naturally use snow, using the state of extreme cold to seal the world in ice. Xiao Chen did not want to follow by Shueihe's style. He wanted to create his own 4-season saber technique. Hence, he could not use snow as a catalyst. Hua! 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 Under the influence of Xiao Chen's saber intent, the fallen leaves in the courtyard formed a ball in the air at some point in time. As Xiao Chen sheathed his saber, the ball of fallen leaves immediately exploded. The remnant saber intent still lingered on the fallen leaves. When it burst out, it created thousands of holes of various sizes in the surrounding ground. The first elder, Jianghu, had just entered the courtyard. When he stepped on the ground, a dull explosion immediately came from the ground. There seemed to be 10-odd sharp saber intents under the sturdy ground. They all formed a formation and started circulating their cultivation techniques. With a loud bang, under the astonished gazes of the first elder and the others, the ground of the courtyard suddenly exploded, sending a cloud of dust into the air. The countless fallen leaves hidden in the dust were still spinning. A misty saber intent spread out, causing the weapon in Jianghu's hand to buzz and tremble. "It really is saber intent." The first elder, Jianghu, exclaimed excitedly as he held the trembling weapon in his hand and looked at the spinning fallen leaves in the air. Jianghu had advanced to half-step martial monarch many years ago. Even with the vast resources of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he had not been able to break through to martial monarch. He might not have any hope of becoming a martial monarch in this lifetime. However, as a half-step martial monarch, Jianghu relied on the vast resources to temper himself, becoming an unrivaled existence. If Xiao Chen had not comprehended saber intent, Jianghu would have an 80% chance of defeating Xiao Chen. However, now that Xiao Chen comprehended saber intent, Jianghu did not even have a 60% chance. Something like saber intent did not depend on one's cultivation realm or cultivation. It only depended on one's comprehension ability. Some people might not be able to comprehend saber intent even after becoming a martial sage. However, some people might be able to comprehend saber intent as a martial saint. Only by comprehending saber intent could a bladesman be considered a complete bladesman. First elder, Xiao Chen said respectfully with a cupped fist salute as he leaped over the flying soil and arrived beside Jianghu. Jianghu had done Xiao Chen a favor. Furthermore, it was not an ordinary favor. It was a favor of saving his life. Even though Xiao Chen's strength surpassed Jianghu's, he did not dare to show any disrespect. When Jianghu saw Xiao Chen's attitude, he felt very satisfied. He carefully sized up Xiao Chen and sighed softly. "You are old. 2 years ago, you were just a peak martial saint. In merely 2 years, you actually advanced to half-step martial monarch. You are no weaker than me. You are so young, and you even comprehended saber intent. Your future is limitless." Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "My saber intent is not worth mentioning. It has not reached small perfection. If it had reached small perfection, the remnant saber intent on the fallen leaf would have returned to the saber the instant I withdrew my saber." Indeed, Xiao Chen was still far from achieving small perfection in saber intent. The first elder, Jianghu, smiled faintly and chatted with Xiao Chen. He cleverly did not mention Xiao Chen's oath. "Xiao Chen, actually, I have a presumptuous request this time. Can you represent the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in this five-nation youth competition? After hesitating for a while, Xianxia finally stated his purpose for coming here. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion had its own branch in Desolate City. However, it was not as big as the other sections. Hence, the first elder, Xianxia, was not like the other disciples of the sect. He did not know anything about Xiao Chen after he left. Xianxia was very clear about Xiao Chen's achievements in the ancient desolate land. He knew that Xiao Chen could rival the demonic geniuses of the great Jin nation. With Xiao Chen's strength, he would not have any problems entering the top 50. If such a person could represent the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, the benefits would be immeasurable. Xiao Chen thought for a while and made a decision in his heart. He nodded and said, "I will gladly do so. I came from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in the first place. Furthermore, the first elder saved my life. Since you think highly of me, Xiao Chen will naturally do his best." Xiao Chen agreed so straightforwardly. Xianxia was stunned. He only reacted after a while. He smiled and said, "Good, good, good. Your pure heart has not changed. Don't worry. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion cannot compare to those rich and powerful factions. However, the resources you deserve will not be lacking." Xianxia laughed loudly and said, "Good," 3 times in a row. He was clearly in a carefree mood. The next day, Xianxia ordered people to deliver 3 boxes. The first box contained 10,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. The second box contained 10,000 medial-grade spirit stones. When Xiao Chen opened the third box, he immediately felt a vast amount of spiritual energy. Unexpectedly, it was filled with superior-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, there were 10,000 of them. Even Xiao Chen was somewhat astonished. He knew about the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's foundation. Taking out 10,000 superior-grade spirit stones in one go was truly a huge investment. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and put away the spirit stones. Although there were not many resources, they were timely help. Xiao Chen was now truly poor. He had exhausted all his resources in the boundless sea. He was in urgent need of resources. However, inferior-grade spirit stones and medial-grade spirit stones were already useless to him. Xiao Chen handed them over to Lu Ruyue for the night. After Xiao Chen received the spirit stones, it meant that he could not go back on his word. So, after another day, the news that Xiao Chen would represent the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in the 5-nation youth competition spread. Under Xianxia's purposeful control, this news spread throughout the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. When all the disciples heard this news, they were all extremely excited. They had not expected that Xiao Chen, who had been forced out of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, would return to help them. During the days on Qingyun Peak, Xiao Chen adjusted his mentality. He allowed himself to relax during the day, accompanying Lu Ruyue as she walked around. Occasionally, he would teach the juniors of Qingyun Peak. On the 15th of the 7th month, 1 month had passed since Xiao Chen arrived at Qingyun Peak. On this day, something major happened in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Even the Elders' Assembly's Jianghu was startled. The previous top genius, Murong Chong, had returned as well. The 5-nation youth competition would begin in half a year. Furthermore, this 5-nation youth competition might open the door to the upper realm. Not only the 5 great nations, but also the Great Jin, Chu, Great Tang, Great Xia, and Great Qin, the ancient desolate land, the surrounding barbarians, and the vast boundless sea. All the genius cultivators and demonic geniuses under the starry heavens would participate. The 5-nation youth competition would usher in an unprecedented grand occasion. The Germinal Organization of Cultivators might lose the word Germinal because of this battle, ushering in a grand age of tens of thousands of cultivators. In this era of great competition, everything would be reshuffled. This was not only an opportunity for cultivators to stand out, it was also an opportunity for sections. At this crucial moment, Murong Chong returned. Naturally, the management of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was very excited. Back then, Murong Chong was the top genius of the Shihe province. No one could compare to him. 3 years ago, he was already a superior-grade martial saint. However, because he lost to Xiao Chen in one move, he had to go on experiential training. Chapter 547. The people of the Elders' Assembly originally thought that with Murong Chong's talent, he would have been poached away by the other sects long ago. They did not expect him to return to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. However, he also had some misgivings in his heart. He was afraid that after this Murong Chong was defeated by Xiao Chen, he fell to the bottom of the valley and was unable to rise again. As for the ordinary people, they could not catch the attention of the other great sections. That was why they returned to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Thus, the elders, led by Xianxia, immediately received Murong Chong. They wanted to gauge his strength. On Qingyun Peak, Xiao Chen heard from Lu Suifeng that Murong Chong had returned. He felt somewhat surprised. Unlike the people from the elders' assembly, Xiao Chen clearly knew that Murong Chong was not the kind of cultivator who would collapse after suffering a setback. With Xiao Chen's talent, he would definitely be valued by the other great sections. To be able to resist such a temptation and return to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Murong Chong was also on the same path. Lu Sui said, "He is probably back for the Five-Nation Youth Competition. If there are no surprises, he will definitely come and look for you tonight." Xiao Chen smiled softly and said, "I have not seen him for more than 2 years. I am indeed looking forward to seeing how much he has grown." Lu Suifeng sighed softly. "The requirements for the Five-Nation Youth Competition will probably be higher this time around. You might need to be at least a martial king to register. Any cultivator would definitely want to go and take a look at the Five-Nation Youth Competition. Even if they did not rank high, they would be able to broaden their horizons by going." Naturally, Lu Suifeng was no exception. Unfortunately, he was stuck at the bottleneck of a martial king. There was still half a year left, and it would be difficult for him to overcome it. With a thought, Xiao Chen casually took out 1,000 superior-grade spirit stones and handed them to Lu Suifeng. He said, "Use these superior-grade spirit stones to cultivate for the next half a year. When you officially make your breakthrough, I'll help you find some natural treasures. You have to build a good foundation for breaking through to Martial King." Xiao Chen had experienced breaking through the barrier of Martial King before. One had to have a firm and solid foundation. Otherwise, even if one broke through, they would only be an ordinary Martial King. A person's foundation was determined by the cultivation technique they practiced, the grade of the spirit stones they usually used, the heavenly treasures they used when making a breakthrough, and their own bones. Xiao Chen could not help Lu Suifeng with regards to his aptitude and cultivation technique. However, he could still think of a way to obtain good spirit stones and natural treasures. Lu Suifeng rejected. "How can I do that? You already gave us so many spirit stones. Furthermore, it would be a waste for me to use superior-grade spirit stones now." Xiao Chen advised, "Don't be afraid of wasting. Even if you waste a large amount of yuan qi in the upper-rank spirit stones, the effect is still much better than the middle-rank spirit stones and the lower-rank spirit stones. Don't worry about this when you are breaking through." Naturally, it was a great waste to use superior-grade spirit stones when one was a martial saint. However, there was no need to care about this when making a breakthrough. Under Xiao Chen's repeated persuasion, Lu Suifeng finally accepted the 1,000 upper spiritual stones. The moon hung above the treetops, illuminating the land. It was late at night. Inside the courtyard, Xiao Chen held his saber hilt with his right hand as he looked at the fallen leaves in the courtyard, deep in thought. Pooh! Xiao Chen drew his saber by 1 centimeter. The pitch-black saber instantly glowed with a purple light. A sharp saber intent spread out, creating a boundless strong wind. The strong wind blew the fallen leaves down, causing them to dance in the courtyard. They rose and fell, falling heavily. Kasie! When Xiao Chen drew the lunar shadow saber, a boundless saber intent soared into the sky. All the fallen leaves immediately buzzed and spun in the air. With the support of the saber intent, the normally light fallen leaves had turned into a sharp killing weapon. A regular martial saint would not be able to block it and would end up covered in wounds. Withdraw! In an instant, the lunar shadow saber returned to its scabbard at lightning speed. The spinning leaves suddenly stopped and fell back to the ground. Xiao Chen revealed a satisfied expression. He said softly, "After 1 month, although I still have not figured out what to take for winter, my saber intent has finally reached small perfection. I can release and withdraw it as I please." Hoochie! Just at this moment, a strong wind blew in the courtyard. A cold saber intent spread out in the strong wind. The fallen leaves that had just fallen were suddenly swept up again. The fallen leaves spun and buzzed. They were like thousands of blades flying in the sky, heading for Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. His right hand, which was holding the saber, moved quickly. A sharp saber intent gushed out as he drew his saber. Under the influence of Xiao Chen's saber intent, the falling leaves that filled the sky started spinning anti-clockwise. Bang! 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 Under the pressure of the two saber intents, the falling leaves in the air could not withstand such a strong force. They all exploded, turning into countless shards and falling down like rain. When the dust settled, a thick layer of broken leaves covered the empty space in the courtyard. Xiao Chen looked to the front. Murong Chong, dressed in black, stood on the walls of the courtyard, holding a scarlet saber in his hand. Murong Chong's aura was like a sharp saber, radiating a sharp light as he stood proudly in the sky. The two withdrew their sabers at the same time. Murong Chong's figure flashed, and he landed on the ground. Then, he casually walked over to the stone table in the courtyard. However, Murong Chong's gaze remained fixed on Xiao Chen. There was a faint shock in the depths of his eyes, but he hid it very well. After a long time, Murong Chong sighed. After not seeing you for more than 2 years, I originally thought that I could defeat you easily. Who knew? I still cannot see through you. Xiao Chen said softly. It is the same for you. Not only have you reached half-step martial monarch, but you have also comprehended saber intent. In the end, Murong Chong did not fall. Murong Chong smiled and said, Why did you come back? With your talent, there should have been a super sect that extended an olive branch to you. Xiao Chen said calmly, I am the same as you. Whatever reason you have, I have. With the talent of the two of them, the small mountain that was the Heavenly Saber Pavilion could not hold them back. However, the two of them were people who knew how to repay favors. They hoped to use this opportunity to repay the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's kindness. If one asked for the reason, there was no need to say it. 3 days from now, I will be waiting for you on the heaven viewing platform. We will only compete in the saber. Murong Chong enunciated every word. The battle 2 years ago was Murong Chong's greatest defeat in the past 20-odd years. He had lost to a newcomer in front of thousands of people in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. In that battle, not only had he lost his position as the top disciple of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he had also lost the love he had hidden in his heart forever. Murong Chong was not someone who haggled over every ounce. However, he had his pride. Naturally, he had to think of a way to take back what he had lost. Xiao Chen accepted the other party's challenge without any fear. He said calmly, Sure. We will meet on the Heaven Ascending platform 3 days from now. As you said, we will only compete in the saber. Early the next morning, the news of Murong Chong challenging Xiao Chen quickly spread throughout the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Back then, it was also on the Heaven Viewing platform. The classic battle between Xiao Chen and Murong Chong was still vivid in the minds of many disciples. The two moons competed with each other, the winds blew, the clouds churned, and the sky changed color. Now, 2 years later, the two of them had their own accomplishments. They would fight again in the same place with their own glory. Would Murong Chong defeat Xiao Chen and reclaim his position as the top disciple of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? Or would Xiao Chen win again, suppressing Murong Chong? Before it started, the many Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples were filled with anticipation for this battle. 3 days passed in a flash. Back at Xiao Chen's residence, Lu Ruyue said, Are we really not going? Xiao Chen held Lu Rue's hand and smiled faintly. There is really no need. We are only competing in the saber. It is not a true battle to the death. It can't even be considered a true exchange of pointers. Competing in the saber. This was a term used by bladesmen. The literal meaning was when two people attacked at the same time to see whose saber was stronger. It sounded very simple, but it was incomparably complicated when it came to actual operation. The instant the saber left the hand, not only did it contain essence, but it also contained the cultivator's state and saber intent. Under normal circumstances, when competing with a bladesman who comprehended saber intent, it would be useless, no matter how strong the first two were. However, Murong Chong and Xiao Chen both comprehended saber intent. It was hard to say who was stronger. However, Xiao Chen was very confident in himself. Aside from saber intent, his state of massacre and state of thunder had already reached their limits. As his cultivation increased, they would continue to grow stronger. Furthermore, the essence in Xiao Chen's body was terrifyingly pure. He had used countless natural treasures and tempered himself with a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. Furthermore, he had the spirit-gathering pearls. It would be hard for anyone in the same generation to be stronger than him. No matter what fortuitous encounters Murong had, he would not be able to compare to Xiao Chen. Unless he was the proud disciple of a super sect, born with countless natural treasures and had cultivated more than 10 years more than Xiao Chen, he would barely be able to surpass him. However, as time went by, the gap between these demonic geniuses and Xiao Chen would shrink. In the end, he would surpass them all. Don't worry, just wait for my good news. Xiao Chen let go of Lu Ruyue and soared into the sky, disappearing from Lu Ruyue's sight in the blink of an eye. As Lu Ruyue watched Xiao Chen leave, she bit her lips and revealed a contemplative look. Not too long ago, when Xiao Chen first came to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he needed to be protected under her wings. However, in merely 2 years, he had completely surpassed her. Lu Ruyue withdrew her gaze and revealed a determined expression. She muttered to herself, "It looks like I have to take some time out to temper myself. Otherwise, if this little fellow surpasses me by too much, it will be too embarrassing." Many disciples had already received the news and were already waiting in the huge drill grounds of the heaven viewing platform. The sun above their heads was scorching hot, but it still could not resist the enthusiasm of the crowd. The discussions had not stopped since the beginning. Who do you think will win? 2 years ago, the two of them were evenly matched. Xiao Chen barely won. It is hard to say. I heard that Murong is already a half-step martial monarch. Xiao Chen is also a half-step martial monarch. However, he only revealed a move that day and did not see his exact strength. However, the two of them are competing in the saber and not in a true duel. They should be able to determine the victor very quickly. Let's just wait and see. Whoever's saber is stronger, it means that they are stronger. 2 years ago, before the duel between Xiao Chen and Murong, all the cultivators were leaning towards Murong, believing that Xiao Chen would not be able to win. 2 years later, this duel was filled with uncertainty. No one dared to say who would win. Chapter 548. The 12 elite elders of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Elders Assembly were gathered on the tall platform. They did not want to miss out on this duel, either. As of now, Xiao Chen and Murong were no weaker than them. Several of the elders were not even as strong as the two of them. An elder with very small eyes sighed softly. "We are really getting old. Only in this budding age of geniuses can there be geniuses growing so fast. Unfortunately, we are all old. We are destined to be spectators." Haha. To be able to be a spectator and witness the geniuses of geniuses is pretty good. My life is not in vain. Indeed, our Heavenly Saber Pavilion already has 2 geniuses. In that case, how many geniuses are there in the entire starry heavens? When they all mature, the geniuses of geniuses will descend. What kind of majestic scene will appear in the world? The first elder, Jianghu, smiled faintly and said, "What is the point of saying all this? After all, these 2 geniuses have agreed to fight for our Heavenly Saber Pavilion. When the time comes, our Heavenly Saber Pavilion will only rise up." Xiao! Xiao! 2 sharp figures flew over from the east and west of the drill grounds. They were extremely fast and landed in the blink of an eye. They are here. Murong and Xiao Chen are here. The people in the spectator stands who had been waiting for a long time immediately burst into an uproar. Murong looked at his surroundings and his thoughts drifted back to 2 years ago. The scene back then was the same as now. There were no empty seats. Murong was originally in high spirits, wanting to take down Qingyun Peak in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, he lost. After more than 2 years, when he saw such a scene again, he could not help but feel rueful. Harboring a desire to win, Murong sharp gaze was like a knife as he looked at Xiao Chen. He said in a clear voice, "Xiao Chen, one saber strike to decide victory." "As you wish." The two of them placed their right hands on their saber hilts at the same time. A boundless aura, state, aura, and saber intent started to gather. Murong activated his state of wind and a strong wind blew behind him, kicking up a boundless cloud of dust. The white clouds above him churned endlessly. For a moment, the wind and clouds surged, and the world changed color. Xiao Chen activated the state of slaughter and the state of thunder. Black thunderclouds appeared above his head, and muffled thunderclaps resounded. The entire place rumbled endlessly, causing everyone's ears to buzz. Behind him, a blood-red radiance overflowed crazily. That was the will of massacre spreading. Under the strong state of the two, before the sabers were drawn, The world had already turned dark. The aura of the impending battle made everyone hold their breath. They did not even dare to breathe heavily. Clang clang. Two resonant hums rang out. Murongchong and Xiao Chen drew their weapons at the same time. The saber intents that they had been accumulating for a long time burst forth. The sabers hummed endlessly, and the saber intent reverberated endlessly. Then it quickly spread out. The weapons in the hands of the thousands of cultivators immediately trembled, ready to be unsheathed at any moment. Xiao. The two of them moved as fast as lightning. The lunar shadow saber and the scarlet saber in Murongchong's hands flew out at the same time, spinning towards each other. Hu-chi! Hu-chi! The two sabers gave off a bright light. As they spun, a bright light spread out. Everywhere the weapons passed, cracks appeared in the ground, spreading out continuously. The thousands of cultivators in the crowd all cried out in alarm. When the two saber intents clashed, they could no longer control the weapons in their hands. They all flew into the air. Thousands of sabers of all sorts were pulled into the air by the two king weapons of Xiao Chen and Murongchong. They clashed endlessly. It was a spectacular sight. However, everyone's attention was not on that at all. Their eyes were fixed on the two rotating long sabers in the field without blinking. The speed of the sabers was incomparably fast. If Murongchong raised his head, victory would be decided in the next moment. Dang! Under the watchful eyes of thousands of people, the two majestic sabers finally collided. The two cracks on the ground also connected with a loud bang at this moment. Kasie! The entire ground of the drill ground was instantly split into two halves, shocking everyone present. Even the elders on the high platform couldn't sit still. Too strong. The strength of the genius cultivators now is beyond our imagination. However, Jianghu had a smile on his face. He did not care that these two people were stronger than him. He said loudly, "Good. No matter who wins or loses, with such strength, our Heavenly Saber Pavilion is destined to shine in the five-nation youth competition." Puxia. Murongchong, who was standing proudly, paled and vomited a large mouthful of blood. The instant the scarlet saber that belonged to him clashed with the lunar shadow saber, cracks appeared on it. Then, the cracks scattered and the scarlet saber shattered into countless pieces. Puxia. Woo! Woo! Only a slender pitch-black saber remained on the drill grounds, spinning continuously. The thousands of sabers spinning around the lunar shadow saber in the sky seemed to be telling everyone who the true king weapon was. Whose saber could truly command the thousands of sabers? The king of sabers. Xiao Chen waved his hand, and the spinning lunar shadow saber turned into a beam of light and returned to its scabbard. Having lost the support of the saber intent, the thousands of sabers swaying endlessly in the sky also fell down like flowers scattered by a fairy. The vast drill grounds regained its calm. The strong wind stopped, the dust settled, the thunder stopped, and the fiery sunlight shone down once again. Only the 1,000-meter-long crack that split the drill grounds in half remained in the calm drill grounds. It was a testament to the crazy scene from earlier. Saber intent, two peak states, and the aura of a martial monarch. These two are not ordinary half-step martial monarchs. Up on the platform, the first elder, Jianghu, said sullenly, "We need to re-evaluate their strength." Second elder, "Bring some people to communicate with Murongchong. Tell him to give him the highest treatment for a genius. I will personally speak to Xiao Chen." The remaining elders all looked at each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. If they gave Murongchong the highest treatment for a genius, then wouldn't they give Xiao Chen an even higher treatment? It would be the same as the young sect master's treatment. Don't just stand there. Quickly do as I say. This concerns the 100-year plan of our Heavenly Saber Pavilion. If anyone makes a mistake, they can forget about their position in the elders' assembly. Jianghu snorted coldly. When he saw the elders not moving, he scolded them in a serious tone. The second elder did not dare to delay. He quickly said, "I'll go immediately, I'll go immediately." After 15 minutes, Xiao Chen, who was preparing to fly up, received a message from a young disciple. The young disciple said that the first elder was waiting for him in the Hidden Treasure Pavilion. The Hidden Treasure Pavilion was the place where the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had accumulated for tens of thousands of years. There were cultivation techniques, secret manuals, spirit weapons, battle armor, spirit stones, and all sorts of natural treasures. Of course, with the strength of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, its accumulations could not compare to the other great sections. Not to mention a super sect like the Haotian sect in the Great Jin Nation, the Heavenly Sword Gate in the Great Chu Nation, or the Thousand Sword Pavilion in the Great Xia Nation. Even the Heavenly Saber Pavilion paled in comparison. However, no matter what, the accumulation of a sect's inheritance and wealth would definitely make Xiao Chen sigh in amazement. The first elder, Jianghu, wanted to bring Xiao Chen to the Hidden Treasure Pavilion. Naturally, his intentions were clear. He wanted to gain a new understanding of Xiao Chen's strength and wanted to rope him in. Xiao Chen understood this logic. However, he still felt it was strange. No matter what, he felt that the first elder, Jianghu, was a little too attentive. Xiao Chen had already agreed to fight for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Furthermore, he had accepted the 10,000 superior grade spirit stones from him. What did the first elder have to worry about? There was no need for him to give Xiao Chen any more benefits. Carrying such doubts, Xiao Chen followed the young disciple to the Hidden Treasure Pavilion. The Hidden Treasure Pavilion was an important place for any sect. Naturally, the security was very strict. Along the way, Xiao Chen saw many twists and turns. There were many twists and turns. Every checkpoint was guarded by the elite disciples of the Divine Saber Camp. Occasionally, there would be a few warships cruising through the air. When Xiao Chen arrived at the Hidden Treasure Pavilion, he felt the aura of a martial monarch on the roof. That should be a supreme elder of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. With such tight security, it was easy to imagine the importance of the Hidden Treasure Pavilion to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The first elder, Jianghu, had been waiting at the entrance for a long time. He waved his hand to dismiss the disciple leading the way. Then, he walked over to Xiao Chen with a smile on his face. Haha. Xiao Chen, you should know why I brought you here, right? Xiao Chen nodded to indicate that he understood. Jianghu smiled and said, the strength that you and Murong Chong displayed far surpassed my expectations. The two of you have comprehended saber intent and two states. Furthermore, you have comprehended the two states to their limits. The next step would be wills. However, I think more highly of you. Do you know why? Jianghu answered his own question. Because you ascended to the 8th floor of the ancient desolate tower. That in itself represents a kind of luck. Now that you have returned to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, you have unknowingly affected the luck of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Of course, it is a good influence. Let's cut the crap. Come with me. Jianghu raised his head and looked at the top of the pavilion. After a simple communication with the Supreme Elder there, the wooden doors with 18 layers of formations on them opened with a creak. The first floor was filled with gold and jade, shining with a dazzling light. At first glance it was dazzling. It was somewhat dazzling. However, when one looked carefully, they discovered that they were all mundane items. There were gold, silver, jewels, jadeite, night pearls, gold, and precious stones. If an ordinary person took any one of these items, they would be able to enjoy glory and splendor for the rest of their lives. However, Jianghu and Xiao Chen did not even bother to look at them. They directly headed for the second floor. To them, these things were just worldly possessions. The items on the second floor started to look interesting. There were spirit weapon secret manuals and inferior grade spirit stones. However, Jianghu did not even bother to look at them. He knew that these things could not catch Xiao Chen's attention. The two continued to head up, past the third floor, then the fourth floor. Gradually, there were some things that tempted Xiao Chen. However, Jianghu did not stop. He kept going until he reached the 7th floor. If they went up another floor, they would reach the top floor of the Hidden Treasure Pavilion. I can only bring you up to here. I have no way of going up to the next floor. Murong Chong can only bring me to the 6th floor. However, you can go to the 7th floor, Jianghu smiled gently. Chapter 549. Xiao Chen sized up the scenery of the 6th floor. Compared to the resplendent golden light of the first floor, this floor was very plain. All the treasures had their spiritual light withdrawn. If one looked carefully, one would be able to feel a faint spiritual aura filling every corner of the room. There were tables and cabinets made of platinum-glazed jade with all sorts of treasures on them. There were spirit cores of 1,000-year-old spirit beasts and demonic cores of 1,000-year-old demonic beasts. These spirit beasts and demonic beasts were all very strong when they were alive. After they died, one could still feel intense energy fluctuations from the spirit cores and demonic cores. There were also rows of bookshelves filled with all sorts of cultivation techniques and martial techniques related to the saber. None of them were lower than Earth ranked. These were obtained by the seniors of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion when they went out adventuring. When Xiao Chen looked further down, he even saw many exquisite brocade boxes containing white inferior-grade spirit-gathering pearls. In the past, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had a martial sage, Emperor Wu. It was not strange for him to be able to refine spirit-gathering pearls. However, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion no longer had a martial sage. Every time they used a spirit-gathering pearl, there would be one less. They could only treat it as a treasure and hide it. There were 10 different types of sabers on the weapons rack. All of them had a bright glow. Occasionally, they would spit out a strong saber light. This was the mark of a heaven-ranked spirit weapon. When Jianghu, who was at the side, saw Xiao Chen looking at the weapons rack, he said proudly, "Xiao Chen, these are the 10 heaven-ranked spirit weapons that my Heavenly Saber Pavilion has accumulated over 10,000 years. One of them is even a superior-grade heaven-ranked spirit weapon. I see that your Lunar Shadow Saber is only a superior-grade Earth-ranked spirit weapon. Just pick one." Using a heaven-ranked spirit weapon to replace the Lunar Shadow Saber? Xiao Chen smiled faintly and shook his head in rejection. What a joke! The Lunar Shadow Saber was once a sub-divine weapon. Although it was only a superior-grade Earth-ranked spirit weapon now, as long as Ao Jiao finished nourishing it, it would immediately become a heaven-ranked spirit weapon. In the future, when he found the corresponding materials, he could recover it to a sub-divine weapon. If he had enough opportunities, with Ao Jiao's guidance, it might even become a new divine weapon. How could Xiao Chen exchange it? Jianghu was stunned for a while. Clearly, he had not expected Xiao Chen to reject his suggestion so decisively. However, this was fine as well. Coincidentally, Murong Chong's weapon was damaged. If he gave it to Xiao Chen, it would be very suitable. Then he said, "It is up to you. Whatever you like, just take it." "First," Xiao Chen said, "Xiao is spirit. Great Elder, aren't you afraid that I'll empty your entire building?" Divine Spirit Xiao, Chen, SS, Spirit Xiao, and Spirit Xiao Spirit. Chen, S Spirit, up. Xiao 2. Tita, Sha. Chin Xiao up. Xiao, Sha. Xiao Chen was the kind of person who knew how to repay favors. The more he took, the more he would owe the Heavenly Saber Pavilion a favor. The greater the favor he owed, the greater the favor he would repay in the future. Hence, Jianghu was not afraid of Xiao Chen taking too much. He was only afraid that Xiao Chen would look down on them and take too little. Of course, it was impossible for Xiao Chen to take everything. In the end, he took 100 inferior-grade spirit-gathering pearls, 50,000 superior-grade spirit stones, 1,000-year-old rank 9 lightning-attributed demonic beasts lightning core, and a lightning tribulation saber technique. This lightning tribulation saber technique was a peak Earth-ranked saber technique. It was a saber technique that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's founder comprehended. It was weaker than the Four-Seasons saber technique but stronger than the Wuxia saber technique. The Four-Seasons saber technique was used as a trump card. This lightning tribulation saber technique was used to deal with enemies, to hide his strength. The things that Xiao Chen took were within Jianghu's expectations. He smiled and said, "Let's go. I will bring you to Jade Maiden Peak to choose some 1,000-year-old spirit herbs." After they left the treasury pavilion, the first elder, Jianghu, waved his hand, and a warship descended. Jianghu smiled and said, "Let's go." Xiao Chen hesitated for a while before saying, "First elder, you have already given me so many treasures. Leave the spirit herbs for the juniors and the elders to use." Jianghu laughed loudly and pulled Xiao Chen up. He said, "Don't overthink this. If you go to the other sects, they will give you even more. As I said, since you chose the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, our Heavenly Saber Pavilion will do our best to nurture you." The two of them boarded the deck, and the warship immediately soared into the air, heading for Jade Maiden Peak. As the warship traveled through the clouds, the wind blew from both sides, causing Xiao Chen's and the First Elder's hair to flutter. Jianghu muttered to himself for a while before saying, "Xiao Chen, it seems like you do not know what the luck of the Five-Nation Youth Competition represents. Or perhaps, you do not know how valuable this luck is." Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Jianghu and asked, "What do you mean?" Honestly speaking, Xiao Chen did not know how valuable this luck was. He sincerely asked Jianghu for guidance. After all, The other party was in charge of a sect. He would definitely know some secrets that Xiao Chen did not. Luck is something that sounds ethereal. There are no traces of it. However, it does exist. 20 years ago, my heavenly saber pavilion was like the sun in the sky. However, we still suffered a great calamity in the end. In the end, it was because we did not have enough luck. If there is something substantial that represents luck, it would be the dragon vein. Dragon vein? Xianxia continued. The dragon vein represents the luck of the world. There are 9 dragon veins in the world. Each of the 5 great nations subdued one. The royal courts of the various nations are super sects without any status. This is also why the people of the royal courts are not allowed to participate in the 5-nation youth competition. They already possess great luck and cannot compete with the other sections. Xiao Chen felt curious. He asked, "Where are the remaining 4 dragon veins now?" Jianghu said, "Originally, you would not be able to know about this. However, you are now qualified to know. The 4 dragon veins are under the great Jin nation's wind cloud arena." Back then, the last heavenly emperor of the Qianwu dynasty was too ambitious. He wanted to gather all 9 dragon veins. He wanted to obtain the luck of the entire great world and compete with the heavens, becoming immortal. He offended the 4 holy lands, resulting in a rank 9 demonic calamity and being destroyed. The escape of the 9 dragons through the spirit veins of the world into chaos, causing the density of the spiritual energy of the various great nations to plummet. Xiao Chen knew about this. However, he had not expected it to be related to the ambitions of the Qianwu dynasty. The demonic calamity that destroyed the Qianwu dynasty was actually caused by the 4 holy lands. Regular cultivators would not be able to imagine such a secret. In their eyes, the 4 holy lands were the representatives of righteousness, helping to seal spatial tiers everywhere. Jianghu smiled gently and said, "Aside from the great Jin nation, the royal courts of the 5 great nations are all representatives of the 4 holy lands." Back then, the Qianwu dynasty was able to unify the continent because of the support of the 4 holy lands. The puppet that they supported was disobedient. Hee. They just had to find another one. Wang. Xiao Chen's heart trembled. He had not expected there to be such a secret. To think that the holy lands were so strong. Even someone as strong as the Qianwu emperor, a hero of his generation and famous for 10,000 years, was just a pawn in the hands of the holy lands. In that case, what was Xiao Chen now? He was not even qualified to be a pawn. Suddenly, Xiao Chen noticed a problem. Feeling it was strange, he asked, "First Elder, you mentioned the 4 holy lands earlier. However, why are there only the 3 holy masters? The Phoenix's Passion Palace, the White Emperor City, and the Divine Martial Gate. Although the 3 holy masters were very mysterious, their names were not a secret. No matter how one counted, there were only 3. Jianghu's expression changed. He knew that he had said too much. He smiled and said, "You don't have to care about that. All you need to know is that the 4 dragon veins under the Wind Cloud Arena are a chance for all the sects to compete fairly. Whoever obtains a good ranking will obtain great luck. Furthermore, with the arrival of this great age, only 1 dragon vein would awaken at most. This time, it is possible that all 4 dragon veins will awaken. So, once you obtain a good ranking, no matter how much I give you, it will be worth it." Seeing that Jianghu was not willing to say more, Xiao Chen did not press on. He only thought to himself, "One day, I will personally unravel these mysteries. I will figure out whether the blue dragon martial spirit represents the fallen Holy Land or not." Xiao Chen had once heard from Lang Yu that there were 3,000 great realms in the universe. The Qianwu continent was called the Sky Dome Realm, but it was just an ordinary realm among the 3,000 great realms. The so-called Upper Realm was a high-level realm that ruled over the 3,000 great realms. It was called the Kunlun Realm. Since then, Xiao Chen had a small guess in his heart. The so-called transmigration might not be a coincidence. Earth might have been one of the 3,000 great realms in the past. Of course, this was the deepest secret in Xiao Chen's heart. No matter who it was, he would not tell it. The only thing he could do now was to continuously become stronger, to increase his strength. Then, he would personally unravel the mysteries. As they spoke, the fragrant Jade Maiden Peak appeared before the 2 of them. The warship flew towards a pavilion at the edge of a cliff on Jade Maiden Peak. The pavilion leaned against the cliff. Most of it floated in the air, looking like a pavilion in the air. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. He said, "This is Martial Grand Uncle Shen's place." Jianghu nodded and said, "Yes, that's right. If you want to come to Jade Maiden Peak to obtain natural treasures, you have to get Martial Grand Uncle's permission. However, there should not be any problems. Don't worry." When the warship was a kilometer in the air, Jianghu waved his hand and stopped the warship. Then, he gently landed on the ground with Xiao Chen, not making a sound. Martial Grand Uncle Shen, Martial Nephew Jianghu requests an audience. Jianghu, the person in charge of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, was very respectful at this moment. The bamboo doors of the pavilion opened gently. The noble and dignified Shen Manjun, who looked like a young girl in her prime, walked out. Chu Xinyun followed carefully behind her. When Jianghu saw Shen Manjun coming down from the bamboo stairs, he quickly went forward and explained the purpose of his visit. After Shen Manjun heard that, she looked at Xiao Chen with interest. She smiled and said, "Unexpectedly, the little fellow from 2 years ago has grown to such an extent. Xinyun, take my medallion and bring him to the 1,000-year-old herb fields. He can take whatever he likes." Xiao Chen bowed slightly and performed a cupped fist salute. "Many thanks, Martial Grand Uncle." When Xiao Chen met a regular martial monarch, he would at most perform a cupped fist salute and use honorifics. This was the rule of the continent. When the weak met the strong, they would do this. If one was careless, trouble might come from the mouth. One had to show the minimum amount of respect when facing the strong. However, when Xiao Chen saw Shen Manjun, he bowed. Actually, he should have guessed it long ago. A 300-year-old martial monarch was not rare. However, Shen Manjun did not look old, like a young girl in her prime. She was definitely a super expert with 1 foot in the martial sage realm. She was worthy of Xiao Chen's bow. Chapter 550. After Chu Xinyun received Shen Manjuan's medallion, she led Xiao Chen to the herb field. This time, Jianghu did not follow. As Jianghu watched Xiao Chen leave, he smiled and said, "Martial Uncle, what do you think of this person? Is he worthy of my nurturing?" Shen Manjuan's gaze was deep like a clear pool. She said in a drawn-out manner, "This person appears gentle on the surface, but he has a cold heart. He will not be easily swayed by external forces. He is self-centered and knows what he wants. He is decisive in killing, cold and emotionless." Jianghu's smile froze. Could it be that I misjudged him? Shen Manjun changed the topic and smiled. "However, it is fortunate that he has not changed. From the first time I saw him until now, his heart has not changed. He has seen the prosperity of the world and obtained boundless glory. He obtained 100 consecutive victories in the wrestling ring, reached the 8th floor of the ancient desolate tower, and became the strongest person in the 4 nations. However, he has always been himself. His heart has not changed." Jianghu was somewhat at a loss as he said, "Martial Uncle, I do not understand." Shen Manjun smiled sweetly and turned around. Her melodious voice resounded, "There is no need to understand. You only need to know that he can give you what you want." Xiao Chen and Chu Xinyun had known each other for a long time. However, when they met again, they felt somewhat restrained. Chu Xinyun had not expected that after the battle on the Heaven Ascending platform, Xiao Chen would return to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. When they first met, the difference in their cultivation was not that great. Now it was like heaven and earth. Chu Xinyun was still lingering in the martial saint realm. However, Xiao Chen had already crossed the threshold of martial king and was about to break through to martial monarch. "Junior sister Chu, help me find 10 odd spirit herbs that are around 1,000 years old. They can raise a cultivator's cultivation." Following Chu Xinyun's lead, the two soon arrived at the 1,000-year-old herb field on Jade Maiden Peak. However, the results disappointed Xiao Chen. Although it was called a 1,000-year-old herb field, most of the spirit herbs were only 800 or 900 years old. There were very few that were 1,000 years old. There was not even one that was 2,000 years old. Perhaps Jianghu did not know that he had already consumed a large number of 1,000-year-old spirit herbs. Such spirit herbs were no longer useful to him. He could only casually find 10 stalks of 1,000-year-old spirit herbs and use them as gifts. In a month's time, he would be returning to Mo City. He had to bring something back. Casually taking out 10 stalks of 1,000-year-old spirit herbs? When Chu Xinyun heard this, she could not help but roll her eyes in her heart. What do you mean by casually looking around? Did this guy really think that 1,000-year-old elixirs were cabbages? That was something that even elders couldn't get even if they begged for it. However, if she knew that Xiao Chen was only using it as a gift and felt that it wasn't good enough, who knew how she would feel? Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, "Oh right, it must be more than 1,000 years old. Don't use those that are 800 or 900 years old to make up the numbers. They won't have any effect." 1,000 years was a threshold, just like human cultivation. Once a spirit herb passed this threshold, it would be on a completely different level from a spirit herb that was 800 or 900 years old. Its effect would be several times stronger. Hence, Xiao Chen specially reminded her. How picky! Chu Xinyun could not help but grumble in her heart. However, she still obediently went to take care of it. After all, Shen Manjun had spoken, so she had to obey. With Chu Xinyun taking care of this matter, Xiao Chen was more free. After waiting for an hour, Chu Xinyun returned with 15,000-year-old spirit herbs. After Xiao Chen checked that there were no mistakes, he smiled gently and said, "Many thanks, junior sister Chu. I will take my leave first." When Xiao Chen returned and met Jiangqi and Shen Manjun, he thanked them again. After all, these things were useless to him. However, he still had to show basic courtesy. Jiangqi muttered, "Xiao Chen, do you have any other requests? You can just mention them. If I can do it, I will definitely help you." Representing the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in the Five-Nation Youth Competition was one thing. However, it was unknown if he could get a good ranking. How could Xiao Chen make any requests? He could only reject the other party's kind intentions. In an extremely desolate forest on Qingyun Peak, lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky. Dark clouds churned as Xiao Chen practiced his newly obtained Lightning Tribulation Saber technique. The Lightning Tribulation Saber technique was different from the Four-Season Saber technique. It did not require much personal comprehension. All Xiao Chen needed to do was understand the meaning and state of each move. This was a saber technique that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's founder comprehended in his early years and not in his later years. Naturally, the difficulty would not be that high. Back then, when the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's founder was undergoing experiential training in a dangerous place, he coincidentally discovered a rank 9 spirit beast undergoing its lightning tribulation, preparing to transform into a human. Under the 9 layers of lightning tribulation, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's founder comprehended this 9-saber lightning tribulation saber technique. He was able to create his own saber technique before the age of 30. Furthermore, it was a peak Earth-ranked saber technique. With such horrifying talent, it was no wonder the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's founder could become someone like Emperor Wu in the future. From a certain perspective, if Xiao Chen could completely comprehend his own Four-Season saber technique, his talent would be comparable to that of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's founder. In nature, lightning is viewed as the will of the Heavenly Tao. If anyone defies it, the Heavenly Tao will send down a lightning tribulation to destroy everything. Xiao Chen muttered, "The first 3 moves of the Lightning Tribulation Saber technique accumulate power, the next 3 become lightning, and the final 3 bring down a tribulation. When practiced to the highest level, one can steal the Heavenly Tao and punish the lightning on behalf of the heavens. I hope it will not disappoint me." Xiao Chen had personally seen Bai undergo his tribulation. The secret manual had a detailed introduction to the 9 moves of the saber technique. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's founder had also personally explained them. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had strong comprehension abilities. Xiao Chen's progress in cultivating the Lightning Tribulation Saber technique was extremely fast. Compared to the Four-Season Saber technique, it was at least 5 or 6 times faster. He managed to learn all 9 moves in 1 month. This was normal. The Four-Season Saber technique required Xiao Chen to create it himself. He had to feel his way around carefully. As for the Lightning Tribulation Saber technique, the founder of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had already paved the way for him. He just had to follow his instructions. When comparing the two, it was clear which was more difficult. However, the might of the Four-Season Saber technique was definitely above the Lightning Tribulation Saber technique. Furthermore, it was more suitable for Xiao Chen. After all, he had comprehended it himself. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and stood upright. The thunderclouds above him slowly scattered. He muttered to himself, 2 months have passed already. It is time to return to Mo City to take a look. There were still 4 more months before the Five-Nation Youth Competition. After that, Xiao Chen might have to go to the Kunlun realm. He might never have the chance to return to Mo City. Even though Xiao Xiong had chased him out of the Xiao clan and did not acknowledge him as his son, blood was thicker than water. As his son, he had to go back and take a look. Those were the brothers who had fought so hard for the promise of 10 years. Those disciples who were willing to kneel before Xiao Xiong and plead for him. How were they doing now? Good or bad? Xiao Chen had to personally take a look before he could feel at ease. Late at night, the full moon hung high in the sky. Its silver light illuminated the entire Qingyun Peak. Using the moonlight, Xiao Chen headed for Lu Rue's courtyard, preparing to bid her farewell. Ha! 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 In the courtyard, Lu Rue wore tight robes that perfectly outlined her alluring figure. She focused on practicing her saber techniques, one move at a time. Saber lights flickered. As Lu Rue walked, a strong wind blew in the courtyard, kicking up countless fallen leaves. Now, Lu Rue was already a peak superior grade martial king. As long as her state of wind improved further, she would be able to advance to half-step martial monarch. When Lu Rue saw Xiao Chen outside, she grasped the small saber in her hand. She spun the saber and attacked Xiao Chen with a sharp aura. Are we going to exchange moves again? Xiao Chen smiled faintly. He was not surprised. It had been like this every night for the past few days. The two of them would exchange moves and find out what they were lacking in. However, in general, it was mostly Xiao Chen giving pointers to Lu Rue. Now, Xiao Chen's combat experience and insight had already left Lu Rue in the dust. Dang, dang, dang. Under the moonlight, Xiao Chen and Lu Rue moved quickly in the courtyard. When their weapons clashed, sparks flew. Today, you arrived 4 hours earlier than usual. Are you here to say goodbye to me? Lu Rue said as she brushed past Xiao Chen and sent out a saber strike at lightning speed. Chi! Xiao Chen casually used his saber to block Lu Rue's attack. He said softly, I have to return to Mo City before the 5-nation youth competition. How long will you be gone for? When will you be back? At least 1 month, at most 3 months. In any case, I will be back before the Heavenly Saber Pavilion departs for the Great Jin Nation. The two of them exchanged moves as they chatted. Under the gentle moonlight, they appeared carefree and carefree. A faint warmth flowed in their hearts. After an hour, the two of them finished exchanging moves. Lu Rue sheathed her weapon and smiled helplessly. It has only been a month and you have improved so much. I really cannot compare to you. Xiao Chen held Lu Rue's hand and smiled. What's wrong? Are you afraid that I will bully you in the future? Lu Rue blushed and said softly, I will accept it if you bully me. However, if you go too high, I'm afraid the distance between us will increase. Xiao Chen pulled Lu Rue into his embrace. His gaze was deep as he looked at the bright moon in the night sky. A melancholic smile appeared on his face as he muttered, In this world, Qingyun Peak is my second home. No matter how high or far I go, I will have to return home. Home. Lu Rue felt warmth in her heart. She looked up at Xiao Chen and gently pecked him on the lips. Her eyes were filled with tenderness. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and carried Lu Rue horizontally. Then, he walked towards her residence. The two of them were both youths. In the past 2 months, they had been cultivating together at night. When they were deeply in love, the so-called matters between a man and a woman would naturally happen when the conditions were right. The Great Qin nation had 4 prefectures: the Dongming province, the Shihe province, the Nanling province, and the Northern King's residence. Each prefecture had 3 continents, and each prefecture had 9 counties. Each county had a number of small cities. Mo City was such a small city. On the map of the vast Great Qin nation, it did not stand out at all. It did not even have a note. There were many such cities in the Great Qin nation. They were so ordinary that they could not be more ordinary. On this particular day, at the city gates of Mo City, a delicate and handsome white-robed youth walked over from the distance. He had a saber at his waist, and his expression was calm as he walked at a steady pace. Among the cultivators in the surroundings, that white-clothed youth did not wear any luxurious accessories. He did not give off the aura of a cultivator either. However, he gave off a unique aura. He stood out from the crowd, like a crane among chickens. Several of the martial masters in the surroundings could not help but look at him. The white-clothed bladesman was naturally Xiao Chen. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion was in the Shihe province, and Mo City was in the Dongming province. One was in the east, and the other was in the west. Xiao Chen spent half a month traveling at full speed. Chapter 551. After not being here for 4 years, Xiao Chen revealed a faint smile when he revisited this place. I'll go and see Big Brother Mo Fan first. If there is a chance, I'll get him to help me improve the Lunar Shadow Saber. The rank 6 Thunder Rock demonic core is no longer able to keep up with my current strength. Back when Xiao Chen forged the Lunar Shadow Saber, he was only an insignificant cultivator. Naturally, the rank 6 Thunder Rock was something that Xiao Chen did not dare to imagine. However, now that he was a half-step martial monarch, he could instantly kill a rank 6 demonic beast. This demonic core was no longer suitable for the Lunar Shadow Saber. Thus, when Xiao Chen saw a 1,000-year-old rank 9 lightning-attributed demonic core in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's hidden treasure pavilion, he immediately took one. After paying the city entrance tax, Xiao Chen followed the crowd into the city. The scene on both sides of the street brought many warm memories to Xiao Chen's mind. He found a restaurant in the city and sat down by the window on the second floor. Xiao Chen called the waiter over and handed him a gold ingot. He said, "Answer whatever I ask." The fist-sized gold ingot dazzled the waiter's eyes. He bit down hard on it, and after he was sure it was real, he quickly bowed and smiled. "Hee, young hero, just ask whatever you want to ask. However, there is actually nothing much to ask in Mo City." Xiao Chen muttered to himself for a while before asking, "Which clan is the strongest in Mo City?" The waiter laughed loudly. "Is there a need to ask? Naturally, it is our Zhang clan. Currently, more than half of the businesses in Mo City are in the hands of our Zhang clan." "Your Zhang clan?" Xiao Chen frowned heavily. Something did not seem right. The waiter said proudly, "Hee, that's right. Now, all the restaurants and inns in the city are the businesses of the Zhang clan. Although I am not a direct descendant of the Zhang clan, I am still surnamed Zhang. We can be considered of the same sect." Xiao Chen took a sip of wine. His expression was somewhat unsightly. If he remembered correctly, this restaurant belonged to the Xiao clan many years ago. What about the Xiao family in the past? The waiter revealed a cocky expression as he said, "The river flows east for 30 years and then west for 30 years. 2 years ago, the Xiao clan was like the sun in the sky in Mo City, or even the entire Cheesy County. However now, they can only hide at the foot of Seven-Horn Mountain. It won't be long before we lose this Seven-Horn Mountain." Xiao Chen's heart sank. 4 years ago, before he left the Xiao clan, he used the Ninth Heaven's Thunder Formation to capture the upper echelons of the Zhang clan, the Tang clan, and the Leng clan, the #1 clan in Cheesy County. With the strength of the Xiao clan, logically speaking, they should not have any opponents in the Cheesy County. What exactly happened? Could it be that the noble clans that I offended made a move? That can't be right. Feng Feishue promised me that she would not let those noble clans touch the Xiao clan. With the enormous strength of the Flying Snow Trade Association, the aristocratic families would definitely not act recklessly. That would be suicidal. Papa. Xiao Chen took out another 2 gold ingots and handed them over. "Let me ask you again. What exactly happened 2 years ago that caused the Xiao clan to decline so quickly?" When the waiter saw the 2 gold ingots, his face lit up with joy. However, his expression was somewhat awkward. He chuckled and said, "We are just insignificant people. Actually, young hero, you should be able to guess that we do not know any confidential information. Anyway, 2 years ago, the Xiao clan's clan head and a few elders were suddenly severely injured. After that, the Zhang clan and the Tang clan rose up and snatched away many of the territories that originally belonged to the Xiao clan." Xiao Chen waved his hand and dismissed the waiter. He was not too surprised to receive such an answer. A waiter of a restaurant was not even a cultivator. It was easy to imagine how much he would know. Xiao Chen had only asked casually and did not hold much hope. However, he did have a headache now. Originally, he wanted to ask the waiter about the situation of the Xiao clan. He did not expect to receive news that the Xiao clan had fallen into dire straits. I should go and ask Big Brother Mo. With his strength, he should know something that the waiter did not. Haha. Xiaoling, I did not expect you to come to my restaurant for a meal. Come, let's go to a private room. I, Xianxia, will treat you. Just as Xiao Chen was about to pay the bill and leave, A familiar voice came from the hall downstairs. Xianxia entered deep thought. This name, Xianxia, seemed familiar. After thinking for a while, Xianxia finally found this person from the corner of his memory. Jianghu, the second son of the Zhang clan head. His elder brother, Jianghu, had once fought with Xianxia. Jianghu was still considered someone important, but this Jianghu was nothing. However, Xianxia's tone was very arrogant. As for Xiaoling naturally, Xianxia would not forget her. She was the Xiao clan disciple who had pleaded for him when he participated in the trial with her. Xianxia also had a deep impression of the youth beside her. That was Yilan, a disciple of the Xiao clan with a different surname. He was deeply in love with Xiaoling. Yilan had once met with a great calamity and was even willing to use his life to save Xiaoling. It looked like the two of them had succeeded. Right now, the two of them seemed to have met with some trouble. Xiaoling looked coldly at Jianghu and stood up. How unlucky. We can't even eat in peace. Yilan, let's go. Xiaoling felt very depressed. She had eaten the signature dishes of this restaurant since she was young. This time, she could not resist sneaking out with Yilan for a meal. However, before they started eating, they ran into the person they did not want to see the most. You want to leave? Have you asked for my permission? Jianghu snorted coldly. His subordinates immediately stepped forward to cut off the two's path of retreat. Yilan's face sank. He placed his right hand on his weapon and shielded Xiaoling behind him. He said in a cold voice, Jianghu, what are you trying to do? Don't forget what the city lord said. A strange smile appeared on Jianghu's face as he said, Don't worry, since the city lord has already mediated the conflict between the two clans, I will not make things difficult for you. However, do you think you can leave without paying the bill? Dong. Xiaoling tossed 2 ingots of gold onto the table and snorted, Are you satisfied now? 50 taels of gold. There is no need for the change. Let's go. However, the 5 men blocking the entrance did not move at all. They did not have any intention of moving away. The 5 men were all peak martial grandmasters. None of them were weaker than Yilan. If the 5 of them attacked together, they would be able to subdue Yilan in an instant. Jianghu was expressionless as he crushed the 2 ingots of gold on the table. He said in a cold voice, Did I say that this meal was priced in gold? The 2 of you, hand over 100 inferior grade spirit stones immediately. Otherwise, none of you can think of leaving. Xiaoling's and Yilan's expressions changed greatly. Xiaoling cursed out loud. What do you think you are selling? Even a rank 1 spirit beast feast would not fetch such a price. Jianghu looked at Xiaoling's graceful figure and a frivolous look flashed in his eyes. He smiled and said, You better understand the situation. This is my Zhang clan's restaurant. It will sell for as much as I say. Even if you don't want to accept it, you will have to accept it. You little girl, I have been eyeing you for a long time already. How dare you send yourself to the tiger's den? I will count to 5. If you are unable to pay the spirit stones, I will make you pay with your body. Jianghu acted like he was in control of the situation. Currently, the Zhang clan was in the limelight. Their words were law in Mo City. Even the city lord had to give them some face. 5, 4. Following Jianghu's countdown, the 5 men at the entrance laughed sinisterly. Their auras locked onto the 2 of them, preparing to attack at any moment. 1 attack. Jianghu shouted coldly. The 5 men immediately pounced over, scaring Xiaoling until she turned pale. Pooh! However, just at this moment, 5 muffled miserable cries resounded. 5 peak martial grandmasters with overbearing auras stopped breathing without any warning and fell over. On the 2nd floor, the cultivators who were leaning on the railing to watch the excitement were all astonished. Their expressions were very confused. Among the crowd, Xianxia held a wine flask. He revealed a faint smile as he unhurriedly poured wine into his mouth. Jianghu, who was in the hall, was startled. A manservant behind him quickly checked the 5 men's breathing. He raised his head and said with a trembling voice, Second, young master, it seems like they are all dead. Xiaoling and Yilan were both at a loss. It was clearly a matter of life and death. How did it turn out like this? Still not leaving? What are you standing here for? Just at this moment, A voice rang out in the minds of the two of them. The two of them were astonished and quickly raised their heads to look around. "Stop looking. You won't be able to find me. Go back." The voice rang out in their minds again. Xiao Ling and Yilan exchanged glances. They knew that an expert had made a move to help them. Furthermore, that person did not want to show himself. They did not stay any longer and quickly turned to leave. Trying to leave? There is no way. Before we investigate this matter clearly, neither of you are allowed to leave. Ah. Xianxia was enraged. He leaped into the air and launched himself over. However, just as Xianxia's body soared into the air, there seemed to be a huge, formless hand pressing down on him with an irresistible force. Xianxia fell with a gipah sound in an extremely comical position. It was as comical as one could imagine. Xianxia's face landed on the ground and he fell flat on his face. Ha ha ha. Young Master Zhang, your actions are not something an ordinary person can do. You must have practiced for a long time at home. Xiao Ling giggled and went out the door with Yilan. Bastard! Don't run for this old man. Xianxia's right hand smashed the ground violently. His body soared into the air and he was about to stand up again. Xiao Chen smiled gently and placed the wine flask aside with his right hand. Then, he sent out a palm strike with his left hand. A huge force was transmitted through the void without leaving a trace. Pa! Another heavy thud rang out. Xianxia fell face first onto the ground. This time, he fell even more miserably. Half of his face was red, and a trace of blood seeped out of his nose and mouth. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! This old man doesn't believe that I can't stand up. Xianxia cursed angrily. He circulated his essence and smashed the ground with his right hand. When Xianxia sent out his essence, a strong wind blew and dust drifted. Xianxia soared into the air, his movements swift and agile. After that, he fell with a pa sound. Pa, pa, pa. Xianxia tried more than 10 times. His entire face bled from the fall. However, no matter how he tried, he could not stand up. The floor of the hall cracked from the impact. Chapter 552. At first, the people watching the commotion laughed loudly. They felt that this brat was comical. When they thought of his usual arrogant attitude, they felt very carefree in their hearts. However, when they saw Xianxia's miserable state, the smiles on their faces vanished. They all felt that this brat was suffering too much. Being taught a lesson to this extent was even worse than being killed. Xianxia did not care what the others thought of him. He still tried to stand up with much difficulty. This time, he carefully placed his hands on the ground. He placed his left foot on the ground and slowly stood up. His blood-covered face revealed an expression of hope. He slowly arched his back and stood up, one step at a time. The manservant at the side quickly smiled and said, "Young master, you succeeded." Xianxia laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. Are you messing with me? Damn. If I find out who did this, I will make sure his entire clan dies. I wonder who has the final say in Mo City now." Pa! Before he could finish speaking, Xianxia's entire body was sent flying to the ground. This time, the force he used was so great and the sound was so loud that everyone in the restaurant could hear it clearly. Everyone felt their hearts skip a beat. Many of them could not bear to watch any longer. They closed their eyes, unable to bear to watch. This brat was too miserable. Entire clan killed? Xiao Chen smiled coldly to himself. After not returning for 4 years, this group of people had really forgotten the lesson from back then. Xiao Chen walked back to his table and put down the wine flask. Then, he tossed out an ingot of gold and jumped out of the window. Of the cultivators present, the highest cultivation was only a peak martial grand master. Xiao Chen was a half-step martial monarch. They could not even sense how he had attacked. This was the difference between heaven and earth. 4 hours later, the manservant sat beside Xianxia in the hall of the restaurant. He advised bitterly, "Second young master, please get up. Everyone in the restaurant has left." Xianxia buried his head on the ground. He was in so much pain that tears flowed down his face. He scolded angrily, "Scram! What do you know? Do you want to see this second young master make a fool of himself? Even if you beat me to death, I will not get up. My face hurts. Do you know that?" In a desolate street in Mo City, Xiao Chen followed the route in his memory and slowly made his way to Mo Fan's smithy. Mo Fan's smithy was the same as it was 4 years ago. It was still extremely simple and crude. A weather-beaten signboard was erected at the entrance, looking like it would fall down at any moment. The doors were ajar. Xiao Chen stood there for a long time, thinking of the various scenes of the past. As he looked at the lunar shadow saber in his hand, he felt many emotions. 4 years ago, he forged the lunar shadow saber here. He spoke to a man from 1,000 years ago and made a promise not to make her cry. At that time, he didn't know that man's identity, and he didn't know how talented that man was. Only after Xiao Chen thoroughly understood did he realize how heavy that promise was. This promise was equivalent to him receiving the sword of the Thunder King. She was Ao Jiao, a proud sword spirit. Even the Thunder King couldn't guarantee her death with his strength. Could he, Xiao Chen, do it? Xiao Chen's expression turned grave. He sighed softly. Even the Thunder King could not guarantee the mulberry sword's death. Can I do it? You don't have any confidence? Trashy master. Startled, Xiao Chen said joyfully, Ao Jiao, are you awake? Xiao Chen remembered Ao Jiao saying that if she woke up again, it would be after she had completely merged with the sword spirit. Inside the lunar shadow saber, Ao Jiao's lips curled up. She smiled softly. When you were being intimate with her, I had already woken up. I even watched the battle for a long time. Speechless, Xiao Chen said, should I thank you for not making a sound and disturbing me? Ao Jiao laughed loudly. There is no need to thank me. I have always been very magnanimous. Don't just stand there, go in. Xiao Chen felt helpless. However, he could not do anything to Ao Jiao, so he could only push the door open and enter. This small shop is already closed. We are not doing business today. The small shop was filled with dust. Mo Fan limped as he retreated. His back faced Xiao Chen as he tidied up some weapons on the shelves. Xiao Chen smiled softly. Are you not doing business with me? Mo Fan's hands paused for a moment. He turned around and saw a youth in white robes with a saber hanging at his waist. The youth had a smile on his face as he looked at him calmly. Xiao Chen. After a long time, Mo Fan exclaimed in pleasant surprise. Compared to 4 years ago, Xiao Chen's appearance had undergone a huge change. This was especially so in terms of his temperament. It had undergone an earth-shattering change. With one glance, an ordinary person would not be able to connect him to the Shao clan's second young master from 4 years ago. When he entered Mo City, many people did not recognize him. This was the best proof. Mo Fan said ruefully, it's really you. Your change is extraordinary. If not for this lunar shadow saber, I would not have been able to recognize you. Xiao Chen looked around the interior of the shop. There were weapons everywhere. He sighed. It has been 4 years, but your shop has not changed much. Mo Fan smiled. How could my shop have changed? Let's talk inside. Let's drink and chat. Wait a moment. Mo Fan asked suspiciously. What's wrong? Xiao Chen did not say anything. He stretched out his hand, and a sword flew out from the pile of weapons. The sword was 3 meters long and 2 fingers wide. It was as thin as a wing, but when it danced in the air, it did not make any sound. Listening to the sword and communicating with it, Xiao Chen shouted, and the thin sword suddenly trembled non-stop, giving off a melodious sword hum. Wang, wang, wang. In that instant, all the swords in the shop buzzed in unison. The boundless sword hum was linked together, and even the house seemed to tremble. All right, we can go in now. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and stopped. All the sword hums stopped in that instant, and everything returned to normal. Mo Fan was flabbergasted. He did not know why Xiao Chen suddenly did this. Ao Jiao, who was in the lunar shadow saber, clenched her fist and said unhappily, this fellow is really vengeful. Unexpectedly. He did not forget my words even after 4 years. Mo City, at the restaurant where Zhang Ziyang and Xiao Ling clashed, the Zhang clan's clan head, Zhang Yan, rushed over with the elites of his clan. There was a crack in the ground, as well as Zhang Ziyang, who was crawling on the ground, refusing to get up. There were also 5 men lying on the ground, unable to get up. Zhang Yan, who was at the door, had an incredibly sullen expression. He called the manservant over and said in a sullen voice, tell me everything that happened in detail. Unexpectedly, 5 martial grandmasters died. A martial grandmaster was already the elite combat force of Mo City. Now that 5 of them died in one go, Zhang Yan could not help but be in a bad mood. The manservant nervously recounted everything that happened. When he saw Zhang Yan going over to pull Zhang Ziyang up, he said anxiously, "Master, don't go over and talk to him. Young master's emotions are not right." Zhang Yan glanced at him and did not care. He thought to himself, "I am his old man. What is wrong with calling him up? Scram! Idiot! Did you not hear what I said? This old man's face hurts. I don't want to get up. No matter who calls me now, this old man will not get up." When Zhang Ziyang heard footsteps, he immediately shouted loudly. Zhang Yan's expression changed as he sent out a kick. Zhang Ziyang's entire body was sent flying with a loud bang. When Zhang Ziyang saw that it was Zhang Yan, he quickly got up. However, as he was halfway up, he seemed to think of something terrifying, so he quickly lay back down. "Father, I really cannot get up now. Don't bother about me. Let me lie here for the night first. I will feel uncomfortable if I don't lie here," Zhang Ziyang said with a sullen expression. Zhang Yan scolded angrily. "Trash! Bring him back. Bring the corpses of these 5 people back for the Lord Envoy to examine." "There is no need. I am already here." At some point in time, a young black-clad cultivator descended from the roof of the hall. Many ancient patterns were embroidered on his black robes, making him look dignified and mysterious. When Zhang Yan saw this person, he quickly said respectfully, "Greetings, Lord Envoy." The black-clad man ignored Zhang Yan's attitude and started to examine the corpses of the 5 people. He flipped over one of the corpses and discovered a bloody hole in the forehead of that person. This was the cause of death. The black-clad man opened his hand and sucked. That person's head started swaying left and right as if something was stuck inside. Shio! A tiny fragment flew out of the bloody hole. With a cracking sound, the fragment flew out. The surging power spread out, and the corpse's head exploded with a bang, directly grinding into powder. The surrounding Zhang clan cultivators, including Zhang Yan, were all startled. Their complexions turned pale. Even a remnant energy could be so powerful. How strong was the person who did it? The masked man looked at the shard in his hand and said in shock, "This is a shard of a medial-grade spirit stone. The person who made this is really generous." Zhang Yan asked carefully, "Lord Envoy, how strong is this person?" The black-clad man said indifferently, "About medial-grade Martial King. Don't bother about this. I'll deal with it. Call all the workers in the shop over. That person must have been here before. We will be able to make a judgment after questioning him." Medial-grade Martial King. Zhang Yan's chest tightened. The Shao clan's clan head was only an inferior-grade Martial King. If this person was a medial-grade Martial King, killing him would be easy. Fortunately, the Lord Envoy had spoken. Medial-grade Martial King would not be a problem. In the backyard of the smithy, Mo Fan drank a mouthful of wine. After he heard Xiao Chen's question, he sighed and said, "Back then, you wrote me a letter asking me to help you take care of the Shao clan. I have always remembered it. However, I cannot help you this time." Xiao Chen felt excited. Indeed, there was more to this. In the morning, he had heard from the waiter that the Shao clan's clan head and first elder were severely injured. Xiao Chen had already guessed that there was more to this. Hence, he was not in a rush to meet with Xiao Ling and first elder. He planned to hide his identity first. 4 years ago, Xiao Xiong was already a peak martial saint. Now that 4 years had passed, given Xiao Xiong's strength, he would definitely be a martial king. The person who could injure him was definitely a high-ranked martial king. If the Zhang clan spent some of their savings to hire an inferior-grade martial king, it might be possible. However, if they wanted to hire a high-ranked martial king, the Zhang clan would not be able to afford it. If they could afford it, the Zhang clan would have conquered Mo City long ago. There would be no need to wait for the promise of 10 years. Mo Fan continued, 2 years ago, a sect called the Heavenly Saint Cult came to Chizi County. It is very powerful, and your father was injured by the people of their sect's emissary. The Zhang clan is also a puppet supported by the Heavenly Saint Cult. Xiao Chen took a sip of wine and frowned. Sacred Heavenly Church? Where did they come from? I have never heard of them.